My mother has gone missing, and yet entrapped in a strange apartment, unable to leave. Chapter 36. 3 days. It had been 3 days. 3 days of waiting, without a single word. 3 days of Samuel disappearing, leaving me behind with my thoughts. It had been 3 days of complete and utter torture. We'd left the hospital soon after Samuel revealed to me that my mother had gone missing. From there, he brought me straight to a small apartment that sat in the middle of town, for what seemed like hours. He grew a litany on everything I knew about James, who he was, how he met my family, where he used to live. The only problem was that I had no idea about any of it. I was too young to remember living anywhere but this town, and consequently too young to remember my mother meeting James. He never spoke of it. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was a tortuous thought to realize that it took my mother's disappearance for anyone to see that James was a complete stranger. I hadn't seen anyone but Samuel since we arrived in his apartment. Apparently, despite the circumstances, Riley insisted my sentence of house arrest stayed intact. This resulted in Samuel leaving me alone on a daily basis, for hours at a time. He told me he was searching for my mother, and I could only hope he was telling the truth. The thought of escaping and finding her on my own crossed my mind more than once, but every time I tried, something got in my way. Either Samuel would come home early, a door would be locked, or someone would be standing just outside the apartment. Samuel told me Riley insisted on having a few men guard me during the day, for my own safety. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Another day had come and passed, and it was night once again. I was sitting upright in the bed, staring blankly at a book Samuel had given me, though it was the first new novel I'd seen in years. I couldn't pay attention to it. There was no escaping this reality, no matter how desperately I tried. The sound of voices just outside my bedroom door echoed through my ears. They were tense, though careful not to rise in volume. It was easy to distinguish who the voices belonged to Samuel and Riley. I perked at their arrival, hoping I would be able to catch a glimpse of what was going on outside this apartment. Samuel updated me every day on what was happening, but he could never tell me much. Nothing had changed. There were no leads. Carefully and quietly, I crawled out of bed. Tan sheets wrapped around my ankles and threatened to trip me, but I didn't let them. My hands gripped the bedposters that shot up to the ceiling, allowing my balance to stay intact. When steadied, I padded my way across the small room, staying as silent as possible. I knew that Samuel and Riley would sense my presence at the slightest of disturbances, and I wanted to hear their conversation before that happened. Thankfully, the path to the door was a straight shot. It's right next to the door leading to my bathroom, so I knew if I got caught I could use that as an excuse. As well, I heard Samuel's voice the minute I leaned against my bedroom door, holding my ear to the opening. "I don't understand." Riley immediately responded. "There's nothing to understand. Samuel, it's my decision. You have to support it. I know that. But this is Samantha we're talking about." I heard a heavy sigh from Riley. "You know the only reason I let this happen was because it's your mate. Samuel, if it were Eden, it'd have done the same thing. But we can't do it anymore, and you've got to know that. We've got the best trackers out there looking. And for what? A human and a wanderer." Riley suddenly scoffed. "Do you know how ridiculous that is?" "It's not ridiculous." Samuel raised his voice slightly. "And if this were Eden, you would have done all of this and more." "Maybe," Riley mused, unaffected. "But I've made my decision. I won't have the pack putting themselves out there for a human who's probably already dead. Or even better, turned." My breath hitched and a mangled cry threatened to emerge from the back of my throat. I plastered my hand over my mouth the minute I felt it, and thankfully, no noise was made. Samuel's voice was pleading now, though still raised. "She won't be able to handle this. Her family is all she has. She's got you. To you, Samuel. I suddenly heard Riley's voice much closer than before. And I'm sure she will be just fine. Abruptly, the door was pulled open, causing me to quickly stumble forward. I caught my footing before I could trip. However, gripping the wall beside my door. When I had my footing, I didn't move from that position in the doorway. Taking the moment to gather my thoughts, Riley caught me eavesdropping on an important conversation, and I wasn't sure how he would respond. Silence stretched for a short minute as the two men stared at me, Samuel slightly surprised. After a moment, he rolled his eyes. Was that necessary? I opened my mouth but realized he was speaking to Riley, who shrugged and moved away from me, back towards the kitchen. Samuel was standing not too far away from him, leaning all his weight against the white countertop. You'll be fine, won't you, Samantha? Riley called out. He hadn't stopped in the kitchen like I thought he would, but instead continued walking towards the front door, which stood at the point where the living room and kitchen met. The door matched the color of Riley's eyes, and compared to the neutral colors of the rest of the apartment, they were both extremely out of place. I tensed as Riley turned back to face me, his amber eyes meeting my own. Over the past few days, it had occurred to me that Riley could have easily been the one to take my mother. It would explain why they hadn't found even a trace of her, along with many other things. But I never got the chance to confront him about it. I managed to not worry by telling myself that I hadn't broken the deal, and there was no reason for Riley to have taken my mother. Still, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was a worrying concept that plagued my vacant days. Riley, Samuel called out, stalking towards him. We're not through with this. Riley shot me a wild grin before blatantly ignoring Samuel and slipping out the front door. Samuel followed him through the opening, cursing as Riley walked down the hall and further away from the confrontation. I watched as Samuel's body stopped in the doorway, his hands gripping the frame in clear annoyance. After another slew of curses, Samuel hung his head inside. He didn't go after Riley, and I watched him carefully as he retreated from the door and came back to the kitchen. He leaned against the counter again, running a hand down his face. When he refused to meet my or even glance my direction, I knew something was wrong. What's going on? I asked quietly. His eyes flickered to me, but as soon as they did, he turned his back and started rummaging through the fridge. After a moment, he brought out 2 bottles of water, setting them on the counter. He gestured for me to take one. I slowly walked towards the bar stools and sat in the one directly across from Samuel. We had an entire counter between us, and I suddenly felt as if he was thousands of miles away from me and this conversation. Samuel only added to this notion when he put his hands on the edges of the counter and leaned as far back as his arms would allow. What's going on? I repeated with a little more force. You're not going to like it. I don't care if you're not going to like it. Tell me. For the first time that day, his eyes met mine. Riley has decided to call off the search. What? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everything was slowly starting to make sense, and I cowled and felt the bitterness that laced my tone. Why? Because my mother and I are only human. Because she's probably already dead. My voice broke on my last word. And as it happened, Samuel swiftly leaned across the large white surface, closing the distance between us. He cowled at reach me, but his hands snaked forward. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry, Samantha. I'm so sorry. I tried to change his mind. That was you trying to change his mind. I questioned in disbelief, remembering the brief conversation he'd heard. You barely said 3 sentences. You practically let him waltz out of here without a second glance. That's not true. I've been trying to talk to him all day and you just heard. I don't care. I sharply cut him off, standing at the same time. If you won't look for my family, I will. She's not dead. You don't know what you're talking about. I started walking towards the front door, even though I knew Samuel would stop me. Sure enough, he was blocking my path before I could step 2 feet away from the kitchen counter. He firmly gripped my upper arms, and as he did, I sent him a harsh glare. Let me go. I know you're upset. Let's talk about this. There's nothing to talk about. You're going to do exactly what Riley asks? Are you not? Samuel groaned. It's not that simple. Samantha. Cheers, my alpha. I can't just, are you not? Cutting him off again. At this point, my anger was burning so brightly that I didn't care about the amount of disrespect I was showing him. Nor did I care about any consequences that would come later. The only thing I could focus on was the fact that Samuel was giving up on my mother. I wouldn't accept that. Yes, but I should have known. I cut him off again. One word from your precious alpha and the world stopped spinning. Have you even been looking for her? Do you even care? Will you let me speak? Samuel growled, cutting me off. No, I growled back. Because all you're going to do is defend Riley and his decision to give up on my family. He sighed heavily, his grip easing slightly on my arms. I haven't given up. Samantha, I've been looking for her non-stop. You know that. But I don't know what else to do. Riley's right. We've searched everywhere outside the territory and can't find a single trace. No other pack has seen them. There's no trail. Chess disappeared. That's right. Have you ever thought to look inside the territory? Have you really searched everywhere? How can you know that Chess gone when it's only been 3 days? Samuel groaned, hanging his head back. No one should be this hard to find. Samantha, why would she be inside the territory? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. James wouldn't be that stupid or reckless. If that were the case, we'd have found them days ago. His slight annoyance only fueled my fire, causing me to say something before I could think. Maybe James didn't take her. Samuel snapped his head back to look at me. What is that supposed to mean? His grip tightened again. I squirmed underneath him, very aware of what it just suggested. I immediately tried to take it back. Nothing. I didn't mean anything. I'm just trying to find an explanation. Yes, you did. What are you saying? Do you think someone from the pack took her? I bowed my head, realizing his train of thought was going exactly where I didn't want it. Even though my mother was missing, I still had Will to worry about. If Samuel told Riley what he'd just said, it would be over for my brother. I don't know. It was a stupid suggestion. Tell me why. I was silent. I refused to speak. I could tell Samuel was going to let this go, just by the grip he had on my arms. It was uncomfortably tight now, and I could tell he knew I was keeping something from him. In this moment, there were no words I could say that would remedy his suspicions. After a few minutes of painful and tense silence, Samuel abruptly released his grip on me. I stumbled backward a few steps, but Samuel stayed in place. His hands raised and I flinched involuntarily, but they only came down to rest on the back of his neck. When he noticed my reaction, he stiffened. Samantha, what aren't you telling me? Surprisingly calm, begged me for an answer. Nothing. I can't help you if you don't talk to me. I was quiet for a moment before I softly spoke. There's nothing to talk about. And it was true. I could never tell Samuel what Riley threatened. I didn't know what Riley would do, but I was almost certain it would include the ending of my life and many others. What do you want me to do? Samantha. I looked up to find Samuel staring at me, my hand wrapped around my arm, and I hugged myself closely. I just want to find her. I know. She can't be dead. Samuel was silent. Tears stung my eyes. I firmly blinked them away, bowing my head and letting my dark hair fall forward to shield my face. Samuel noticed, however, and took a hesitant step forward. When I didn't move, he closed the distance between us. A finger was placed underneath my chin, and he gently raised my head to meet his gaze. A sad expression lined his features and his mouth was hanging half open as if he was fighting to find the right words to say. Despite my best efforts, the tears starting flowing. Samuel watched them slip, catching a few as his other hand cupped my cheek. As they continued falling, all my anger and resolve disappeared. The only thing left in their wake was a terrified girl who wanted her mother. Samuel smiled sadly, noting my change. We'll find her. I haven't given up. They'll find a way to fix this. There's no fixing this. Samuel, I whispered, the first of many sobs escaping my lips. Samuel hushed me, smoothly wrapping his arms around my body in a gentle embrace. I was still holding myself, but Samuel didn't seem to care about my awkward position. He held me firmly against his chest, one hand cradling the back of my head. His chin rested on the top of my skull, and it suddenly felt as if there was nothing in the world apart from Samuel and me. I guiltily relished in the feeling for a few fleeting moments, allowing the man I swore I hated to comfort me. When my sobs quieted, Samuel slowly unwrapped his arms from around me. He kept his grip on my shoulders though, holding me back a little to look at my face. I think it's time for bed. He spoke softly. My mother always told me things are much worse late at night. I nodded and allowed Samuel to lead me back to my room. In that moment, I didn't have control over my body or my thoughts. The reality that everyone was no longer looking for my mother was sinking in, and it was easier to let the numbness take over. He led me to the small bedroom, ushering me to sit on my bed. I obliged, tucking myself underneath the sheets as Samuel went to the dresser across from me. He pulled out sweats and tossed them toward me. I recognized them as my favorites, the ones that used to belong to my brother. Samuel told me HED had someone grab a few of my clothes, but I didn't know those had been in the mix. I smiled to myself as I grabbed the grey material, appreciating the small moment. Samuel closed my dresser and walked to the other side of the room, falling on a cream couch that sat underneath the window. It was hard to see much of the night with the light of the room glaring off the glass, but I noticed a few stars peeking around a full moon. Thanks, I told Samuel, tucking the clothes away for when he left. Anytime. Is there anything else you need? I shook my head. All right. He hesitated and glanced behind him, into the dark night. I furrowed my eyebrows. Everything. All of it. I know how much they mean to you. Samuel sighed and turned to look at me. Family is important. I smiled sadly, nodding in agreement. Why can't I go look for her? There's not much you could do. You can't be alone out there, and I don't want anyone hurting you. If someone took your mother, they could take you as well. Anything would be better than sitting around. I know. How much longer? Until I can leave the house? I mean, I'm not sure. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and instead let out a large breath of air, puffing my cheeks as I did. Well, just let me know what the damned alpha says. Samuel chuckled lightly, though I could tell he was stressed. You really don't like him? Biting my lip, I carefully responded. Yes, just a lot. I lifted the sheets up to my chest, leaning against the dark headboard and allowing my body to fall into my pillows. Exhaustion was slowly grabbing hold of me, though I knew it was because of anything I'd done that day. The emotional stress of worrying about my family was enough to let sleep permanently take me in its tempting grasp. You know he would never hurt you. Right. Samuel started, shaking his head as I gave him a sad smile. Rye won't hurt you. He knows what you are to me. I nodded, my thoughts returning to Riley. It was my life I was worried about. His threats against my family, though nothing new to me, were still fresh on my mind. As my thoughts wandered through the conversations I'd had with him, I suddenly remembered a point of curiosity. I looked at Samuel carefully, trying to judge his reaction from my question. Who's Eden? Surprise filled Samuel's face. What brought that up? Urging him on. However, he only shook his head. How do you know about Eden? I don't. I've just heard the name a few times. He nodded, rubbing his neck in the process. Eden, Samuel started, but quickly trailed off. When he couldn't find the right words, he let out a sharp breath and caught my eye. Don't tell him I told you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyes widen slightly. Why? It's just a sensitive spot for him, and I'm not sure it's the best thing for you to know about. So why are you telling me? Samuel smiled. Because I don't want to keep things from you. I want you to trust me. My brow furrowed at his words. Samuel was a constant enigma, and had yet to figure it out. Who he was now was completely different from who he was before. He no longer came across as a terrifying wolf that would force me to bend to his will. And I was no longer afraid of Samuel. Some part of me, though deep within my soul, knew I could trust him. I doubt he will ever ask you about it. But just don't mention anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded slowly, my brain trying to keep up. I was still fighting exhaustion, and I didn't want to miss this information he was going to give me. It was a worthy distraction for everything else going on. Samuel let out a large breath and looked around the room, wrapping his hands around his jaw. I could tell he didn't want to talk about this, but I didn't repeal my question. Eden was Riley's mate. Samuel eventually spoke. I tried to hold back a scoff, picturing the sadistic werewolf in love. Riley has a mate. Samuel sighed. Riley had a mate. Chapter 37 Eden. Samuel's words rang through the air for a long moment. I tried to process them as he stared at me, trying to read my thoughts as I was his. In my mind, thoughts and scenarios waterfalled, each one more intriguing than the last. They each brought up a new question and a new perspective on Riley. What happened? I initially asked. Samuel sighed again, twisting his fingers. She died. I nodded silently, my heart twisting at Samuel's tone. I was surprised by his statement, but I was still curious. Can I ask how? He looked at me for a moment, voice lowering. Then, he shook his head and lowly mumbled. Childbirth. My eyebrows shot up and I had to keep my jaw from dropping. To compensate, I took a long and deep breath through my nose. None of the situations that had just run through my head was anything like what Samuel was telling me. Riley has a child. No, Samuel shook his head. They both died. My eyes widened. I suddenly felt a small pain in my chest, though I was quite sure why. Riley was never anything but cruel to me. But the thought of anyone enduring that sort of grief was heartbreaking. It was enough to allow a small sliver of pity to enter my heart. However, the pain in my chest grew and it was beginning to feel like much more than pity. A deep and empty feeling was settling in the pit of my stomach, and I felt a huge piece of my heart breaking. I couldn't place why I was suddenly feeling this way until my eyes slowly lifted from my sheets to rest on Samuel. His face was as blank as a sheet of paper, and his frame was as still as an ocean of glass. However, I knew exactly what was beneath that facade. I'd seen it take over Samuel's features too many times not to know he was hiding another emotion. How I'd known that Samuel was feeling this way was beyond me, but I pushed that thought aside. I watched him carefully for a moment, planning my next words carefully. Did you know her? I questioned softly, already knowing the answer. The atmosphere in the room had drastically changed, and I suddenly felt as if I could do no more than whisper. He nodded. She was the first person I met when Riley brought me here. I was a mess, but she took care of me. Next to Riley, Eden was the first person I considered to be family. Then again, she was every owner's family. For the last few years, her and Riley ran the pack. I'm sorry, I whispered. She sounds wonderful. She was. Samuel smiled. She wasn't only perfect for Riley, but for everyone. She took care of the pack, but in no way did she baby us. He suddenly laughed, recalling a memory. She whipped me into shape when I got here. She was barely 18, but she still acted like she owned the place. I couldn't help but look up to her. I took a reprieve in the change of atmosphere, chuckling lightly at Samuel's comment. You needed whipping into shape. He shot me a wide grin. Believe it or not, I haven't always been this ruggedly handsome and confident. I laughed for real this time, and that only seemed too wide in Samuel's grin. What can I say? Eden knew her stuff. I rolled my eyes. That's one way of putting it. We laughed together, letting a brief and comfortable silence fall when we were through. And like times from before, I didn't feel the need to shy away from this silence or ask Samuel to leave me be. The more we spoke, the more I felt the pit in my stomach disappear. It made no sense, but I could tell Samuel was feeling the same way. I quickly brushed the thought aside as a neutral pity for Riley, knowing it could be nothing more. Eventually, Samuel broke the silence. His tone was no longer sorrowful or troubled, but tired and drained. We're recovering, you know, but the whole pack took everything pretty hard. Riley, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He shifted his weight. You don't just get over losing your mate. When did it happen? He thought for a moment. Just over a year ago. I raised my eyebrows once more. I didn't know it was that recent. Samuel shrugged his shoulders, rolling them at the same time. It did little to relieve the stress etched into his joints. It's been a hell of a year. The pack's doing better, but Riley is still adjusting. I hesitated, biting my lip, before slowly saying, "He seems fine to me." It was meant to come out as more of a question, but I failed miserably at hiding my suspicions. Riley didn't seem like he was dealing with the loss of his soulmate. Rather, he was happily carrying on with his superior life. Samuel eyed me warily. He raised an eyebrow as he spoke his next few words. "You see what he wants you to see. Riley still has an entire pack to take care of. He can't just break down and leave them." "Oh," I breathed, biting my... "Well, why didn't you just take over for him?" Samuel sighed. Heavily, his shoulders slumped forward ever so slightly, and he stopped fiddling his fingers. "I'm not an alpha. Samantha. Why not?" He looked up at me, head tilting. "You don't know how anything like that works, do you?" Suddenly self-conscious. Because I grew up isolated from the wolves. I knew nothing about the way the lives or the hierarchy worked. Sure, I knew the basics, but beyond that was nothing more than a mystery I previously had no desire to solve. Now, however, I was realizing that this was knowledge I needed to know. If I was going to spend my life with Samuel, it would benefit me to know how that life worked. "I know the basics," I told him, looking at my hands. He laughed once at my response, but his voice was still tired. "Riley is the alpha, and so was his father. He'd have to die for another alpha to take his place. So it follows the family." I questioned Samuel, and he nodded. "Well, what if there's no family when alpha dies? Then the beta would become the alpha." He paused, then added, "The chiefs would have to approve it first. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I rubbed my forehead. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Samuel was quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts. His mouth hung half open, like it usually did, as he searched for the right words. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He started slowly. "It's basically like the alpha, you know, but higher. They take care of other alphas and their packs if there are disputes or something of the sorts." "I had no idea there were more of you," I grumbled. It was meant to sound bitter, but it came out more of an afterthought. "That's not even the half of it. Samantha." He laughed. I puffed my cheeks with air and let that out. Slowly. "That's enough for me. For now. Moving on." "I know. This is all a lot," I said more to myself than Samuel. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He caught it, and he gave me a small smile. You'll be out of here soon enough and then it'll get better. Keeping my thoughts to myself. In all honesty, I didn't think it would ever. It would just get manageable. We'd find my mother, and that would make things slightly easier. But after that, my life would consist of pleasing to werewolves. Silence fell once more, and my mind wandered. It ran through all the events that led me here, and I couldn't help but feel a loss for the girl that ran away. As I looked back on everything, it suddenly seemed like she was gone. And then, I realized the moment she left was the moment Triley threatened my family. Life was no longer about getting out of this town and finding a way to fight back, but being trapped here to walk on eggshells the rest of my life. So that girl and that fire had died out. The burning desire to escape and create something better was replaced with a burning fear of what would happen if I made a mistake. What are you thinking? Samuel suddenly spoke, his face scrunched into an unreadable expression. When I looked up, I found him watching me. I hesitated with my answer, knowing that lying to him would only cause him to ask again. So, I told him half of the truth, hoping it would work. Riley. He nodded, eyes softening. Achia's changed. You know, since everything happened. Achia's not the same as he was before. Samuel slowly stood up and began walking back and forth along the length of the couch. Eden had a way of forcing Riley to be his best. He still talks about her like she's here. That's probably where you heard her name. Samuel trailed off, shaking his head and dismissing the thought. Throws a lot of people off. It's best if you just don't comment on it. I thought for a moment of the Riley that I knew, trying not to cringe. All he did was threaten me and my family, and force me to obey his will. On the surface, he seemed like a controlling and manipulative werewolf who did anything to get what he wanted. Riley being any different than that was a foreign and unbelievable notion. What was he like with Eden around? I questioned. Samuel paused his steps. He was more grounded. I mused over the word, but before I could think for too long, Samuel was interrupting my thoughts with his own. Why are you so afraid of him? He began walking again, tucking his hands behind his back as he awaited my answer. His question caught me off guard, ere I stuttered before spitting out the first thing that came to my mind. Achia's intimidating. Samuel gave me a look, and I knew he didn't believe me. I've told you that you don't have to be afraid of him. I know. So why are you? What am I what? I questioned, giving myself a few moments to calculate my response. Afraid of him. Samantha. I could almost hear him rolling his eyes. I've told you. Yes, just a lot. That doesn't tell me anything. Playing his comment off and redirecting his attention. It was always the best way to distract him. Why do you do everything he says? Because H is an alpha. So, I questioned, trying to hold back a scoff. Samuel's step faltered, but he continued as if my comment was something he heard every day. Because H is my alpha. I mimicked his earlier words. That doesn't really tell me anything. He laughed once, then suddenly stopped his pacing and turned to face me. He tilted his head, as an unreadable expression laced its way onto his face. Why do you keep doing that? He thoughtfully questioned, his brief smile fading. I furrowed my eyebrows, not following his abrupt change in thought. Doing what? Redirecting the conversation. Refusing to speak your mind. I raised my eyebrows, complete and utter surprise filling me. That was something I expected Samuel to pick up on, and now that he had, I was sure what to do. Holding back my thoughts was the only way to make sure he didn't find out what I really thought about everything. If he did know, it'd be the end for me and my family. Eventually, I muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. Samuel rolled his eyes. Yes, you do. No, I don't. He raised an eyebrow, giving me a clear look. I only shrugged my shoulders, keeping his gaze. If I broke away, it was a clear sign that he had one, and I cowed into Samuel thinking I was lying in any way. After a few tense moments, he shook his head, looking around the room. You can be extremely difficult. You know that. I rolled my eyes, allowing my shoulders to relax. and you can be extremely cryptic." Then added, with a smirk, "See, I just spoke my mind." Samuel laughed and walked around the bottom of my bed, hesitating before moving any further. "You know," resting his hand on the wooden post, "you can tell me anything." My breath hitched in my throat as a weight settled on my chest. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean just that. You can tell me anything." "Okay." I trailed off, where he didn't move or say anything. I knew he was expecting something more from me. I racked my brain for something he'd want to hear but kept coming up empty. I didn't think it was possible he knew about Riley's threats to me, or he wouldn't be asking me so calmly to divulge something. Then again, Samuel had a peculiar relationship with Riley, and I could never pin either of them down. "I don't know what you want me to say," I finally sighed, looking anywhere but at Samuel. He shook his head as if he were processing difficult information. "I know it's not great being locked up in here, and I'll talk to Riley to see how much longer that will be. I know you're stressed about your mother, and I'm doing everything I can to find her. I know all of this is a lot for you, and I'm trying to make it better. But if something else is going on, I need to know so I can fix it." I bit my lip, noting his frustration. "There's nothing else." However, when I said that, Samuel rolled his eyes, shaking his head again, exaggerated. I quickly defended myself, repeating my statement. "There's nothing else." My voice raised slightly, betraying my true feelings. Samuel scoffed. "Right. Well, when you want to tell me, I'm all ears." "Samantha." I was surprised by the amount of bitterness in his tone, and it took me a moment to catch up. My next question came out before I could stop myself, and I was suddenly digging my grave deeper and deeper with every passing moment. "Why does this bother you so much?" "What?" "The fact that something is clearly wrong and you won't tell me." I held my breath. "I don't know what you want me to say." I held up my hands. "I'm really fine. I've just got a lot on my mind. Why don't you tell me?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "There's nothing to talk about. You know everything that's going on. I'm just stressed about my mom, and Will, and the fact that James could be out there. It's just not going to hurt you. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I know. Like I said, there's nothing to talk about. Samuel was quiet for a moment, and I held my breath, waiting for his words. I knew he was going to fully buy what I was giving him, but it had to be enough. Finally, he took a deep breath. "I just need you to know I'm here for you." "I know," I told him, and it wasn't entirely fake. I knew Samuel's statement was true. Achidi proved that Achidi never leave my side, no matter the cost. He would do whatever it took to make sure, in his eyes, I was okay. The only problem was that we didn't always see eye to eye, and there was no way of fixing that. Samuel sighed heavily. "It's getting late. We should sleep." His voice was tired again, and I knew I didn't tell him what he wanted to hear. Instead of responding, I simply nodded and tucked myself deeper into my blankets. Samuel muttered a good night before leaving my room, closing the door behind him. The silence of the bedroom immediately crept into my senses, and it was slightly unnerving. Where there was silence, there was time to think and worry, and those were the last things I wanted to do. Chapter 38. Something's happened. The room was dark and still. Hours had passed since Samuel left, and in that time I'd easily fallen asleep. I would have still been asleep if it weren't for the incessant slew of noises coming from just beyond my door. It had only been a few minutes ago that I'd woken up from another nightmare to the sounds of doors opening and closing and Samuel cursing, too drained to move. I stayed lying in bed, listening to his voice grow in anger. After a while, it was clear I was going back to sleep, and Samuel was going to cease his increasingly loud tantrum. Eventually, I dragged myself out of bed, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders as I did. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was barely a few hours into the night, and nowhere near morning. This sent a spark of annoyance through my heart. Just as a loud and harsh thud was heard outside my door, I annoyedly stalked towards it, intending to peek outside my room and give Samuel the glare of the century. When I opened my door, however, I stopped in my tracks. The harsh and white light of the kitchen initially burned my eyes, but when they adjusted, I had to take a step back from the scene before me. Samuel was wildly pacing the kitchen and living room, knocking everything over in his path as he did. His phone was held tightly to his ear and he spoke into it furiously. His hair was wildly out of place and the only thing he wore was a long pair of black sweatpants. I made a small noise as he knocked over another bar stool, retreating further into my room. However, the moment the noise left my lips, Samuel stopped dead in his tracks and turned to face me. His features softened immediately, though his eyes still burned with anger. Samantha, still holding the phone to his ear. His attention was drawn away from me when the voice on the other end responded. Samuel's features quickly darkened once more, and he turned away as he snarled into the phone. I couldn't catch what he was saying, but after another minute, he hung up. As he slipped the small device into his pocket, he held out his hands and slowly walked towards me. I immediately pulled the blanket tighter around myself, flinching back from his large and raging frame. This didn't faze him though, and it was as if he'd been expecting my reaction. "What's going on?" I called out as he continued slowly walking towards me. My eyes darted around the room, eyeing all the turned-over furniture, then back to the man who was obviously the culprit. I knew from the way he walked that Samuel was anything but calm and I didn't want him anywhere near me. Samuel caught my gaze, and as if reading my mind, stopped walking. "It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm fine." My eyes scanned his body, and I could see that he was struggling to ease the tension in each muscle. We stood at an impasse for a moment, neither of us moving, as his hands clenched into fists then relaxed at his side. I knew he wouldn't move again without my permission, so after a while, I stiffly nodded and repeated my earlier question, "What's going on?" Almost immediately after I nodded, Samuel began walking towards me again. It was even slower this time, and it felt as if he was waiting for me to run away. But I stayed rooted in place. This meant little to Samuel because even when I did, he came only as far as the kitchen counter closest to my door. He then stopped and leaned against it, folding his arms. Something's happened. Watching me carefully, my heart fell out of my chest, and I half cried, "What's wrong? Why don't you sit down?" He abruptly turned from me and picked up the bar stool he'd knocked over, gesturing for me to take a seat. I numbly heeded his words, waiting for him to speak again. However, Samuel seemed at a loss. His face held a distant scowl, and as he resumed his closed, off stance from before. His anger from earlier was just on the surface, and it was hard to tell he was still fighting to keep it at bay. "Is he all right?" I questioned, watching his features contort with different emotions. "No." I took a deep breath. "Is he dead?" Samuel closed his eyes. "Not yet." My breathing increased as my heart started beating rapidly. I tried my best to keep my composure, but I knew that if Samuel didn't tell me what happened soon, I would lose it. "What happened?" Samuel's voice was harsh. "I don't know. I have no idea how it happened. I didn't know anything had even happened." But he hesitated, stiffly rubbing the back of his neck. "Will shifting. Shifting?" I repeated, letting out a half, crazed laugh. "Shifting? Into what? One of you?" I shook my head fervently. "That's not possible. You're insane." He was bitten, Samantha, quite a while ago. It's been in his system long enough that it's starting to take over. My jaw was left hanging half open as my eyes widened. Samuel's words were left suspended in the air, waiting for me to catch hold of them. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I refused. "That's not possible. She has been in the hospital this whole time. She has been asleep this whole time. There's no way anyone could have gotten to him. My voice was growing louder with each question that left my mouth as I tried, desperately, to deny what Samuel was telling me. Why would anyone want Will? Wouldn't someone have noticed the bite? Why didn't anyone say anything? I was in hysterics now, repeating the same sentences over and over again. At some point during my small breakdown, Samuel walked over to my chair, pulled me off, and into his arms. They did little to calm me, as enough tension for the both of us was straining his muscles. After a moment of standing there in his arms, what Samuel was saying had finally sunk in. Then, it all made sense. The sudden and miraculous healing Will had done in the days that he'd been gone. The fact that he needed no more surgeries, or anything, to aid him in the process. The only thing we'd been waiting for Will to do was to wake up. And now that he finally was, it was in the worst way possible. Where is he? I let out half a yell, pushing back against Samuel's chest. He immediately let go of me, but still held me at arm's length. When he didn't answer my question, I repeated myself, fully letting out a scream. Where is he? Samuel closed his eyes. The doctor sedated him, but Riley is on his way over there right now. Achia's going to take care of it. Take care of it. My eyes widened, and I immediately gripped Samuel's arms harshly. Riley can't do anything to him. We have to go and get him, now. I ripped myself away from Samuel, much to his surprise. Before he could grab me, I ran to my bedroom and threw the blanket on the ground, grabbing a sweatshirt in the same motion as I reached for my shoes. However, Samuel caught up. Samantha, just calm down. Riley's not going to hurt him. Samuel grabbed my shoes from the floor, and I frantically reached for them. He danced around me though, bringing us both back out into the kitchen. Give me my shoes, I demanded, my voice growing louder by the second. When he refused and held them high above his head, I screamed in frustration. However, I didn't let that deter me. Before Samuel knew what was happening, I dove around him and sprinted for the front door. I heard my shoes drop to the ground as Samuel jumped after me, easily catching hold of my wrist. Let go. Crying now. H.E.S. going to kill him. I have to get to him before Riley does. Samuel stilled, complete and utter confusion taking the place of his anger. My words rang sharply through the air, and he looked at me like I was half mad. In reality, I knew exactly what was going on. Somehow, it'd screwed up, and Riley was going to kill my brother as consequence. When I tried to make another run for it, Samuel grabbed my other hand and rooted me firmly in place. Samantha, he commanded as I continued fighting against his grip. When I didn't calm down, he repeated himself, matching my screams. Samantha, look at me. His change in tone sent my body still as a stone. Slowly, I brought my eyes back to him, despite wanting to be thousands of miles away. When I met his gaze, I was surprised to see his eyes were still the dark abyss of blue and black. Not a hint of another color there. He looked into my own eyes for a fleeting second before taking a deep breath, calming himself. When he spoke, his voice was low, threatening to release another yell. You have to calm down. I took a shaky breath, letting his words wash over me. For both our sakes, I needed to do as Samuel said. However, the thought that Riley was going after my brother, probably at this very minute, was enough to send my heart racing, and I realized I couldn't calm down. I had to focus this energy on finding Will. Silence fell as Samuel breathed heavily. I desperately tried to follow his example, but confusion and horror clouded my thoughts. I hopelessly tried to figure out what could have caused Riley to go after my brother. In my mind, Riley being behind all of this was the only reasonable explanation. HED had to have been the one to bite him, or at the very least, gotten someone else to do it. No one else could have gotten to him in the hospital. But it didn't make sense. It'd done everything he asked me. It kept Samuel happy. There was no reason he should be going after my family. Samuel breathed with me for another moment, before loosening his grip on my wrists. "Now," he started, closing his eyes for a moment. "Why don't you explain to me what's going on? What are you talking about?" I shrilly cried, immediately betraying the fact that I'd done little to calm myself. Samuel gave me a hard look, his eyes doing little to hide his frustration. I quickly calmed my tone and took another shaky breath. "The only thing going on is that we need to go to Will." My voice came out eerily smooth. "Before Riley kills him." "Right." I bit my lip. "I just don't want Will getting hurt. We have to go to him." Samuel shook his head, deepening his frown lines. "There's something else you need to know, Samantha." He abruptly changed his tone to one that was softer and almost pleading. "We will go and see your brother. I promise you that. But we can't right now." My temper flared, but mostly out of fear and panic. "And why the hell not?" "There's multiple reasons." Samuel tried to keep his soft voice. "One being that it's not safe for you to be around him like this." My voice rose an octave, doing the exact opposite of Samuel's. "I thought you said he was sedated." He ignored my comment. "The other reason we can't go is that it's not safe out there tonight." "What is that supposed to mean?" "You remember that group of humans you were traveling with?" My brow furrowed. "I don't see. They're back. And they killed about a dozen of us." My heart stilled. "Why on earth would they come here?" Samuel sighed, and I knew he didn't want to tell me anything. I gave him a look, trying again to pull my wrists from his grasp. He let me go this time, but I stayed rooted in place, waiting to hear his explanation. "They were trying to get someone back," he delicately explained. Images flashed through my mind of the night Riley had come to save us from the humans. To my knowledge, almost all of them had died. Then, I remembered the bloodied hand riding back to town with us who... I whispered, the memories clouding my voice. "I don't know their names." I sighed heavily, folding my arms across my chest while glancing at the door behind Samuel. "Look, I don't care about them. I care about Will. Achia's in trouble and I've got to help him. He can't be shifting. He won't survive. We don't know that," he firmly stated. "And Achia's not in trouble. Riley will be there when he wakes up." My breath caught in my throat, and it suddenly felt as if the world was crashing around me. I tried to speak, to tell Samuel that Riley was the last person I wanted Will to see when he woke up. But no words would come. Samuel noticed, and he hesitantly ran his fingers up my arm. "Achia's not going to hurt Will, Samantha." I shook my head, tears forming in my eyes once more. My brother was as good as dead. Samuel gently gripped my upper arm, pulling me closer to him. "Why don't you believe me?" My breath came out in shortened, shaking huffs, and I used that as an excuse to ignore Samuel's question. The tears were falling from my eyes now, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. "I just need to see Will," I eventually told Samuel, who had been waiting patiently for my answer. He closed his eyes, giving me a tired and hopeless smile. "I know. Chapter 39, I have to go." "I know," Samuel told me. "Then why can't we go?" I questioned, angrily wiping away my tears. Samuel's hand that was resting on my arm flicked forward, but he sighed and dropped it from me completely. "I told you, it's not safe." I shook my head. "Will would never hurt me." Samuel looked at me, and I could have sworn I saw an ounce of pity in his eyes. Before I could catch it, he looked at the ceiling, avoiding my gaze. "Will's not going to be himself." "I don't understand." My voice cracked as I spoke, but I chose to ignore it. I also chose to ignore the fact that all the knowledge I previously had about humans shifting was suddenly nowhere to be found. It had been replaced by sheer and utter panic that was slowly clouding my thoughts, throwing anything and everything else out the window. Right now, there's a wolf in Will that is trying to get out. Considering how long Achias had that bite, it's going to be a strong one. Will's not going to be in control of his actions. "What do you mean, how long Achias had the bite?" I questioned, frantically. "Who bit him? Why am I just now finding out?" Then, I paused. A sudden, red, hot fury entering my chest. It pressed down heavily against me, weighing enough to stop my breathing and irrational thought. Ever so slowly, I looked up at Samuel and seized my next words. Did you know? Of course not. Samuel immediately shot his gaze back to me, eyebrows raising. It was hard to notice my sudden change of attitude, and Samuel realized I was ready to snap if he said the wrong words. He proceeded slowly, watching for any sign that I might lose it. Samantha, I would never keep that from you. Somehow, I knew he was telling the truth, but the fire was still alight in my heart. It wanted someone to blame. It wanted a reason to scream. Who bit him? Samuel was eyeing me warily, watching my chest rapidly rise and fall. We don't know for sure. We won't know until he shifts. My lips twisted into a disgusted scowl. I believed Samuel, but he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, though I didn't blame him. And somehow, I knew he was telling me the truth. The only thing I could think about was that it was his alpha that had caused this. It had to have been. Riley biting was the only explanation. He was the current source of all my suffering, and he would be forever. I didn't realize it at first, but my rational thinking was suddenly nowhere to be found. It was replaced by a feeling stronger than anything I'd ever before felt. A resentment so strong that it buried itself in my very core. It started in my chest, then seemed to bleed into every one of my veins, coursing through my body until there was nothing left but pure and raw hatred. Samuel suddenly took a step back, causing me to turn my glare on him. However, when I rested my bitter stare on him, he was glaring back. A look of concern mixed with confusion flashed in his eyes, and his mouth hung half open with an unspoken thought. What? I snapped. He shook his head, quickly recovering his steps. He eyed me for another moment, before slowly speaking. His voice came out smooth and level, attempting to lull me into a calmer state. Samantha, you have every right to be angry. I won't tell you otherwise. But we must keep a level head about this. If we're going to find who did it, we need to stay calm. I know who did it. I snarled. James. Samuel hesitantly questioned. I knew there was more to his question, but he didn't elaborate. I bit my lip once more, my scowl deepening. No, he has been gone for too long. Though James was a likely culprit, it was much easier for me to go after Riley. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The one who threatened my family. There was holding him back from turning my brother and using it as leverage against me, just like there was nothing stopping him from taking my mother. Samuel pursed his lips before slowly responding. He watched me discreetly, waiting for the moment I would snap. Like I said, Will's had this bite for a while. How long? My voice was harsh, and it almost made me want to cower away from it. How Samuel stood before me, taking the full brunt of my fury, was beyond me. We don't know exactly. It looks like it happened a few days after we got back. James was gone by then. Samuel nodded once. When he didn't say anything else, I had to hold back a scoff. Someone would have caught him if he went to the hospital. Someone would have said something. They knew he was the one who put Will in there in the first place. That's something else. Samantha. Samuel closed his eyes, avoiding my burning gaze. Riley knew when it happened. The doctors called him. They'd seen someone in Will's room and found the bite. My heart stilled. As Samuel's words sank in, my world began to fall to ruins. If what he was saying was true, then that meant when I went to see Will, Achidi probably already been bitten, and it had no idea. My own brother had been suffering from a bite and I had absolutely no idea. I was naive enough to believe that Achidi healed that much on his own, that some sort of kind mercy was out there long enough to allow my brother to come back to me. I stood in stunned silence for a moment as Samuel slit open his eyes. His entire body was tensed, much like my own, but his eyes were trained on me. Once more, as I stared back at him, My resolve crumbled. I tried to speak, but my voice came out much weaker than intended. I meant to sound accusatory, scornful, disbelieving, but none of those emotions were made manifest. My voice was cold and dead. You're telling me you didn't know? Samuel tightly clenched his jaw. Bridie didn't tell me. Why not? Because I was taking care of you. Silence fell. I didn't know what to say to his words, and it seemed like Samuel had nothing else to tell me. Pieces of my heart were slowly breaking away, each one falling somewhere they would never resurface. A piece fell for my brother. A piece fell for my mother. A chunk was torn away from my sanity. Then, finally, a fraction of a piece fell for Samuel too. I didn't want to focus on it, but I knew he was hurt by Riley's actions. They were brothers. If I guessed correctly, this would be the first time Riley hid something from Samuel, and he was taking it well. I'm sorry, I whispered before I could stop myself. Don't be. This isn't about me. Samuel sighed. But I'm going to make sure we find whoever did this. If it was James or not. James' name swam through my mind, and no matter how hard I tried to push the thought away, I knew Samuel was right. It was more than possible that James bit Will, even though Riley could have set the entire thing up, and the better part of me wanted to believe this. Something in me knew that was the case. The small piece of sanity still left in me forced my brain back to rational thinking. That I realized something. Riley had no motive. He'd done nothing wrong. If Riley were the one to take my mother and bite Will, it would only result in furthering my hatred for him and Samuel. That was exactly what he didn't want. I knew Riley was manipulative, conniving, and sadistic, but I didn't think he was reckless enough to throw away what he set up with me. With my mother gone and Will a wolf, his leverage was thrown away. On top of that, he had to control a newly shifting werewolf with no prior knowledge of the fact that it was going to happen. A first shift was something the pack prepared for. One that happened unexpectedly never ended well for anyone. Even if Riley knew. The pack didn't, and that was enough to cause panic. Then again, James had no motive that I could see. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As far as anyone knew, he left town to escape the wrath of Samuel. Coming back here and risking his neck to turmoil was something anyone with a rational mind would do. James had plenty of opportunities to turn us before, and that is the very reason we were ostracized from the pack. He refused. He didn't want the responsibility of the children, on top of his mate, so risking his life to do so now made absolutely no sense. A shrill ringing suddenly sounded to the trash department, and Samuel and I both snapped our gazes to his pocket. He called out his cell phone, answering it with a rough voice. He didn't say anything after that, but hung up after a moment, and sighed. I have to go. My jaw dropped, and my anger immediately resurfaced. What do you mean you have to go? I'm going to help Will. Riley's there now, but he needs help. The humans are still somewhere in the territory as well, so I've got to get Bray and a team together to find them. As he spoke, he typed something quickly into his phone. I'm coming with you. I have to help Will. Samuel sighed, looking at me with sad eyes. We've been over this. Samantha, you're going to get hurt. Will could kill you. I shook my head, crossing my arms. He wouldn't do that. And if you're going, I'm going. I won't be left here alone. Not all my brothers out there being killed. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can't force me to stay here. Samuel mimicked my posture. Your brother will be fine. No one is going to kill him. I'm going to help pray, and he'll be fine. I closed my eyes, forcing back the tears that never seemed to want to leave. After a moment, my voice softened, and I resolved to beg. Samuel was responding to my harsh or accusatory tone, and I was desperate to find a way out of this apartment. I couldn't leave Will alone. If he was waking up to be a werewolf, I needed to be there. If he was going to die, I needed to be there. There was no way around it. Please, let me go with you. I won't get in the way. It'll help. I'll stay behind you the entire time. I'm sorry. Samantha. He opened his phone once more, typing another message before continuing. It's not worth putting you at risk. You're still not even fully healed. My attention turned momentarily to the stitches just above my hip. They were burning, as usual, but the feeling only added to my earlier anger. It did nothing to hinder me, and the past few days had been pivotal in my healing process. We both know I'm fine. Please, I'm begging you, let me go with you. I'm sorry, Samantha. A sudden knock was heard at the door, and Samuel and I both turned to face it. The next moment, the door was being opened and two figures walked slowly into the apartment. The first figure I immediately recognized as Peyton Bray. He was towing someone behind him, a girl that I'd never before seen. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Peyton spoke, his gaze darting between Samuel and me. His icy blue eyes seemed to scream with amusement as he judged the clear tension in the air. Samuel sighed, but didn't relax his posture. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bray. Good. He grunted, pushing the girl behind him forward. I've got your company here, and we're ready to go. I've gathered a few men already, but we'll need more than what I've got. We need a plan. I've got one. Peyton nodded and turned towards the front door, leaving the girl standing awkwardly next to the turned-over sofa. Samuel took a step towards him, then hesitated, silently debating something. There'll be 1 minute. He ultimately spoke, his eyes glancing at me. I refused to meet Samuel's gaze but watched Peyton as he paused, and half turned to face Samuel. We need to leave. The men are waiting for us. Riley's waiting. Samuel's tone immediately changed. He growled suddenly, taking a small step forward. I said I'll be out in a minute. Bray, they can wait. Peyton stiffened, his grip on the doorknob tightening. His face went blank for a moment before he let a small and fake smile spread across his face. It didn't reach his eyes and looked more disturbing than anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beta, he'll be waiting outside. With his final words, Peyton left and slammed the door behind him. I stood watching what HED just stood, motionless, as the tension in the air did nothing but rise. I was half tempted to run after Peyton, but before I could, Samuel stepped in front of me. I have to go. Samantha. I didn't want to look at him, but I found my gaze traveling up to meet his. Samuel's eyes were sad, but they held a determination I knew I couldn't argue with. Silently, I bowed my head and cursed his name. I'd find a way to get to Will, with or without Samuel's help. In leaving Raven with you, Samuel continued, jutting his jaw out to the girl Peyton brought in. She was giving us a moment, busying herself with turning the heavy couch back over. So please don't do anything stupid. Here's a phone. As well, it has my number in it. And Raven can tell you how to use it, if necessary. I'll keep you updated. He took my hand and firmly placed something small into my palm. Before I could glance at the phone, Samuel took my other hand and brought it to my face. His hand enveloped mine and my jaw, and a look of tenderness glazed over his features. However, I ignored Samuel's actions, gripping the phone in my other hand and shoving it into my pocket. I'll be back by sunrise. Please, please don't do anything. Just wait for me. Samuel desperately searched my eyes for some sort of acknowledgement or promise, but I gave him none. I refused to sit idly by while he went after Will without me. I refused to accept the fact that he was leaving me behind. Don't be upset with me. Trying one last time to change Samuel's mind. I cheers all I have. Samuel, please. I looked up at him, my eyes clouding with tears. I didn't fight them this time, hoping they would prove to Samuel just how desperate I was to see my brother. Samuel closed his eyes and tightened his lips. I'll make sure it's okay. "Samantha, I'll get through this." I stayed silent. When he saw I was going to answer, Samuel sighed. He straightened his posture, walking past me and towards the front door. His hand rested on the knob for a moment as his face half-turned toward me. I could see his jaw hanging open, but before he said anything, Samuel shook his head and left, knocking the door behind him. In this story, I'm trapped in an apartment with dangerous wolves outside, while my brother is undergoing a painful transformation. I must choose between saving him and protecting another innocent life. How will it all unfold? Chapter 40. I can't let you go. I stared for a moment at the red door, half expecting Samuel to come back and take me with him. I refused to believe that Chidi actually left me alone, or that he didn't so much as think twice about leaving me behind. Much to my surprise and distaste, the thought stung. It pulled at my heart in places I hadn't even realized Samuel had strings attached to. Our time together since Dee's been brought back to town was decent. Samuel had been trying. He didn't seem to be keeping things from me. He was giving me my space. And he was pushing me, though I refused to admit it. I was beginning to find I didn't hate the man, and had begun to trust him, if only slightly. While I held a deep resentment for my situation, I couldn't find it in me to blame Samuel for the things going wrong. But when the heavy door stayed closed, it felt like everything shattered. The small portion of me that was finally starting to relax took a plunge into the ocean. I stared at the door for a second more, before a frustrated scream escaped my lips. I shot my hands through my hair, pulling at it to ease the hysteria rising in my chest. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the woman named Raven flinch, but I paid her no mind. Enthusiasm, in the moment, I could do nothing but let a slew of curse words rain from my lips, each and every one of them directed at Samuel. Without thinking, I let out another mangled cry and reached for my shoes. I pulled them on in a smooth motion, ignoring the fact that I wouldn't make it to steps outside this apartment. I was naive enough to believe Samuel left someone with me for the company. However, I was going to do everything in my power to get out of here and get to my brother. Sure enough, the minute I headed for the front door, Raven was blocking my way. She stood before me, taller and stronger, but with hesitation. Her chocolate brown eyes refused to meet my own. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ground out, ignoring her anxious expression. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. Her voice was soft, but it held an unwavering conviction. As she spoke, she pushed her black, wavy hair behind her ears, pinching my nose. Look, I don't know if you understand, but my brother is going to be killed if I don't leave this apartment. Her stunt, the minute it did, I darted around her. She was caught off guard and I was able to grip the doorknob and pull it harshly. However, when I did, it didn't move. No matter how hard I pulled against the shining metal, the door refused to open. What the hell? I cried out, relentlessly tugging at the door. The next moment, Raven was in my vision and pulling me back. Her grip was surprisingly strong and it was enough to make me lose my footing, causing me to trip backward and fly through the air. Before I could hit the ground, though, she caught my elbow and lifted me back up. They locked it from the outside. She huffed, straightening the both of us. I ripped my elbow from her arm, scowling at the door. Just as I was about to try it again, Raven placed herself in between me and the wood. Her back was leaning against the door, and when I glared at her, she awkwardly tucked her arms behind her back. I'm sorry about your brother, she rushed out. But I can't let you leave. Both the Alpha and Beta told me to keep you here. I paused. Both of them. She slowly nodded, her short waves falling back on her face. Both of them. Alpha Riley told me if I let you leave then I'd have to face him in the morning. She paused, looking directly into my eyes. Please don't leave. Her words hit me like a freight train. He threatened you. I paused, staring at her. I'm sure it came across as a cold and hard glare because honestly, I couldn't keep the expression off my face. I was completely torn. There was no doubt in my mind that I had to get to Will, or he would be killed. But if I left, the very same could happen to this woman. Abruptly, I let out another scream of frustration. Raven flinched back again, her already light skin paling even more. She took a hesitant step back further into the door, but I paid her no mind. I stalked towards the kitchen, pacing back and forth. I hated that I was doing it, as it reminded me too much of the same exact thing Samuel did when stressed. But I couldn't keep still. My mind was racing, my heart was pounding, and my soul was being crushed. "I'm sorry," Raven told me again from across the room. "If I could help you, I would. What do you know about humans being bitten turned?" I suddenly questioned, turning to face her. My fingers strummed against my legs. It was the only thing keeping the panic in my chest from rising. "I am," she stammered. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Well, they don't often survive the shift." "I know that. What else?" Raven was at a loss. "There's not much more. They're bit. Then they shift for the first time on the full moon. What about after? How many have survived?" "I'm sorry, but we haven't had a human survive the shift in a while. It's just too hard on their bodies. Normally, we don't even turn the ones we keep anymore." I leaned up against the kitchen counter, ignoring the turned-over bar stool at my feet. Another scowl was etched onto my features, but this one was laced with more than anger. I was terrified of what was happening just beyond the walls of the apartment. Will was out there, and he was probably going to die. Not only that, but there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. "What is the shift like?" I questioned, my feet tapping incessantly in time with my fingers. "I'm not sure you want to know." She trailed off. My jaw tightened and I ground out, "What is the shift like?" I looked up for a moment, catching Raven's expression. She looked almost as terrified as I felt. "Painful. Mostly. I've heard it's worse for humans. If you're born a wolf, then you've already got it in your system. When a human's bit, their entire being changes. The hardest part is not letting the new body kill the old." My body tensing even more. Every word that left this woman's mouth was another reason I needed to be there to help Will. Not only that, but this could be the only chance I had to see him alive. Now Samuel and Riley would be the last faces he would ever see. Silence fell between us for a short minute, and the entire time Raven stood in front of the door, unmoving. I refused to look at her, but I knew she was doing nothing but studying me. The air was tense, and I knew if I opened my mouth I would be screaming. The reality of the situation was hitting me, and it was all I could do to stay calm. On the one hand, I could attempt to get around Raven. There were multiple things I could do. I was already in the kitchen, and I knew where we housed the knives. It wouldn't be easy, but I could do it. I was sure of it, and it to see Will, even if it was for the last time. But on the other hand, if I managed to escape, Raven would probably be dead in the morning. Riley didn't keep light on his threats. Every word he spoke of them was completely true. If I fought against this woman, it'd be sealing her fate. Raven let out a small and shaky breath, her timid voice cutting into my inner turmoil. "Is that what's happening to your brother?" Confusion swam through my mind and leaked into my scowl. "Did they not tell you?" She shook her head. "No, but you still came here." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I stared at her blankly, while she raised her eyebrow, eyeing me with uncertainty. When one of the leaders of the pack asks you to do something, you do it. I rolled my eyes and attempted to hold back a cough. I was too successful. "This is ridiculous." I glowered, once again torn. I lifted myself up onto the counter, pushing aside a broken glass. The movement burned my side, but as usual, I ignored it. I tucked my legs into my chest, Holding myself together as tightly as I could manage, I was tempted to rock back and forth, but I didn't want to appear on the verge of a breakdown. Not when I had no idea who Raven was. Not when I didn't know if I was going to try and get around her. Raven watched me, her shoulders slumping. However, instead of responding, she slowly moved away from her position where she was guarding the door. When I didn't move towards it, she let out a long breath and headed to the living room. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She began turning furniture, right side up, attempting to erase the evidence of Samuel's tantrum. Her brown eyes darted to me every few seconds though, never letting me out of her sight for too long. I watched her for a few moments, calming my erratic heartbeat. You know, I eventually ground out, begrudgingly, "You don't have to do that. Samuel can pick up his own mess." She shrugged. "The beta has better things to do." Right. It wasn't easy to keep the venom out of my voice. Raven paused, turning to face me, casting her eyes to the ground. "If you're sorry, then you do let me leave." "You can't leave." "I can't even leave. Not until one of them returns." I shook my head in disgust. "Why is it that you people do everything they say? Can't you think for yourselves?" She hung her head, twisting the black shirt she wore. Her voice was small and practically non-existent. I watched Raven for a moment, trying desperately to hate her. She was the thing keeping me from leaving. She was the reason I wasn't with Will right now. She was a werewolf. If I could just find a way to get around her, then it'd be free. But I also knew that wasn't the entire truth. That was just what I was telling myself to justify potentially getting her killed. In reality, the only reason she was here was that a selfish and tyrannous alpha ordered her to babysit me. Not only that, but he threatened her life if she couldn't keep me here. "No," I eventually sighed, burying my head in my knees. "This isn't your fault." Raven didn't respond, but after a moment I looked up to find her straightening the living room. Once more, I watched as she tried putting furniture where it belonged, but she clearly had no idea where anything was supposed to go. Holding back a groan, I hopped off the counter and made my way over to her. She started to get between me and the door once more, but I shook my head and half-heartedly pointed to the spot where the couch belonged. She immediately understood and quickly moved the heavy piece of furniture in that direction. When I tried to help her move it, she refused. "I'm sorry, but the beta told me not to let you strain yourself." She huffed, easily maneuvering the three-person couch. "I don't need help." To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We continued in silence for the next few minutes. Raven would direct the furniture where I pointed, and I would pick up the pillows and any broken objects. I was amazed at the damage Samuel had managed to do, and I was slowly realizing how really upset he was. He ceased throwing things around when he saw me, but I knew he still wanted to. This brought my thoughts back to the hurt that flashed through his face where he told me Riley had kept Will's bite a secret. It tugged lightly at my heart, but as soon as the sympathy came, I pushed it away, reminding myself that HED left me and the apartment while my only brother was dying. It took almost an hour to successfully clean up the trash department, and when we were done, my hand flinched to my pocket. The small phone rested there, and I wanted desperately to pull it out and see if Samuel had contacted me. The entire time I helped Raven clean, I couldn't stop thinking about what was happening beyond this apartment. I hadn't made the conscious decision to stay, and every few seconds my eyes would glance at it or window, but it'd meet Raven's eyes each time I did, and I knew I wouldn't be able to leave. If I left, who knew what would happen to the timid woman before me? When I thought about it, I was sure that's the reason Riley and Samuel wanted her here in the first place. Samuel may have been thinking about not letting me out, but Riley had probably figured out I wouldn't risk someone's life for my own gain. That was his specialty. "Are you tired?" Raven eventually asked, hesitantly sitting down on the cream couch. It faced a matching arm, chairs with a wooden, now broken. Coffee table in between. I could help you to your room if you need it. The beta told me to let you sleep. I sat down heavily in the chair across from her, sinking into the cushions. The beta seems to have told you a lot of things. I grumbled, staring out the open window behind Raven. It gave me a clear view of the moon and stars, just like a window in my bedroom. Sighing, I continued, but no, I don't think he'll be sleeping tonight. She smiled. Sadly. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to do what he says. A thought suddenly entered my mind. Did he threaten you? Her eyes went wide. The beta. I nodded and she vehemently shook her head. Of course not. Achia's the only one who is kind to me. Sure, he can be firm, but Achias never threatened me. I let out a long breath I didn't know I'd been holding. When I didn't respond, Raven continued on in a small voice. Can I ask you a question? To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sure. She hesitated, looking at me cautiously. Is it true he is your mate? My lips pursed. That's what he thinks. A hint of a smile tugged at Raven's lips. Can I ask you another question? You don't have to keep asking me if you can ask me questions. Sorry. She nodded. What do you think? What do I think about what? Is he your mate? I sighed again. This time much heavier. Humans don't have mates. She nodded. Thoughtfully. It was the first expression I'd seen her take on, other than caution of fear. My eyebrows furrowed, but I didn't dwell for too long. My fingers still bounced in time with my legs, and I was trying desperately to keep my panic at bay. Though I wasn't actively trying to escape, my mind kept playing out the scenarios where I would. Each one would end with me finding Will dead. Raven watched me. Are you all right? I shook my head, my leg bouncing beneath me. No, she sighed. I really am sorry. Stop saying that. You didn't have a choice. I hung my head. I know what it's like. Raven hesitated, watching me with sympathy. I could feel her gaze burning holes in the top of my head, but I couldn't bring myself to look up. Is not bad. You know, she started. The beta. He takes care of us. is the only one who treats me well. I slowly lifted my head, furrowing my eyebrows. What do you mean by that? She shrugged. I'm an omega. The pack doesn't really care for people like me. I'm the lowest of the pack. Compared to them. That's ridiculous. Why are they any better than you are? They just are. It's their blood, their position, their family. I'm not upset by it. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm used to it. It's nothing I can change. I shook my head in disbelief. It's not right. I didn't bring it up to get sympathy. She told me. Simply, I wanted to try and show you that it's not all bad. If your brother is in the hands of the beta, Achia's got a good chance. She smiled, tilting her head and watching me. Even if that were true, I still need to be there. Will needs me. She tilted her head the other direction, leaning further into the couch. The beta's right though. It's not safe. Her words, much like Samuel's, went in one ear and out the other. Will wouldn't hurt me. Raven opened her mouth to respond, but both of our attention was pulled away from an echo of a noise outside the open window. I whipped my gaze towards it, just in time to hear another, much louder, mangled scream. Though it was distant and unintelligible, I knew what it was the moment I heard it. Will's screams. I shot to my feet, my side burning with the action. Raven quickly followed suit, her gaze darting to the window. The noise sounded again, and just as I moved my feet to run to the window, Raven was there, shutting it tightly. She whirled around to face me, but the only thing I could do was stare at the glass. The noise was gone, but the damage was done. The tears that threatened me all night finally filled my eyes, betraying my emotions. Desperately, I looked at Raven, pouring every pleading word possible into my stare. She seemed lost and uncertain, but the smallest shake of her head answered my unvoiced question. I was leaving. Instantly, I broke down. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor in a tangled heap. Raven caught me before I could hurt myself, but I barely registered her body beside me. A scream escaped my lips and blended with my sobs. Tears relentlessly poured from my eyes and onto my clothing. I clutched my chest, barely aware that I couldn't breathe. In that moment, it was the last thing I wanted to do. Raven's hand ran up and down my back. She spoke softly in my ear, though her voice was strained and tense. I pushed her presence from my mind, as it was only another reminder of what was happening. The phantom screams from the window pierced my ear and again, and my mind began to conjure images of Will. He was bloodied. He was broken. And then, he was dead. Chapter 41. I exploited it. My senses came back slowly. It was the burning of my side. Then, it was a soft hand running up and down my back. Lastly, it was Raven's voice, small and tense, whispering lies of encouragement. I tried to dwell on those lies. I tried to believe them, but I couldn't. No matter how desperately my heart pined for encouragement, I couldn't believe that all would survive. When the tears fell silently, Raven pulled back to look me in the eyes. She was silent for a few long moments before she bowed her head and dropped her hand from my back. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. When I didn't respond, she looked up, watching me carefully. "Do you need anything?" Her voice was barely a whisper of the wind. It was as if even talking too loud would cause me to break once more. I was nothing more than a house of cards precariously balancing on my tears. Slowly, I nodded. It took her only seconds to leave me and return with a glass. I pressed it to my lips, not really feeling the cold liquid enter my system. When the water was gone, Raven took the glass and set it on the ground beside us. I could tell she was comfortable with silence, because, after a tense, silent moment, "Are you all right?" "No," my voice cracked. "Sorry. Stupid question." She trailed off. "It's going to be okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "It's going to be okay." I didn't respond. Raven continued, filling the silence. She rambled on, and half the things she said I didn't hear. Whether the nonsensical talking was for her benefit or my own, I couldn't tell. Maybe she knew that it was better to fill the silence with useless words rather than allow memories of Will's screams. Maybe she just didn't want me to break again. "Hey," she eventually paused, rubbing a hand up my back again. "I know I said humans don't often survive, but HES in good hands. I can promise you that. Had it been any other situation, I would have rolled my eyes. I didn't even have to think before I croaked. Riley's not good hands. I was talking about the beta." I shook my head slowly, my voice as dead as I felt. "Neither of them are good hands." Raven shifted her weight. I knew it was in her nature to talk down about the leadership of her pack. It was like that for any werewolf. But I didn't care. Not that I was making her uncomfortable. Not that I was showing my hatred for her kind. None of it mattered anymore. I was going to lose everything. The shot struck me harder than a bullet piercing my skin. For the next few moments, it was all I could think of. My mother was gone. Will would soon be dead. And what was I doing? What had I been doing all week? Sitting in an apartment waiting for something to happen. A new feeling rushed through me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It was shame at my cowardice and refusal to act. It was that I hadn't tried to escape. The first day had consisted of nothing but me searching Samuel's apartment for any openings that weren't guarded. But, after that, I'd given up. When I saw that there were too many werewolves, too many odds stacked against me, it sat down in my bedroom and brooded, resigning myself to the fact my life was no longer my own. I accepted that my existence was only to make Samuel happy. Next, I felt contempt and anger. However, It wasn't outwardly focused anymore. This anger was directed at me. The entire week he'd been too involved in my own self-pity to even realize what was happening. I was too scared and to fight as I normally would. The girl that had run, the girl that had risked everything to save her and her family as slaves, was pushed behind a wall I hadn't even consciously built. And now, it took the last bit of what meant something in my life to finally wake me up. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice shaking, I turned to face her as I spoke, initiating eye contact. My hands twisted forward, catching her wrist as it once again started to smooth over my back. I stopped her from further movement, and she looked at me, confused. Stop. She immediately stiffened. Her expression grew guarded and she looked at me warily. I didn't allow her expression to linger before I was speaking again. This time, my voice held a small amount of strength. Do you have a family? Raven looked at me, bewildered. I could tell she was trying to follow my thought process. But in that moment, even I was having a tough time keeping up with it. I was purely following the new feeling rising in my chest, pushing me forward to do what I feared most. Risk everything. Yes, Raven eventually whispered, uncertainty tainting her soothing tone. What would you do if they were in trouble? Again, she hesitated. It helped them. Slowly. I nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You would. They're your family. That's what I would do. She leaned away from me, her wavy hair falling on her face. It covered her features, masking the cautious expression I knew she had adopted. My family is in trouble. Slowly, each syllable that left my mouth, however, added to the new feeling rising in my chest. It caused my heart to quicken, my lungs to ache. My mother is missing and could already be dead. If I don't do something, then my brother will be too. You can't leave. Raven quickly shook her head. She was pleading. Now the Alpha will kill me. I hesitated. There it was again. The one obstacle between me and that door. My heart tugged one way in my chest, while the other half was already sprinting out of the apartment. I can protect you. The words left my mouth before I knew what I was saying. But when they did, I didn't take them back. I was letting my body run on instinct. I wasn't holding back. There would be no more caution, not if I wanted to save Will. She looked at me, dubiously. How can you do that? No offense, but that's one of the reasons the beta wanted me here. To protect you. Samuel is on my side. I told her with as much force as I could muster. If I tell him to protect you. I didn't know if it was true. I didn't know if he'd be able to protect Raven at all. But, in this moment, I didn't care. For the time being, we both had one common enemy, one common threat. If I had any chances of getting this woman to listen to me, I had to use that in whatever other means I could. Unfortunately, the only resource I believably had was the mate bond with Samuel. So I exploited it. Samuel is my mate. I tried not to cringe as I said the words aloud. If keeping you safe means that much to me, I'll make sure it happens. Her breathing quickened. I don't know. The Alpha. She trailed off. Raven inched further away from me. I could tell I was quickly losing her. So I did the only thing I could think of. I'd play further on the common ground between us, revealing the one thing I swore I would never speak of. I didn't know what was coming over me, and I knew that when I came to my senses I would probably regret every word that left my mouth. But I didn't stop. Riley's threatened me too. My voice was small, betraying the fact I was wrestling with my own emotions. However, I paused before continuing, waiting for Raven's reaction. Her body stilled again, and she ceased her inconspicuous movements. When I knew I had her attention. Heavily, Achius threatened me and my family. If I don't let Samuel change me, if I don't make him happy, I'll kill them. She cast her eyes to the floor. Stop saying that, I snapped. My eyes darted to the window, watching the full moon for the briefest of moments. If you're really sorry, then help me. I reached my hand for hers, squeezing it tightly. Her palm was limp in mine, and I knew her resolve was failing. After a moment, I gave her a small smile. I can't do this without you. Raven took her hand from mine and rubbed it on her leg. Slowly, her brow furrowed, and she refused to meet my eyes. I can't just disobey my alpha's orders. You're not disobeying him. You're following the beta's order to keep me safe. In leaving, one way or another, and having you there would lower the risk of me getting killed. Again, I didn't know if I was telling the truth. Maybe that's why Raven so easily bought it. I don't even know how to get out of here. She half cried. You saw the door. Her hand no longer ran up her leg but rested firmly on her hip. I tried to hold back a smile, though my heart leapt at her words. It wasn't an outright agreement to my proposal, but it was close enough. We can figure it out. I rose to my feet, almost too quickly. My body swayed, threatening my balance. I reached my hand out to steady myself against the chair, and Raven was at my side in an instant. I don't think you understand. She huffed as she released me. It's locked from the outside. There's a bar across the door. It was hard to ignore that knowledge. Even as my hopes were rising, we were too high up to attempt an escape from the window, and there weren't any other ways to leave the apartment. When Samuel first dumped me here, I checked for evidence. To my agent extraordinaire, my noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trapdoors, extra rooms, everything. There was an old stairwell a few stories outside the main window, but even that was too far to reach. The only way in or out was through the front door. You're strong, right? I questioned as I made my way to the front of the apartment. Raven followed close behind, holding her hands out in exasperation. Yes, but I don't know if I could break it. They made it to keep us in. You know. I stopped beside the redwood, tracing my fingers around the doorknob. They made it to keep me in. Raven stopped behind me. I could practically feel the doubt and fear rolling off her shoulders, but I let it do just that. It rolled off of her and melted into the ground, unable to break through my newfound determination to get us both killed. The beta's not going to like it if I break his door. With my back facing Raven, I rolled my eyes and ignored her statement, though I knew it was futile. I gripped the metal doorknob and pulled. Like before, the door didn't budge. The handle twisted, but the wood stayed firmly in place. I bit my lip as the gears turned in my mind. Each thought that passed caused me to pull harder at the door. After a while, Raven huffed and shouldered me aside, rolling her eyes. You're not doing anything. She pushed me back further, and it didn't take long for me to interpret her intentions. My feet carried me the small distance to the kitchen, and I watched as Raven pushed against the door in various places. From my viewpoint, each one was as strong as the last. After a moment, though, she smirked and turned to me. The bottom half gives way a bit. I'm going to try there, but I don't know if it will work. She hesitated then, her eyes growing wide. If there's someone outside this door, they're going to know what we're doing. Her last thought hadn't even occurred to me, but now that it had, I realized why there was a sudden fear in her voice. If Riley or Samuel placed someone outside this apartment to guard me, we were both dead before we even left. There won't be anyone. I spoke firmly, trying to convince myself. Samuel told me the pack was out looking for the humans. Raven readied herself to charge the door, but she abruptly stopped. The humans. As in the humans. The rebellion humans. I guess. Her arms fell to her side, swaying with the motion. Her brown eyes grew then wider. You didn't tell me that. If they're out there and we get caught, then our alpha is the least of our worries. Your alpha isn't a worry at all. And we won't get caught. Peyton got a team together and was going after them. She nodded. but it didn't soften the lines creasing her forehead. He's our best hunter, she thought out loud, trailing off, and our best tracker. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We'll be fine. Raven shook her head, giving me one last glance as she tensed her body like before. She crouched, positioning her shoulder towards the door, then tucked her arms into her chest. Her back leg braced, and in that moment, I swore she was more intimidating than I ever gave her credit for. Before I could dwell on the thought, she simply took in a large breath and charged the door. Her shoulder hit the door, right on the mark. A loud splintering exploded through the air, and when Raven pulled back, there was a small hole in the otherwise perfect wood. We both stared at it. My feet carried me forward, but my eyes never left the hole. It was small, but we could easily peel back pieces of the door until it was large enough to fit through. That was too easy, Raven mumbled. I nodded, but I didn't let myself think about it. Riley underestimated you, she scoffed, more like he didn't think I was stupid enough to disobey him. I crouched down, ignoring the pull of my side. I'd call it bold, not stupid. Raven followed my movements, reaching to pull back the largest piece of wood. Is there a difference? I didn't answer but instead began helping Raven pull back the pieces of splintered wood. It was messy and time-consuming, but eventually, we created a hole large enough for someone to crawl through. I didn't hesitate in doing so, but Raven did. Maybe I should just stay here, she began. Have you knocked me out or something? I was outside the door now, but I stayed crouched down. My eyes scanned the hallway before us, but it was as if the entire building was abandoned. There were no other werewolves guarding us, no indications that anyone had even heard the door breaking. When I was satisfied it would stay that way, I turned to look at Raven through the hole in the door. You know I could never knock you out. You're strong for a human, she stated. Hopefully, I rolled my eyes. You can stay if you want, but believe it or not, I need you. Raven tilted her head, condescending. You need me, she scoffed. Right. She began to disappear from the doorway, and as she did, a small sliver of panic once again entered my heart. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I called out. She appeared a moment later, skepticism lacing her eyes. I do need you. I told you. I can't do this without you. I don't know this part of town. I don't know the forest. I can't smell things, or sense when people are coming. You can. She shook her head and disappeared again. I was about to crawl back through the door and drag her out into the hallway until her head poked through the opening. She quickly crawled out, and we both stood outside the door, scanning the hallway once again. You're going to get us both killed. I don't know why I'm doing this. In that moment, I decided that I led her like Craven, though I was using her and had no idea if I'd actually be able to keep her safe. For the time being, it was nice to be in the company of someone who understood. If only but a little. You're doing it because you know what it's like to have a family. She shook her head, following me as we slowly began our way out of the building. I know what it's like to have them taken away. Chapter 42. We followed the screams. It was harder than I thought it would be. Will's cries could be heard clearly from outside the apartment buildings. But hearing them was the problem. The problem was that they were distant, almost an echo, and seemed to surround us at every angle. If it weren't for Raven, I would have been lost in finding where they were ultimately coming from. We darted through the streets, my footsteps at Raven's ankles. She didn't mind but even pulled me closer to her. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We found strength in each other. My weaknesses were her strengths, and it seemed the other way around too. When she'd hesitate, it'd push forward. When I was too reckless to regard danger, she had already searched for it. The one thing I hadn't lied to Raven about was the fact that I needed her. She led the way, as it was easy for her to pinpoint the direction of the noises. I followed closely behind, not only because she could hear Will, but also because I had no idea where we were. When Samuel brought me home from the hospital, I hadn't bothered paying attention. At that point, I was so drugged up, so tired, and so defeated, I didn't see a point. And now, I was paying for it. Raven's gaze again arted around a corner, her mouth pressed into a thin line. The coast was clear, as usual, but that didn't stop her from shaking her head and muttering to herself. She had repeated this phrase almost every minute since we'd left the apartment. And after a while, it was too hard to drown out. This is too easy. Though at first, I denied it. I had to admit Raven was right. It was late, and no one would normally be awake at this hour. But our flight from the apartment had almost been too easy. The fact that we hadn't encountered a single soul in almost the hour that we'd been following Will's screams was enough for even me to question. I wanted desperately to ignore this pressing thought, but my brain wouldn't allow it. Not only that, but Raven reminded me every few feet. Each time she reminded me, another thought struck my core. There should have been someone else watching us. The door should have been more enforced. We should have been caught. But we weren't. And though my mind screamed at me to think about my actions, I wouldn't. I forced the anxiety and panic from my chest, telling myself that at this point, it was too late to turn back. And though the odds were stacked against us in every way possible, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, something was going to go right. That maybe there was some high and mighty being that decided to fight it to give me a break and allow me to save my brother. Raven pulled me into another back alley, where she scanned the area around us. When she was satisfied, we walked halfway down the street and stopped next to a dumpster. I waited, impatiently, as she surveyed the area once more. It was hard to have patience with Raven's constant caution when I wanted so desperately to sprint in the nearest direction I thought Will would be. However, she never took a step without first deciding where that step would lead. Our bodies were plastered against the green nettle, attempting to blend into the surface. I had to hold back from rolling my eyes because this was how we'd been moving the entire night. Though I was appreciative that Raven was careful, it was beginning to wear on my nerves. I counted another minute before I finally huffed and turned to face her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I harshly whispered. She whipped her gaze to mine, the street altered from the end of the corner illuminating her wary expression. We're never going to make it at this rate. She started to speak, but abruptly shut her mouth. Her gaze turned back to the street, but not before she pressed her fingers harshly against my lips. I watched the spot she was looking, but when nothing appeared, I rolled my eyes and pried her hand away from my mouth. What are you even? Her gaze whipped back to mine, and for a moment, I saw something glinting in her eyes, something more than caution of an empty threat. It silenced me immediately, just in time for me to hear the soft murmur of voices coming from the end of the street. My eyes widened, and my breath hitched in my throat. It was barely there, but once I heard it, there was no denying the sound. There were two voices. They were speaking in low, rushed, and undiscernible tones. Raven's hand on my mouth fell as soon as she knew I saw what she had heard. For a few, long, agonizing minutes, the two of us didn't move. We stayed rooted in place, eyes trained on the spot the voices were coming from. They weren't in our line of vision yet, but we knew they would be, soon enough. Two figures eventually emerged around the corner. They hesitated in the opening of the alleyway, one of them glancing around, tiredly. The yellow light of the street lamp sent dangerous shadows across their bodies, and it made it impossible for us to tell who these people were. However, I could see one thing. It was illuminated and glinting off the harsh yellow light, hanging limply from one of the figures' hands. A gun. Upon closer inspection, I realized one of them was leaning heavily on the other. They had their arms wrapped around each other's shoulders, and the one who was bearing their weight seemed to be looking for something. Their voices were still low murmurs, but I could also tell now that they were arguing. From the rushed words and harsh tone, I knew they were disagreeing about something important, and that something was exactly what had them stopped outside the alleyway. Raven chanced to glance at me. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth hung half open. I knew she was trying to ask me what to do, but, in the moment, I had no answer. The two figures answered for us, though, when they began moving once more. But, instead of continuing like we prayed they would, they limped into the alleyway and towards our hiding spot. The next few moments were torture. From our spot next to the garbage bin, we were concealed from the mouth of the alley. However, if you were to walk further into the alley like these two figures, we'd be in plain sight. Our goal had been to conceal ourselves from people outside the back street, not in it. Not even Raven had planned that they would wander in on us. A quick and reckless plan formed in my head, and before I could talk myself out of the idea, it was already in motion. Raven looked at me again, clearly not sure what I was going to do, but I gave her a curt nod. This did little to ease her tensions. She pressed her lips into a firm line and tried to push herself further into the ground, allowing me to carry out whatever thoughtless plan I had past my face. The two figures kept walking toward us. The minute they were just beyond our spot, I tensed my muscles and shifted my position. As soon as we came into their line of view, I pounced. I tackled the one who was holding both of their weight, immediately aiming for the gun in their hands. The figure was caught off guard and let out a loud yelp as the three of us came crashing to the ground. We stumbled over the concrete, one after the other, limbs tangling with limbs until the motion stopped, and we were all left on the ground, breathing hard, grimacing. I lifted myself to my elbows, quickly searching my surroundings for the gun. It managed to knock it out of their hand, but instead of holding on to it, the gun got pushed several feet away. For half a second, I sized up the two figures on the ground. One of them was almost limp, while the other was quickly rising to their knees. I immediately rose to my feet and sprinted for the gun. When I turned back around, one of them was standing, holding up their hands in surrender. The other was barely holding their head off the ground. We stayed in those positions for a fraction of a second longer. Each of us stared at each other, not fully being able to take in appearances with the harsh and unhelpful light. Then, Raven steadily rose from her hiding spot and came to stand next to me. "Who are you?" I demanded, as soon as she came to my side. The figure stilled. "Samantha." My brows furrowed at the voice. I recognized it, but couldn't place it, so I bit out once more. "Who are you?" My hands were shaking, causing the gun to tremble. I tried to mask this, shifting it to point directly at the person's chest. I also tried to ignore the fact that this was the first time I'd ever held a gun, and in reality, I had no idea how to use the thing. However, the two figures didn't need to know this. They just needed a threat. The figure lowered their hands just slightly. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Good, yes. Now would you please put the gun down? We're not going to hurt you." "Like hell," I growled, pointing it firmly at his head. We were barely 2 feet away from each other, and now that he revealed himself, I could make out Codis features. His long and dark hair was pulled back but matted to his head in various places. Lines were etched into his face, and I couldn't tell if they were wrinkles or scars. His hands were bloody. Raven shifted next to me. "What's going on?" "I was going to ask you the same thing," Cade responded. His voice was heavy and tired. As he spoke, his gaze kept darting to the figure beneath him, who had given up on standing. I couldn't see their face, but they looked to be in a worse state than Cade. Dark hair was clipped short, revealing bloody bruises all over their skull. Their entire body was shaking, whether from the cold or the effort of standing. I couldn't tell. A cheer's part of the humans. I spoke lowly to Raven. She growled suddenly, her body tensing. The sound was animalistic, and enough to make me falter and steal a glance her way. Her eyes flashed red, just like Samuel's would always do moments before he lost it. It hadn't really struck me until this moment, but Raven was exactly like Riley and Samuel. A wolf. Edgy. Temperamental. Wolf. A wolf that would change not only her eye color but her entire being. As well. In a fraction of a second, she could rip us all to pieces. However, for once, I didn't have to fear this wolf. She was on my side, and I was on hers. Those eyes weren't meant for me. They were trained on Cade. Back with the wolves. Cade sounded, choosing to ignore Raven's glare. She snarled in response, tensing once more. I laughed, bitterly, pulling my eyes back to Cade. It's not like you gave me a choice. Look, I'm sorry about all that, save it. The figure on the floor groaned. Cade lowered his hands. Slowly. Can I help him up? He can't stand on his own. You're not moving, I firmly stated. Not until you tell me why you're here and what the hell is going on. Okay, I get it. I promise to tell you all of that. But first, I need to get him off the ground. Archias laying on his wounds and they're going to reopen. I hesitated, and the moment I did, Cade bent down and scooped the figure off the ground. He let out a large moan at the sudden movement, his body flinching violently. When Cade had him standing next to him again, it was in the same fashion as when we first saw them. Their arms wrapped around shoulders, Cade bearing most of the weight. Okay, you've helped him. Now don't move, I demanded. Who is he? What are you doing here? This is my brother, Titus. And before you tackled us both, we were minding our own business, trying to get out of here. What do you mean? I mean, he huffed, shifting his weight to hold more of his brother's. As he did, he winced slightly, his left leg faltering. He hit it quickly though, turning his grimace into stone. That because Titus was injured, we were sent ahead of the group. We're leaving. They came back to rescue us and now we're out of here. It looks like you're injured. Too, Raven piped in. I can smell the blood. Cade sneered. Yes, we're both not faring too well. Is that what you wanted to hear? Your friends really are skilled. Where are the others? I shook my head, the gun moving with the motion. Cade eyed the weapon warily. I don't know. Liar. I don't know. They sent us ahead and we were supposed to meet up half an hour ago. We haven't seen them. Archias not lying. Raven half whispered to me, never removing her glare from Cade. I breathed in deeply, but the moment I did, I had to hold back a wince. The adrenaline had run its course through my body and was starting to leave, and with it came the ever-constant burning of my side. I tried not to make it obvious as I twisted my hips, taking any and all pressure off the still-healing wound. It had been getting better, but crawling through splintered wood and tackling men to the ground did little to help that process. Once again, I eyed Cade and his brother, distracting myself. Raven's words rang through my mind, and I knew she was right. He wasn't lying. They were both in bad shape. Titus's head was now lying limply against his chest, and he made no sound apart from heavy breathing. Cade was breathing heavily, as well, and sweat was starting to form on his forehead. His face was paler than I remembered it, and it looked as if he was ready to pass out. How did you get away? I broke the momentary silence. Maria and what was left of them came back for us. I thought Riley and Peyton killed them all. Cade grimaced. They did. Most of them. The few that weren't captured got away. Where did you leave the others? Samantha, he pleaded. Where did you leave the others? I repeated, more forcefully, Ray aiming the gun for good measure. We were being followed, in the woods next to the beach. Maria sent us ahead and told us they'd let a false trail. She told us to meet up at the edge of town half an hour ago. What happened? Cade hung his head, much like his brothers. I don't know. I just heard screaming. I panicked and brought us here. We wouldn't make it in the woods. Alone. Screaming. Suddenly, I remembered the whole reason we were out here. I quickly turned to Raven. We have to go. She nodded but glanced worried at Cade and his unconscious brother. What do we do with them? I turned my attention back to Cade. He was watching us. Cautiously, and I didn't fail to notice how his body was half turned away from the gun. Scenarios flew through my mind. Each one of them involving me shooting Cade and washing my hands of him. Once and for all. If he was betraying me again, killing him would be the best option to ensure we weren't followed or taken. I shifted my thoughts, the more sensible part of my brain trying to take over. It didn't look like either of them could do much harm. One was unconscious, and the other looked like he wanted to be. More scenarios flew through my mind. These ones consisting of me letting Cade and his brother go free. Nothing sat right. What are you doing out here? Cade questioned, his voice testing. That's none of your business. The movement took more effort than it should have. Maybe we could help you. Right. Like the time you helped me escape town just to be hunted down. Like the time you got me shot. Like the time you literally threw me to the wolves. I was almost screaming my words at this point, putting all my pain and frustration into Cade. Raven immediately shushed me, putting her hand on my back. I shoved it off, and stood before Cade at full height. Raven glanced around nervously, listening for any signs that someone else had heard me. Cade pleaded with me. I told you I was sorry. I didn't have a choice. I helped you leave though. Remember, I cut those ropes. I gave you a chance. It's not my fault if you got caught. I closed my eyes, desperately trying to regain my composure. If I opened my mouth again, I would lose it. I kept telling myself this was why I was here, but I was wasting time. That Cade was simply not worth my words. HD betrayed me, played me, and practically signed my death warrant. There should be nothing stopping me from pulling the trigger and ending him. But I couldn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Milton, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't, not because I didn't want to, but because I had somewhere else my efforts were needed. Someone else deserved these bullets. I turned again to Raven. We have to leave. Where do we need to go? She turned to the mouth of the alleyway, tilting her head to the side. As she did so, Cade grimaced. There's wolves out tonight. You know, not the kind you're used to. It's why Dharma came tonight. In first place. What? I demanded, eyes going wide. There's wolves without control out tonight. Dharma knew most of them would be focused on that, not the prisoners. It's the only reason we got out. How the hell did she know that? He looked at me, warily. I don't know. And I'm not lying. I asked her, and she just told me someone tipped her off. One of the old insiders. I'm guessing. You know, he looked like he wanted to move his hands, but they were still supporting Titus. One of the people she has on the inside of town. One of the people who would have helped you leave town. I furrowed my eyebrows, mumbling to myself. That doesn't make any sense. Why would they know? I trailed off, searching the silence for my answer. Cade was watching me the entire time, trying to understand my incoherent mumbles. I've got it. Raven suddenly spoke. We need to go before I lose it. Again. I nodded, bringing myself back to the moment. Once more, I glared at Cade, adjusting the gun. He kept his eyes on the shining metal, his expression paling further. He looked terrified, and I took pleasure in that fact. How many bullets does this thing have? It's fully loaded. He spoke slowly. It's the last one we have. The others got taken when the wolves killed everyone. Look, if you're going to kill me, in not wasting these on you. I cut him off. Cade relaxed almost immediately. But, I emphasized, if you so much as cross my thoughts again, I will kill you. Without hesitation, he raised his eyebrows and nodded. Slowly. I wouldn't dream of it. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Milton, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turned to her. She looked at me, almost as scared as Cade. Knock them out. When we finally reached the forest, it felt like the whole world held its breath. The trees towered into the sky, their green leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 43. The world seemed to hold its breath. Another hour passed before we made it to a forest. Because of what happened with Cade, Raven made sure to take things extra carefully. This meant pausing every 30 seconds. I didn't complain. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In all honesty, we were lucky it was Cade and his brother that wandered in on us. Had it been werewolves, we'd have been screwed. Knocking them out was fairly easy. Titus was already unconscious, and Cade didn't put up a fight. He knew when HED lost. We ended up leaving them inside the small dumpster, and Raven did most of the work in putting them there. It was actually her idea in the first place. She was concerned with their safety, but it would have looked suspicious for two humans to be knocked out in an alleyway. Raven inched closer to me as we scanned the entrance of the forest. The trees were skinny and tall, the green leaves vibrant despite the ending of summer. A small breeze swayed them lightly against each other, as they were placed close enough together to almost be touching. There was, however, a small gap in the trees. That was where both of our gazes were trained. It was as if we were magically expecting Will to waltz out of the forest, completely unharmed, and still human, judging by our luck so far. That wouldn't have foreign of an ocean, but we both knew it wouldn't happen. Another echo of screams only solidified this knowledge, pushing me forward to act. Come on. I pulled against Raven's arm, lightly. Do you still know where they are? She nodded, but pulled out of my grip, keeping both of us planted firmly in our hiding spot. We were in yet another back alley, this one much like the last. Brick walls lined the buildings, and the concrete beneath our feet was old and stained. I don't like this, she murmured, almost too softly for me to hear. My eyes darted between her and the trees as I bit my lip. Why, what do you hear? Nothing. Nothing new. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I listened again for Will's cries. They were less frequent now, but there was no promise they'd ever stop. Then what's wrong? She hesitated. I don't know. This was too easy, so. You've mentioned. Raven scowled. Am I wrong? It was my turn to hesitate. I couldn't answer her. We both knew she was right. But if I admitted it, then we'd be further away from getting to Will. We'll be fine. I've got a gun. Remember, I waved it in her face for good measure. It was awkward in my hands, but I tried not to let it show. Neither of us really knew how to work the thing, but I'd watched Margaret pull the trigger a few times, and figured I could manage. Do you even know how to use it? Raven's voice rose an octave. It's easy enough. You just pull the trigger. This is a bad idea, she groaned, bringing her fingers to massage her temples. I just have a bad feeling. We should really think about this. Something could be wrong. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Something's wrong. My brother is dying. Her lips pressed firmly together once more and she shot me a glare. When she didn't speak again, we both turned our gazes back to the forest to watch for movement. I don't know what I was expecting to see, or why we were still waiting. Perhaps I thought Cade would follow us. Maybe another wolf would be guarding the forest. Maybe Raven was right. Let's go, I told her, standing up before I lost my nerve. I hadn't heard Wood in a while, and I was beginning to grow anxious. Raven hesitantly followed my actions, and this time, I was the one to lead us forward. At this point, there was only one direction to go. We entered the line of trees, and I was immediately thrown back to the day I left town. Flashes of painful memories threatened to flood my senses, but I pushed them away. They would do me no good. All the images reminded me of was the fact that it failed once, and it was very likely it would happen again. But this time, it wasn't only my life at stake. I wasn't running through the forest to escape town or a person. I was heading into danger because Will was already there. The light around us quickly faded the further we walked into the forest. Trees grew thicker, foliage hung over our shoulders, and every uprooted tree limb threatened to send me flying to the ground. I walked with high knees, no matter how painful it was, in order to make it around the brush. Agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. However, acted like this was her second home. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It probably was. Sometime into our journey, she had resumed the position in front again. Her head was constantly tilted to the side, and wherever it tilted, that was the direction we would walk. Eventually, I started to hear glimpses of what she did. The sounds of Will's screams of agony were no longer solitary. Each cry was accompanied by loud voices, two of them that I immediately recognized. I couldn't make out the words, nor did I care to. Their tone spoke enough. They were rough, demanding, and wary. When I was on the verge of making out the words the familiar voices spoke, Raven suddenly stilled. She crouched low to the ground, putting my elbow to bring me down with her. I complied immediately, cautiously scanning the surrounding trees for movement. My nerves were on edge, but it seemed I only knew this from the erratic beating of my heart. I couldn't pay attention to myself at the moment, for fear I would miss something around me. Raven turned to me, bringing her lips to whisper in my ear. Even then, I could barely hear her words. If we go any closer, they'll know we're here. I nodded, turning my gaze back to the direction the voices were coming from. They were stagnant, not moving further into the forest. The agonizing screams of Will's misery had died down momentarily. As well, we were both silent for a moment longer as we listened for anything to tell us to stop. Any sign of danger to warn us away from what we were about to do. Then again, even if there was one, I wouldn't have listened. When the silence continued, I stood. It was slow and careful and went against everything my mind wanted to do. I wanted to run, screaming, to the spot I knew Will would be. I didn't care about Riley, or even Samuel in the moment. I needed to see Will. I needed to help him. But the minuscule rational part of my brain reminded me I needed to be careful, even if this was my brother. So in the end, I listened to my body. My feet padded softly against the fallen leaves. I made no sound as I walked across the damp, dead, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Behind me, did the same. My gaze constantly searched the trees, the opening between trunks, the ground beneath me. At any moment, I could come upon them, and I needed to be prepared. The moments dragged on slowly, when I was sure time had stopped, and I wasn't even moving anymore. The trees parted just enough to allow me to glimpse carefully around an overgrown bush and into a clearing. The moon shone directly above it, brightly illuminating everything it could. Directly in the middle of the clearing, the moon flashing a relentless glare across his back, was my brother. He was broken, literally broken. Every limb was displaced and bent the opposite direction it belonged. His face was buried in the ground, and I could see the bones of his spine protruding from his back. It was arched at a terrible angle, reminding me more of a bell than a body. It was then I noticed the hand upon his back. I recognized the hand. It was the same one that held mine, that comforted me so many times before, even when I didn't want it. And it seemed in this moment, my brother held those same feelings for Samuel. Will was alternating between digging at the ground beneath him and clawing at Samuel's hands on his back. With his arms breaking with any movement, it was difficult for Will to land strikes upon Samuel. Each time Will got a hold of Samuel, a large gash would appear on this flesh, and Samuel would jump back momentarily. When it cheated, he jumped back. Cheated come to stand next to Riley. Samuel was never by his side for long, and the minute Will stopped lashing out at him, Cheated go back to his side. Riley stayed still. He was barely a foot away from the other two, and he was clearly on edge. His body was tensed, his eyes were glowing, and his gaze never left my brother. His thick arms folded tightly around his body, and each time Will would thrash at Samuel, Cheated flinched forward, but ultimately he never moved. He stayed in his position, watching the scene unfold with an unforgiving scowl. I took one more step forward and looked back to Samuel, who was kneeling beside Will. Again, his face was hard as stone, laced with concentration and determination. His lips moved too quick for me to read, and he was so absorbed in Will, it took the snapping of a twig to bring him back to reality. My gaze flinched down to my foot. Sure enough, and as clipped as it could get, it stepped on a pile of broken branches. Raven had almost done the same, but my folly had saved her from moving forward. When I looked up, not even half a second later, every set of eyes in the small clearing was pointed at me. They each held different expressions, and each screamed at me for different reasons. Once again, though my mind pushed me forward to Will, my body stayed still. It wasn't my move, it was theirs. As if in answer to my thoughts, Will suddenly screamed again. His confused gaze broke away from my face, as he buried his face in the ground once more. Terrible and heavy cracking broke forth from his legs, and it was enough to cause me to flinch backward. By the time the noise was gone, Will's legs looked broken in the middle, almost as if he deformed another bone there. Will didn't move. He breathed heavily on the ground, groaning loudly into the dirt. The minute he stopped moving, Samuel stood abruptly and stared me down. He didn't wait for me to speak. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He balled his fist to his side and stalked towards me. I was tempted to cower, but my body held firm, even if Samuel didn't want me here. And I wasn't leaving. What are you doing here? Samuel came to stand before me. His face was shadowed from an expression, but I didn't have to look into his eyes to know what they held. His voice told me everything. He spoke to me through his teeth with clipped words sharp enough to cut my aid of bravery. Samuel, Riley suddenly called out. There wasn't a hint of sarcasm or humor anywhere near his voice. When I looked around Samuel's frame, I could see that Riley had moved from his stiff position to kneel at Will's side. However, Samuel ignored the both of them and forced my gaze back to his own. In here for my brother. As if on cue, another round of screams and breaking bones ensued. My eyes darted around Samuel and I got another glimpse of Riley kneeling at Will's side before Samuel harshly gripped my shoulders. I told you to stay home. You have to leave. This is dangerous. Samantha. He looked past me for a moment, eyeing Raven behind me. His voice dark and even more. And you. I specifically told you to keep her safe. You shouldn't have been able to even leave the apartment. Damn it. By the time he finished, his voice was much louder than a snarl. He screamed his last word, and this time, I cowered and held back my flinch. I was still gripped tightly in Samuel's arms, and he didn't seem intent on letting me go. In not leaving, I ground out. I tried to sound determined as I pulled harshly against Samuel's grip. Let me see, Will. I can help him. Samuel bowed his head, but I knew it was out of submission. The muscles in his neck tensed even further, and he seemed to be holding himself back. His hands tightened on my shoulders. What is this? Samuel suddenly asked, one of his hands slipping down to grip my wrist. He lifted it, revealing my hand that held the gun. I gripped it tighter, and Samuel didn't fail to notice. However, instead of ripping it from my hands, he forced a sigh and dropped his hands from my wrist. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take her home, Samuel, Riley shouted this time, his voice demanding attention. Samuel flinched, his gaze back to him for a moment. Get over here. Samuel tensed again and raised his head. He stared at me for a long and hard minute before dropping his hand from my shoulder and looking pointedly at Raven. She immediately obeyed his unspoken order and shuffled forward. Stop. I have turned to her, keeping my glare on Samuel. I'm going to help him. Let me help him. Samuel clenched his jaw, matching my glare. He didn't say anything though, and when I felt Raven's hand grip my elbow, I snapped. My hand flew behind me, immediately connecting with Raven. It was the hand holding the gun, and when the metal hit her flesh, she cried out in pain. I didn't turn around to see where to hit because, enthusiasm, in that moment, Raven released me and Samuel growled. I didn't waste time in dodging around him, flying towards my brother as quickly as possible. Samuel was on my heels in an instant, but before he could grab me, I was on my knees next to Will. I was there for half a second. The moment I landed at Will's side, something changed. His back arched further than before, and the broken limbs seemed to solidify. Vaguely, I registered Riley shouting as Will raised his face off the ground and looked at me. For a moment, his eyes held everything I remembered about my brother, but this time, a silent plea lingered there too. Then, his eyes abruptly turned a bright ruby color. A mangled noise escaped his lips. It was a sound caught somewhere between animal and somewhere between a storm. The limbs that seemed so feeble and broken just moments before tightened and tensed. I stole a glance at Will's face again, but what I saw wasn't my brother. It was a shadow of a human, a soul being taken over not only outwardly, but inside as well. He lunged. The world seemed to move in slow motion. 1 minute, I was staring at the broken soul of my brother. The next, a feral half-human was bearing down on me, teeth elongating the closer he came. I scrambled to lift myself off the ground, but it was too late. By the time I got a hold of the dirt, Will was inches from my body. My eyes closed of their own accord, and I waited for the impact. I heard the thudding of 2 bodies colliding. Pain shot up my leg. Feral, wild, and vicious snarls echoed in my ears. But teeth never sank into my flesh. I waited and waited for the impact, but it never came. I felt a heavy weight settle on my chest. It refused to move, and after a moment, I forced my eyes open. Riley was laying across my chest. His back was to me, and in the distance, I saw Will curled into a ball next to a tree. He was breathing heavily, panting, sobbing. Immediately, I pushed against Riley, but again, he wouldn't let move. Samuel was there in the next moment. I watched him sprint to my side and push Riley's heavy weight off my chest. Riley groaned at the movement but made no action to move. He rolled off my shoulders and fell to the grass. He fell on his back next to me, and when my gaze landed on him, I realized why he was moving. There was a large chunk of his chest missing. Blood was quickly oozing out of the wound, staining what remained of the shirt he'd been wearing. My world seemed to still for a moment as I watched his chest rise and fall erratically. The rest of his body was completely still, as if moving any other limb would send him over the edge. His eyes were wide open though, and after a moment, he parted his mouth. Unspoken words lingered on his lips, and he desperately scanned his vision, looking for someone to tell them to. Samuel never stilled. He didn't waste a moment. The minute Riley was off me, Samuel had taken off his own shirt and was ripping it to pieces. He wrapped the material tightly around Riley's wound, his knuckles turning white with the effort. The entire time he worked, he didn't take his eyes off Will, who stayed cowering in the brush. Riley, however, was using the last of his strength to feebly try to catch Samuel's wrist. It seemed as if Samuel was the one those unspoken words were meant for, and Riley was determined to speak them. Even if he knew this, Samuel tried to ignore Riley. Ultimately, though, Riley caught his gaze, and both of them stilled. Now that he had our full attention, Riley let out a short breath. He trained his gaze on Samuel, moving his mouth quickly, though his speech was cracked and barely a whisper. His voice was just enough to deliver the words he seemed so desperate to speak. It was the same sentence, over and over again, repeated until Riley was sure one of us caught it. "You can't lose her." The words eventually died off as nothing more than a whisper of Riley's voice. He leaned his head back, seemingly content, and closed his eyes. His body stilled, though his chest was still rising and falling. Every now and again a shudder would run across his limbs, and when it did, it only caused his rapid breathing to increase. Samuel didn't stop. When Riley finally laid back, Samuel pushed himself to find every gash, every torn piece of flesh, and knit it together with his shirt. Riley was still for the entire endeavor, and the longer this took, the more frantically Samuel worked. "Tu es agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Samuel suddenly shouted. She appeared almost immediately. He was about to shout another demand of her, but the minute he opened his mouth, both of their heads snapped to the line of trees behind Will. The world seemed to hold its breath as the two of them suddenly ducked low to the ground. Gunshots rang out. They seemed to come from every direction, and it was almost possible to see the bullets cutting through the air. I fell to my back, covering my face and ears with my hands, and buried my body as low as it could go into the brush. As the weapons continued firing, a heavy weight fell upon me. It forced the air out of my lungs and buried me deeper into the earth. It seemed to envelop my body entirely, and I felt as if I was suddenly invisible to the outside world. Large hands were placed next to my ears, on top of my own, and the stub-lie jaw of Samuel pressed against my cheek. His body was stiff, and still, across mine, gunshots still rapidly split through the air, and even Samuel's hands atop mine did little to dull the surplusting noise. In a moment of absolute madness, I slipped my hands from underneath his and placed them on his own ears. If we were going to die, I didn't want him to hear it. "Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The shooting seemed to go on for hours. In reality, it was barely a minute. When the deafening noises finally died off, though, no one moved an inch. The silence was thick, and it seemed as if it were broken. If I stood, everyone around me would be dead. A small whimper eventually broke the silence. It came from across the clearing and was barely louder than a whisper, ever so slightly, and without moving my body, I raised my eyes off the ground to find the source. They scanned the trees before landing on my brother, who was curled into the fetal position. Blood was splattered across his naked back, and his figure shook violently. I closed my eyes, registering the ringing in my ears. I was also suddenly aware of the weight on top of me, crushing any remaining air from my lungs. It was hard to breathe, and each time I attempted, I only came up with small gasps. I did nothing to push Samuel off me, though, as the reality of what just happened was beginning to sink in. He'd throw himself on top of me, and because of that, could very well be dead. A tear escaped the side of my eye, though I hardly noticed it. Softly, hesitantly, I broke the silence. Having Samuel on top of me was torture, and I needed to know if he was alive. "Samuel," I breathed. Nothing. I realized my hands were still on his ears. I pried them away and tried again. My voice shook, and another tear slipped into my mouth. "Samuel." This time, he stirred slightly. A soft groan escaped his lips, falling on my ears. "Samantha." I choked on a sob. "Are you all right? What happened?" A moment of silence passed before he abruptly lifted his weight off me. I breathed in a large gasp of air, and Samuel surprisingly did the same. He didn't move from my body but braced himself to hover above me. As he did this, I watched his gaze move across the clearing, and eventually, I did the same. Will was still curled into a ball, but now, his trembling had turned into fits of tremors. The trees around him were broken and splintered, and dust was falling from their midst. I turned my head to the side, and my gaze landed on another figure. This one was unmoving. Blood coated them completely, and when I saw the disembodied face, cold and lifeless eyes stared back at me. Riley. I let out an involuntary gasp, and Samuel immediately hushed me. My hand plastered itself over my mouth, and I tore my gaze away from Riley. Samuel was staring at the same spot, but unlike me, he wouldn't look away. His face was hard. The only emotion leaking onto his expression was one of caution. Something stirred in the trees behind us, and Samuel immediately whipped his gaze to the noise. Growling, he tensed above me, closing the distance between my body and his own. A soft voice cut out. Beta. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Monsieur Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Samuel breathed, though he didn't relax. I lifted my body up, twisting my head to find Raven. She was standing behind us, peeking through the line of trees. Parts of the forest were embedded in her skin, hair, and clothes, and she looked as if she had just been eaten by the earth. Her eyes lingered on mine for a moment before she scanned the clearing. When her gaze fell upon Riley, she flinched backward and gasped. This action seemed to wake Samuel up further, and though he kept a wary eye pointed towards Will and the tree line, he jumped almost immediately to Riley's side. His hands worked quickly. He scanned Riley's body, tilted his head, pressed fingers against his neck. After a moment, he cursed harshly and began pumping his palms against Riley's chest. Every few minutes, a chi leaned down over his face, and Riley's chest would rise with air. Then, Samuel would continue his pumping, never ceasing to try and breathe life into his best friend. It didn't work. Endless minutes of Samuel beating against Riley's chest, cursing at him, screaming for him to breathe, did nothing. He was dead, and whether it was the wounds Will inflicted on him, or the foreign gunshots piercing the rest of his body, we would never know. Chapter 40 For the night turned to glass. Samuel didn't stop. Even when it was clear Riley's body would never move again, he continued to force it to try. His movements became harsh, limbs locking with the strain he forced upon them. The longer this went on, the more brutal his actions became, and it was clear to me he was going to slow down. There should have been some ounce of exhaustion in his body, some inkling of tiredness, but the only evidence Samuel had been overworking himself was the sweat pooling around his hair. He paid no mind to it, just as he ignored the blood leaking out of his back. Pieces of his skin were missing, and bullets stuck out from the fresh wounds. The blood from these injuries seemed to paint a picture of death on his back, and that only added to his crazed demeanor as he continuously beat against Riley's chest. Samuel's body refused to fail him, but his face was another story. It was slowly crumbling. His cold and determined eyes slowly melted away, revealing a frenzied glint permanently etched into his irises. His mouth was hanging open, and short, ragged breaths forced their way out of it. The wrinkles and lines of his face grew deeper, as if every moment passed was another year taken from Samuel's life. Samuel, I softly whispered, watching, horrified, as he began ferociously shaking Riley's limp body. However, Samuel didn't respond to me. He didn't even flinch. He only continued shaking Riley, cursing with every passing breath. My own breathing was ragged, and before I knew it, I was shaking too. It was only a slight tremor, but it was enough to take over my senses. I helplessly watched Samuel, completely oblivious to the world, and I suddenly wanted nothing more than to curl into a ball and disappear into the trees. I ached to crawl away from this clearing, and never look back. I wanted to ignore Riley's lifeless body, to pretend my brother was the monster, curled into a bloody ball across the clearing. I wanted to ignore everything that just happened and run as far away as my legs could take me. But I couldn't. I knew I couldn't, and that was perhaps the thing that terrified me the most. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I spoke before my mind caught up with my mouth. Slowly, I turned to face her, wincing with the movement. I immediately pushed the pain away, knowing that if I didn't act now, I would give in to the large part of me that wanted nothing more than to disappear. Raven hesitantly stepped forward and crouched down next to me, her gaze avoiding Samuel and Riley. I watched her for a moment, trying to keep my voice even. We need to get out of here. Can you tell if anyone is still here? Her face paled, but, despite her wide eyes in clear horror, she slowly nodded. I'll check the perimeter. She stood, quickly turning away from me and heading back into the trees. I watched her body slowly disappear, acutely aware that whoever had attacked us could still be just beyond our vision, lying in wait to fire another round. My gaze fell from the trees and landed on the grass where Raven had walked away. I noticed the gun they'd clung to earlier, the one that had provided me a small ounce of protection. Now it mocked me. Despite this, I leaned forward and took it in my hands once more, ignoring the shaking of my limbs. Once in my hands, I was tempted to throw it as far away from me as possible, but I resisted the urge and took a deep breath. If we were going to be attacked again, I wasn't going down without a fight. A mangled cry resembling what used to be my brother's voice broke through my ears. I whipped my gaze to him, just in time to notice Will's body, or what was once Will's body, go still. It stopped trembling, stopped convulsing, and almost seemed to stop breathing. A short of panic pierced my chest, and without thinking, I tried to stand and run to him. I immediately fell back to the ground, crying out in pain. It began in my ankle, traveling up my body until it stopped at my side. The burning of my old wound intensified, and I felt as if the skin was being ripped apart. My ankle felt a similar pain, but when I pulled my weight off, I fought to keep my breathing even as spots danced in my vision. My gaze stayed trained on Will, and after a moment, I saw a slight rise and fall of his chest. This eased the panic I felt only slightly. He was still motionless, and still covered in blood. Whether it was his own, or someone else's, I had no idea. Samuel suddenly let out an especially loud curse, pulling my attention back to him. When I looked up, my heart broke. Tears were cooling around his eyes, and he still hadn't stopped assaulting Riley's body. He was panicking now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As if it was only just dawning on him that Riley was gone, I took a deep and shaky breath, closing my eyes for a moment. My attention was being pulled every single direction, and there was still the large urge to shut everything out. But I had to focus, if I had any hope of saving Will, or living through the rest of the night. I couldn't shut down, but I also knew that I couldn't do this alone. Unfortunately, Samuel wasn't anywhere near functioning. He was still maniacally forcing Riley back to life, cursing things I didn't even know existed. Of course it had to be in this moment that I realized how much we needed him. How much I needed him. I opened my eyes and began moving, not thinking about my actions. My body inched towards Samuel, and almost out of instinct, my hand reached out to his shoulder. It hesitated in the air just above his skin, shaking in time with my breath. Samuel, I called out, closing the distance between his shoulder and my hand. I placed my palm lightly across his skin, ignoring the blood staining my fingers. At my touch, Samuel stilled. His shoulders rose and fell rapidly, but any other movement ceased. His hands were still on Riley's chest, and he was kneeling practically on top of his body. I tried to catch his eye, but Samuel kept his head bent as low as possible. The night turned to glass and silence was heavy upon the surface. It seemed if either of us spoke, it would shatter in an instant, and Samuel would break with it. I bit my lip and took a deep breath, moving to close any distance between our bodies. My hand gently squeezed his shoulder as I used it to pull me closer, and I was sharply aware of the blood that would soon be staining my body. Samuel stiffened with my movements, but he remained mute, seated permanently next to Riley. His gaze was forever on his best friend's face, and though I couldn't see his eyes, I knew tears would be lying in wait. Samuel was broken. I didn't have to look at him to know it. Ignoring the growing pain in my side, I sat up on my knees and placed my other hand on Samuel's other shoulder. Gently, I pulled him back. Again, he stiffened, refusing to budge from his position. If anything, he turned away the smallest amount, showing me nothing but the skin of his back. I leaned forward, trying to twist Samuel's shoulders as I did so. My lips met his ear, and I again spoke quietly. "Samuel, look at me." He remained still for a moment longer, before finally giving way under my pull. He reluctantly turned his upper body to face me, keeping his gaze low on the ground. It was shielded by the moon shadows and his dark hair hanging limply across his eyes. Now that he was facing me, I dropped my feeble grip from his shoulders and found his hands in my own. I gripped them tightly, willing words into my touch. I could feel him looking at our hands, so I gave them a gentle squeeze and intertwined our fingers. Almost out of instinct, he curled his fingers into mine, pulling them lightly to his lap. "Samuel," I softly tried again. When he raised his face a fraction of an inch, I forced the unpleasant words from my mouth. "We have to leave." He abruptly shook his head, eyes darting back to Riley's body. I caught a glimpse of his features, and couldn't help but notice how utterly lost they were. It suddenly felt as if a massive weight had fallen on my chest, and for some reason, I felt lost too. The feeling was painful and instantly took the breath from my lungs. It was like the pain of my side. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was an empty and ever-ending abyss. I gasped involuntarily, and at that, Samuel finally raised his gaze to meet mine. His mouth hung half open, and water pooled inside his eyes. He let out a harsh breath, and I soon knew the pain I felt was only a fraction of what lied in him. I stared into his dark eyes as tears made their way into my own. I wanted to comfort him somehow, but I couldn't find the words. There was nothing that could be spoke to alleviate the reality he was living. Our attention was abruptly taken away when something moved in the trees. Samuel tensed, leaning towards me to cover my body with his own. I reached for the gun it deposited at my side, gripping it tightly as some sort of sick comfort. Before either of us could act, though, a familiar voice met our ears. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Samuel." Peyton's brace hard in tone broke the tense silence. Samuel relaxed slightly but didn't move from in front of me. He didn't have time to respond before Peyton came into view, towing several others behind him. In their midst was Raven, cowering several paces away from the nearest person. One by one, the group filed into the clearing. Each time they did, their reaction was the same. They de-skinned their surroundings until they noticed the body next to Samuel and I. When they realized who it was, they stilled. Silence filled the air as each of their gazes fell on the Alpha's dead body. I felt the need to avert my eyes, to avoid their horrified stares, but I refrained. I took them all in, feeling a piece of my heart break for each of their disbelieving expressions. Peyton was at the head of them all, but unlike everyone else, he had his gaze trained on Samuel. We were ambushed. Samuel eventually spoke. His voice was cracked or broken, but came out strong and full. I darted my gaze back to him, only to find that his face was completely devoid of emotion. Tears were no longer brimming in his eyes, and his mouth was set in a firm line. "Where the hell were you, Bray?" For a moment, Peyton's eyes darted wildly between Riley and the two of us. He slowly sank to his knees, gripping the grass beneath him and bowing his head. We were following their trail. It led back to town. When we heard the gunshots, we came as quickly as possible. You weren't quick enough. Samuel practically spat. The entire forest seemed to tense. After a long moment, though, Samuel sighed, and everyone breathed again. He nodded once, turning his attention to the men and women behind Peyton. Take the body to the house. A few of them immediately stepped forward, obeying Samuel without a second thought. Peyton narrowed his eyes, his gaze darting between Riley's body and me. A look had fallen into his eyes and I couldn't tell what it was. Apart from hard and cold, Samuel abruptly stood, pulling me up with him. I tried to ignore the pain that shot up my leg, and to do so rested heavily on Samuel's arm. He noticed, but didn't say anything, only wrapping an arm around my waist to steady me. What happened? Peyton spoke, his voice low. He followed Samuel and slowly rose from his knees. I watched the men bend out of Riley's body, kicking it up with ease. Samuel watched them as well, temporarily ignoring Peyton. After a while, though, he sighed heavily. We were helping the new shifter. We were ambushed, shot at from behind the trees. He gestured stiffly to where Will was lying. Limply, I forced my gaze up to watch Peyton take in the news. His face was unreadable, something deep stirring in his eyes. When I looked into them, he broke his gaze away and followed Samuel's gesture. Did the boy survive? Samuel shifted. So far. Peyton slowly turned back to face us. The men and women with Riley's body had disappeared, but the others remained. There were more of them than I initially thought, and I realized that these people must have been the entire group Peyton had taken to hunt the humans. Every last one of them was now here with us. Enthusiasm, in the forest. In reality, there was many, but the 10 or 15 crowding the clearing suddenly made it seem much smaller. Raven still stood a few feet away with her head bowed and hands folded in front of her. Who shot at you? Peyton's voice was low. Samuel growled lowly. Who do you think? It was then I felt Peyton's gaze rest on me again. But it was my face he was staring at. It was the gun I still gripped tightly in my hand. I felt a sudden urge to cower away from him, to hide the one piece of protection I had hanging at my side. Peyton growled softly, his voice darkening. That's one of theirs. I stiffened, unconsciously pulling myself closer to Samuel. Peyton noticed this and continued on in a toxic voice. Where did you get that? Samantha. Samuel immediately tensed, quickly answering for me. Don't speak to her. Peyton narrowed his eyes, turning to face the people still in the clearing with us. He raised his voice slightly. That's one of the humans' guns she has. The ones that killed our alpha. The group collectively tensed, shifting their positions so they could more clearly get a look at me. I was tempted to cower behind Samuel, but there was no need. He quickly pushed me behind him. He was processing Bray's words before they even sunk into me. Stand down. Bray, we were just attacked. All of us. Peyton's eyes flashed brightly. Yet it's our alpha who is dead. And it's you who is harmed. He protected her. Raven interrupted, slowly stepping forward. Her face was still trained on the ground, and her voice wavered. The beta threw himself on top of her. That is why she is unharmed. All eyes turned back to Peyton, who smiled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would expect nothing less, but that still leaves us with the question as to why the betas mate as one of the humans' guns, and why you are both here in the first place. He shot an angry look at Raven, who immediately stepped back. This was the duty of our Alpha and Samuel. Alone, if I remember correctly. You two were ordered to stay behind. Now is not the time. Gray, Samuel practically spit. We can answer questions later. Right now, we need to get back to town and find whoever did this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beta, in just trying to guard the rest of us from the human. I didn't miss how Peyton said human and not humans. It suddenly struck me what he was implying, and I immediately gripped Samuel's arm to bring myself back into view and protest the accusation. He seemed to be anticipating this, though, and blocked my way to the others even further. Samuel stood up straighter. He responded to Peyton in what could have been the iciest voice possible. Guarding us was something that should have been done before our alpha was killed. Before Peyton could respond, he pushed on, biting his words. Go and scout the area. I want cars waiting for us at the end of the forest. He paused then, lowering his voice considerably, and he foreshortened again. It won't be the humans who need hiding. Gray. Peyton Gray stiffened, his eyes flashing with fury. The men and women behind him cowered at Samuel's tone, and quickly dispersed into the trees. Peyton hesitated for a second more before a smile spread across his face. It didn't reach his eyes, or any part of his expression, and I suddenly felt as if I was looking into the face of a murderer. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beta. Chapter 45. The pack house. What the hell was that? I bit out as soon as Peyton disappeared into the trees. I would say Samuel stiffened again, but his body never ceased its tension. He ignored my question and called out into the trees for Raven. She immediately reappeared, eyes darting behind her and back to Samuel, who didn't miss a beat. Stay. I need help with Samantha. Raven nodded and came to my side, putting her arm around my waist as Samuel removed his. He walked to the edge of the clearing, practically stalking the entire time. When he reached Will's body, he picked him up without hesitation. Wait, I called to him, tripping over Raven as I tried to walk. He paused, and I hesitated, not sure what I was going to say before it left my lips. Don't let him hurt you. Samuel shook his head and walked back toward us, slinging Will's body across one of his shoulders. Achia's going to be out for a while. Samantha. He paused next to the two of us, glancing warily around the clearing. It was deathly quiet for a few moments as he listened intently to every piece of the forest. Eventually, do you hear anything? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She fervently shook her head no. What did you smell when you were out there? Just our pack. Peyton and the others. Samuel's brow furrowed, bringing me back to my earlier question. I looked at Samuel, expectantly. What just happened? What's going on? He looked at me, but for once, I could tell nothing from his face. It was hard, cold, and emotional. Samuel ignored my question again, adjusted Will on his shoulders, and walked past the two of us. And going first. You to stay directly behind me. Don't leave my side for any reason. Understand? Raven instantly voiced her compliance, but I could only nod my head. My thoughts were swimming with the encounter earlier, and I wasn't given any time to sort through the currents. That, and the minute Raven acknowledged Samuel, he began moving. Raven darted forward, and I was forced to stumble alongside her. She held most of my weight, as any pressure I put on my ankle was enough to send me to the ground. The minutes spent getting back to the entrance of the forest were torture. None of us spoke, and the tension in the air was enough to drive me insane. Anxiety crippled what was left of my body, and with any snapping of a twig, any rustle of the trees, another wave of apprehension followed. Samuel had sent the others ahead to make sure it was safe, but that hadn't guaranteed anything. There was no promise that at any moment, shots would ring through the air again, but they never did. We ended up on the edge of the forest in hand. As Samuel has demanded, a car was waiting for us there. There was no one else around, but the car was running and ready for us to take. He didn't waste a second in leading us to it, and after he scanned the interior, he opened the back door and laid Will across the seats. He took up the entire back row, so the only place left for the three of us was the front. Samuel opened the passenger door, jutting his chin towards the opening. Raven carried me forward and the two of them helped me slide into the middle seat. The movement sent waves of pain crashing around almost every part of my body, but I refused to acknowledge them. I bit down hard on my lip and kept my breathing steady, keeping myself distracted with counting my breaths. It only took a few of them for Raven and Samuel to follow me into the car. Samuel got into the driver's seat, while Raven positioned herself between me and the door. She inched herself as close to the door as possible, eliminating any space between her and the tinted window. There were a few inches of space between me and her, but as soon as Samuel settled in, space was gone. The car was large, and 3 people weren't meant to sit up front. "Where are we going?" I voiced as soon as Samuel stepped on the gas, the car lurching forward with the movement. He half glanced at me. "To the house." I felt a sudden lump in my throat, though I hesitated. "The pack house, yes." Mixed feelings crept into my heart, and I wasn't sure what to do with them all. I'd never been to the infamous pack house, and frankly, I didn't want to. It was an area highly concentrated with countless werewolves, all of whom probably hated me for being a human. Sure, they claimed to live in peace with us, but if that were the case, they wouldn't congregate in one area of town. In the first place, "We're going in the back door," Samuel started, his voice emotional as, "There's a lockdown room for new shifters. We have to put Will there. You'll go in a room next to him." "Why? I don't want the pack focusing on him or you. Not until I get everything figured out." Images of Riley's dead body flashed through my mind. I stole a glance at Samuel, lowering my head in the process. With the images of Riley's dead body came the memories of Samuel beating hopelessly against his still heart. "I'm sorry," I told him in a small voice. "About Riley." His fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter. "To my agent extraordinaire, Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I need you to stay with Samantha." She had been quiet up to this point, but when Samuel spoke to her, she nodded almost too eagerly. "I'd be happy to." "Beta." He nodded once and took a deep breath through his nose. "Good." Now Samuel suddenly cut himself off. He turned to look at me, eyes narrowing considerably. I tried not to shrink away from his gaze, mostly because I had no idea why he was suddenly looking at me. His face was still uncharacteristically emotional, revealing nothing as to his thoughts or intentions. Samuel took another deep breath, watching me from the side of his eye. After he exhaled sharply, he spoke again. "Samantha, you're bleeding." "What?" "No, I'm not." My voice decided to rise an octave. I did a quick scan of my body, checking to make sure my limbs were all intact. Then, the burning of my side was pushed to the forefront of my mind. I'd been ignoring it, and up until now, I had succeeded. My hands trailed up my hip and under my shirt, just enough so that I could feel the skin around my stitches. Sure enough, it was thick with blood. "Oh," I breathed, slowly turning my head to look back at Samuel, his hands tight and on the steering wheel. Once more, I watched the speedometer gradually start to rise as Samuel's foot pressed harder against the gas pedal. Change of plans. "To my agent extraordinaire, Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You stay outside of Will's door until I find someone else to put there." "Anything you say." "Beta." "I'm fine," I protested, my gaze darting between the two of them. "To my agent extraordinaire, Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "It's probably just my stitches from when I fell." My eyes decided to linger on Samuel. "Besides, you're either one who needs a doctor." Again, he ignored me. No more words were spoken between us, but the car was nowhere near silent. The hum of the engine was loud in my ears, reminding me of the fact that Samuel was pushing the car to go faster every passing second. I didn't dare look outside of the window, knowing that if I did, I'd be resigned to accept that Samuel was going to crash the car. "To my agent extraordinaire, Logan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." We never crashed. In a record amount of time, we made it back into town. The car came to an abrupt halt outside a large building, what I deemed to be the infamous pack house. I couldn't tell much about the outside of the house, but the inside was buzzing. Lights were on in almost every window, on every floor. Shadows ran across them as figures moved hurriedly between each room. A small door was standing open in the middle of the house, with a short stairway leading to it. No one was outside the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And it hung limply on its hinges, swinging with the wind. It looked as if someone had hurriedly run inside and forgot to close the door behind them. Samuel entered the car the instant it stopped moving. Raven was helping me out in the next moment, as Samuel moved to the back to sling wool over his shoulders. Before I could register the pain growing in my side, Raven was moving me forward, following Samuel. Blindly, the closer we drew to the door, the more noise met my ears. The hum of voices was evident, but loud shouting and harsh demands accompanied them. I was sure that when we stepped inside the house, a slew of chaos would greet us, but it didn't. We slipped inside the door, leaving it hanging open behind us, and dipped to a hallway immediately to our right. Though voices and shouts were louder now, we met nobody to match the voices with. The hallway we traveled was deserted. It took my eyes a few seconds to adjust to the unnatural light streaming through the hallway, and by the time I was squinting, we were standing outside a lone door. You could tell from looking at it that it was heavy. The steel was pristine and looked ready to hold back an army, or keep one trapped inside. Samuel lifted the handle, grunting as he pushed forward. The door slowly swung open, but before I could tell what was inside the room, Samuel slipped inside with Will, closing the door behind him. I attempted to follow, but Raven held me back. As soon as I tried to protest, though, Samuel was back in the hallway. He nodded to Raven, who moved aside and let Samuel take me. She positioned herself next to the steel door, and I had to admit, she didn't look nearly as intimidating as the metal. Without another second's delay, Samuel whirled me away from Raven and started back down the hallway. Now that my eyes were adjusted, I could see the brown wooden flooring, completed by cream barren walls. We came back to the door we entered, but instead of slipping back into the night, Samuel turned again. We headed down another short hallway, and further we walked, the louder the voices became. The hall opened into a large room, and all at once, my senses were overloaded. The light was even brighter here than in the corridor, and there wasn't a single piece of the room left in darkness. We were standing underneath an archway that led into what looked to be a living room. People ran about the spacious room, bumping into each other, screaming profanities, and rushing to their destinations. Many of them were limping with torn clothes, and most of them had blood staining their skin. There was a fireplace covering the entire wall directly across from us. Light-colored bookshelves sat on either side, and each shelf was filled to the brim with countless colorful novels. The wall on the right was made entirely of windows, and beyond that, even more activity bloomed. Glass doors opened up to reveal a wooden patio, where all the furniture had been pushed to the side to make room for the people streaming in and out of the open doors. In front of the fireplace were countless matching couches and armchairs, each one placed in a specific location. Some faced the bookshelves, some faced the fireplace, and a few sat by themselves in lone corners. Fleece and worn-out rugs sat underneath each one, protecting the dark wooden floors. No one noticed our entrance. At least, not at first. Samuel and I stood under the large archway for several moments, taking in the scene before us. Then, he abruptly caught someone by the arm, and for the first time, eyes met our own. The unfortunate soul Samuel had caught was a middle-aged woman with graying hair. Her dark eyes were alight with frenzy, and when she realized who it was that held her bound, the panic increased. She breathed. The word was soft and barely made it out of her lips. As she spoke, her eyes darted to me, but then quickly fell back onto Samuel. Her breathing was heavy, But despite her frantic appearance, she let Samuel keep her bound. Samuel spoke lowly. "What's going on?" The woman's gaze darted around the room. "Everyone's just gotten back. You just missed the warriors coming in. They were attacked. They were ambushed, and didn't have time to get out. We just cleared out the bodies. We were taking care of the others when another group came in, telling us horrible things. They said that the alpha had died." She trailed off, breathless. "Is it true? Is Alpha really all right? What happened? Where's Marshall?" She hesitated. I don't know. Last I saw he was carrying Lane away." She trailed off. "Again. Find him and tell him to meet me in the clinic." Samuel abruptly released the woman's arm, but she hesitated. "Are you sure? Better. That's where we brought the bodies." He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tell him to meet us in his office. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The woman nodded and was immediately gone from our sight. Samuel wasted no time in moving. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He kept to the back of the room, shielding me from view. I didn't question him, nor did I protest his actions, with the entire house on edge from attack. The last thing they needed was a foreign human in their midst. My steps faltered as Samuel's pace quickened. He never let me fall though, because when he noticed my struggles, his grip on my waist tightened. He slipped my arm around him, holding it firmly with his own. Using his other arm, he half-carried me, letting my weight bear down on his leg. We wound through hallways, climbed stairs, and passed countless doors. I soon lost track of my way, as every door, hallway, and room melded together to look much the same. Samuel didn't pause or hesitate as he traveled the house. His steps were deliberate and his pace quick. Had I been walking on my own, my legs would have failed me long ago. Eventually, we came to a stop outside a door that looked identical to everything else. Samuel wasted no time in throwing it open and carrying me inside. The room was dark at first, but Samuel flipped a switch and we were thrown into the white, unnatural light. Once more, the room was quaint, and apart from a large wooden desk and deep red armchairs, there wasn't much furniture. The back wall was lined with bookshelves, and another door stood on the wall next to it. Samuel brought me forward, and to my surprise, placed me atop the mahogany desk. He pushed aside paperwork and picture frames, clearing the entire desk for me. I tried to protest, but the minute I opened my mouth, he sent me a sharp look. My voice immediately died, and my protests were left hanging in my throat. Satisfied, Samuel turned away from me and disappeared to the other door in the room. When he came back a few minutes later, his face was even more emotional than before. He was holding a large first aid kit in one hand, and the other held a hospital pillow and blanket. Wordlessly, he placed the two on the desk next to me, before turning his back to me, folding his arms, and staring at the door. I waited in silence for a solid minute. Samuel stood motionless and tense. I tried to watch the door with him, but every time my gaze drifted to the opening, it would be brought back to stare at Samuel. More accurately, to stare at his back. He was still shirtless, and his wounds were looking no better now than they had in the clearing. Subconsciously, my hand slipped to my side as I watched the blood drip down his skin. My shirt was damp now, and I knew underneath the cloth my skin looked much like Samuel's. "Does it hurt?" He abruptly broke the silence. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The burning had intensified, and it was dying down like before. There was little to distract me. Now Samuel grunted. "Dealt that." I folded my arms. "Well, then why did you ask me?" He turned to me, then shook his head. and resumed his stare down at the door. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes because, in reality, I had no right to be annoyed. I had no idea what was going on with Samuel, nor why his actions were suddenly so terse. Back in the forest, he'd been beaten down, broken even. Now, he was just gone. I took a deep breath. "Are you okay?" "I doubt that," I mimicked, raising my eyebrows. Samuel let out a heavy breath but didn't respond. For some reason, his lack of words stung. "What are we waiting for?" I tried again. "What exactly is going on?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Who's Marshall?" "Cut doctor. Shouldn't he be helping the others?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." From what the woman said, Archie is going to help you. Samuel quickly cut me off. "We have more than one doctor. Marshall is the best for you." Slowly, I nodded, and finally looked away. His sharp tone was stinging more than his silence. Tension blanketed the room, but I didn't have to suffer in it for long. After another minute or so, hurried and heavy footsteps echoed outside our room. When they stopped, the door was swung open to reveal a heavily breathing man. Just when I thought I was finally safe, I saw a pair of yellow eyes staring at me through the window. They were unmoving, as if waiting for something. Chapter 46, a sermon in syllables. He was older than I expected. Patchy white hair adorned the old man's age, spotted scalp. A matching beard lined his jaw. Deep-set lines and wrinkles etched the story of his life across his cheeks. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And forehead. He was a large man, but he was small. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." What once must have been a tall and lean figure was now a hunched back and sagging skin. "Beatus Samuel." I came as quickly as I could. He spoke in rushed words. The man's voice what it expected. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It was light-hearted and showed no sign of his age. If you'd heard his voice without seeing him first, you'd have thought he was much older than myself. Samuel moved to the side of the room, clearing a path for the man. He kept his arms folded and jerked his head towards me. "She needs your help." The man, who I assumed to be Marshall, glanced my way. His eyes light up for a second, their bright golden color glinting in the unnatural light. "Certainly, Beta." Marshall walked forward, and once again his age was shown nowhere but his face. His walk was heavy, but it purposeful and elegant. He scanned me once over the closer he came, his nostrils flaring as he took a deep breath. I tried not to shy away from him, but the closer he drew, the harder it was. Appearances were misleading, and I was ready to let myself be deceived. My nerves were on edge, and though my body was tired and failing, it tensed for the worst. If Marshall noticed my wariness, he didn't say anything. He simply smiled lightly and came to stand next to his desk, opening the oversized first aid Samuel had placed there earlier. "What seems to be the problem?" "Just above her hip." Samuel answered for me. Archie mimicked Marshall in moving closer to me, and was now standing barely a foot away from the desk. His arms were still folded tightly against his chest, and his mouth was a permanent thin line. Marshall nodded. Without further explanation, the old man lifted up my shirt to reveal the wound. I kept my gaze averted, but the silence that followed the revelation of my bloodied skin gave me everything I needed to know. Samuel abruptly cursed and took another step forward. His gaze snapped up to mine, and for the first time since we'd left the woods, I saw a glimpse of emotion leak back into his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, But as soon as he did, Marshall sighed. With that noise, Samuel slipped back into stone. It's not as bad as it looks. Marshall began prodding the area around my stitches. He quickly grabbed a cloth and started wiping away excess blood, carefully avoiding my stitches. Can you tell me what happened? This will help me know how to treat it. As he spoke, he turned and brought something else to my skin, squeezing a cool liquid that rolled down my side and fell in a pool around my leg. Samuel answered before I could open my mouth. She fell. I fell on top of her. To my surprise, a small chuckle escaped Marshall's lips. Kids these days, he mused. It wasn't anything like that. I protested immediately. Shifting away from the two of them, Marshall's gaze flicked up to mine, then to Samuel, who was still as emotional as Boulder. Unspoken accusations danced in his eyes, and he did little to hide his amusement. I stated it again, my voice rising. Tell him, Samuel, tell him what happened. Marshall laughed again, and as he did, something sharp stabbed my side. It was pulled painfully from my skin, and then, before I could protest, it happened again. I gasped in pain, my eyes darting to Marshall's hands just in time to see him pulling my stitches apart. Marshall smiled. Just trying to distract you, hon. Before I could register his words, he turned to Samuel. The stitches are torn, and a few were digging into her flesh, but I'm not going to sew them back up. I don't want to risk sealing in any infection. He turned for a moment, and when he faced me again, he was holding a large roll of gauze bandages. Keep it covered and clean. Change these every few hours until the bleeding stops. The skin has been healing nicely and shouldn't need further treatment. Samuel stepped forward. He was standing next to us now, a look of confusion lining his features. That's all. The blood. He trailed off. Superficial. Like I said, it wasn't as bad as it looked. Now that the loose stitches are gone, she should be fine. Just give her time to heal and she'll be functioning in no time. Marshall then turned to me, looking me dead in the eyes. Don't let Amy boy fuss you out of bed now. You need to stay still and relax no matter what he tells you, especially with that sprained ankle. Samuel let out what was an unattractive mix between a snort and a scoff. This seemed to be the reaction Marshall was hoping for because his eyes light up a little bit more at the sound. If you have troubles with him, you just let me know. Uncertainly, Marshall dropped his gaze and turned to face Samuel. As soon as the doctor caught his eye, Samuel's expression deadened. Once more, he folded his arms again, and gruffly told him, Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's all we needed. Marshall shook his head. If you think I'm going to walk out of here with you looking like this, then you're more foolish than I thought. Go up on the desk with you. He gestured to the spot beside me. My eyes widened and darted between Samuel and Marshall. The two were in a sudden face-off, but Samuel was clearly winning. It half expected Samuel to lash out at the old man for his disrespectful tone, but he hadn't uttered a word of rebuttal. The two men stood glaring at each other. Every unspoken word poured into their expressions. Whoever this Marshall was, he was important enough to Samuel not to warrant immediate outrage at insolence. Marshall suddenly shifted and sneered, breaking the temporary silence. Do I need to fetch Goldie? Samuel scowled, eakened, but something flashed in his eyes, though he didn't move a muscle to comply or surrender. Marshall let out an abrupt laugh and all traces of annoyance were erased from his expression. I didn't think so. Now up onto the desk before I change my mind. Marshall waved his arms about, and to my surprise, Samuel did as he was told. He picked up the box of first aid supplies and thrust it into Marshall's arms, sitting down in its place. The old man pulled up one of his chairs and placed the box on it, rummaging through the supplies. Turn around, he demanded, brandishing gauze and tweezers. Samuel grumbled under his breath, And though I cowed hear him, I knew it was a slew of curses aimed at Marshall. He did as he was told. Despite the flash of annoyance glare in his eyes, Marshall chose to ignore this and began to work on Samuel's back. It was a lengthy process. For several minutes. The room was deathly quiet. The only sounds filling the four walls were the clink of metal as Marshall pulled bullets from Samuel's skin and dropped them into a glass container. I watched his methodical movements, slightly entranced. His fingers were graceful as they simultaneously wiped away blood and handled tweezers. Marshall never hesitated, nor did he think about his movements. It was second nature to him. His hands were just an extension of his brain. Enjoying the show, Marshall suddenly cut into my thoughts. Pausing his movements, he looked at me with slightly tilted lips, and for some reason, I bowed my head in embarrassment. I've just never seen someone do this before. He resumed his work on Samuel's back, the words he spoke doing nothing to break his concentration. It certainly hoped not. It's not every day you have to pull bullets from the flesh. Remembering how it was just days ago I was doing the same thing to Samuel. We were trapped in a hole several feet underground. You'd think that was the case. Marshall laughed lightly. Already got her in gunfights. Do ya, Sammy boy? Not by choice. Samuel growled. I tried not to flinch at the sound and again searched my brain for the source of Samuel's anger. There were countless ideas that flashed in my mind, but I pushed each and every one away. It was easier to live in ignorance, if only for a few more minutes. Deep down, I knew why he was angry, and that was the very reason I was denying my thoughts. Marshall noticed my discomfort. He paused for a moment before a wicked smile spread across his face. His tweezers were halfway into Samuel's skin, and without warning, he twisted his hand and sent them deeper into the flesh. Samuel cursed loudly, flinching forward and whirling around to glower at Marshall. He stood in the same spot, hands lingering where Samuel's back had been just moments before. What the hell? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Samuel bit out. He raised his eyebrows in response. I was just trying to clean the wound. Beta, the bullets are extremely deep. Samuel rolled his eyes and huffed. He sent the old man a hard look, and when he turned around again, Marshall winked at me. I stared at him with my jaw hanging open and eyes to match my surprise. Marshall ignored the both of us. You know, I think I will bring Goldie up here. She deserves to meet your mate. Samuel. No, he growled again. Marshall repeated his movement from before. Samuel cursed loudly, and another smile spread across Marshall's face. She sure would hate to hear you take that kind of tone, in the presence of your mate. Nonetheless, I waited for a cold remark from Samuel, but none came. He simply kept his back turned to the two of us, letting Marshall continue his work. At this, the old man smiled. He pulled another broken bullet from Samuel's wound, much gentler this time. It fell into the glass tray, and before Marshall attacked another, he turned to look at me, eyes glowing. I don't think we've officially met. Marshall made odd. His smirk turned into a genuine smile, as he met my eyes for a moment. Samantha. I trailed off. Samantha, he repeated. A lovely name. A bit ironic, don't you think? I guess. The word came out as more of a question than a statement. Marshall laughed and began pulling another piece of Samuel's skin apart. Usually I'd implore Sammy boy to introduce us, as proper, but seems HES a bit tied up at the moment. This will have to do. I smiled again. Uncertainly, Samuel cut in. Now it's not really the time for niceness and pleasantries. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Marshall's face fell slightly. Quite the contrary. Now it's more a time than ever. He hesitated, and as he did, his hands paused. Is it true? A moment of silence passed before Samuel let out a long and heavy breath. Yes. The old man resumed his work on Samuel's back. He was almost done. Now I only had to dress the wounds. That's what I feared. The smile had fallen from Marshall's face, and in its place was a sullen countenance. I was suddenly looking at a completely different man than moments before and wished he would smile. It lit up the room with a false sense of happiness and allowed all of us to bask in it for a few precious moments. You know what this means. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He continued. Samuel's harsh tone returned. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, but you know it does. It's not possible. Marshall tore off a large piece of medical tape, ripping it to smaller pieces as he placed patches of gauze along Samuel's back. Of course it's possible. Any other thinking is flawed, and you know that. What are you going to do? Samuel was silent. Have you considered what's going to happen? Marshall cut Samuel off. Then even you know you can't change it. He finished with the last bandage and tapped Samuel's shoulder. Samuel sagged ever so slightly and kept his back to the two of us. They'll find out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, in counting on it. Silence fell, and the two of them remained in the same position. Marshall was resting his hand on Samuel's bare shoulder, and Samuel hadn't bothered to turn around. Though my mind was running wild with their conversation, I had the sudden urge to leave them alone. Despite my curiosity, the two of them were dealing with something I felt was far beyond my level. The intimacy between the two men was apparent, and it held no place for me. As if sensing my unease, Marshall turned to face me. Sadly, what do you think, Samantha? Tonight has changed quite a lot for our Samuel, has it not? For the both of you. Nonetheless, my brow furrowed. I don't really understand. Marshall's sad smile abruptly fell. In its place was an expression that looked much deadlier on the old man than anyone who previously humored the emotion. It was anger. Clear, raw and directed at Samuel. You haven't told her. Marshall seethed through his teeth. Samuel stiffened. It never came up. Never came up. Marshall's voice, instead of rising, lowered to just above a whisper. You'd better find a nice conversation starter then. Not much of a choice now. I'm sorry, but what exactly is going on? I cut in, my eyes piercing Samuel's back, begging him to turn around and explain. Nothing. Marshall's not thinking straight. The old man let out a sudden, hush laugh. I think I will go get Goldie. Shall get a riot out of this one. Samuel abruptly whirled around, swinging his legs along the side of the desk. Marshall had to jump back in order to not get hit, but his glare never faltered. When Samuel came to face us, I saw that a similar scowl was lacing his eyes. As well. Not tonight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel bit out. Then, his eyes scanned the man once over. He softened his frown just slightly and let out a huff of air. His mouth hung open with more words, but before they could be uttered, the expressionless mask found its way back into Samuel's countenance. Marshall's glare faltered. His folded arms fell to his side, and he slowly shook his head. It's your decision, Beta. Samuel nodded but wavered slightly. He opened his mouth to speak again, but a quick look in my direction cut the words from his tongue. He settled to place a stiff hand on Marshall's shoulder. Thank you for your help. You should get back to the others. Marshall agreed, then smiled. It was like his previous smile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was an expression to mask what he was truly feeling. The same mask. I realized that Samuel was fighting desperately to keep in place. Then concluded, you should both be fine. Just stop gallivanting through the forest and getting shot at. His gaze drifted to me. If your pain is too much, tell Samuel. He knows where everything is. It should get better. Just stay close to him. Before I could respond, The old man straightened and turned away from his desk. I better be off. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. How is everyone else looking? Samuel suddenly asked, his voice quavering. Marshall shook his head, letting his eyes fall to his bloody hands. I'll tell you in the morning. He left the room quickly and quietly. His previously pounding feet were nowhere to be found, but instead had been replaced with the dragging step of an old man. As soon as Marshall was gone, Samuel stood. He began cleaning what was left over from Marshall's work, keeping his back turned to me the entire time. A flash of hurt hit my chest, but I desperately pushed it away. Like everything else, I blinked several times before asking, "What was that about?" "Nothing." I pursed my lips, taking a deep breath. "I'm not an idiot. I know something's going on that you're not telling me. Is that something new for us?" Samuel glanced at me from the side of his eye. He began throwing away pieces of bloodied gauze and tucking stray supplies back into the first aid box. Abrupt anger filled my heart. But before I could retort, Samuel had finished his task and disappeared through the door to my left. He was gone for several minutes, and in that time, my anger died. I was too drained to hold on to it and fight back everything else. Samuel returned, now wearing a dark-colored shirt. He ignored my presence and began picking up the countless piles of paper that had been carelessly thrown off the desk. I gave him several more minutes of silence before finally sighing. "Samuel." I resisted the urge to tap my fingers against my folded arms. "What? Can you just tell me something?" Letting his shoulders sag, he moved to sit in the chair that Marshall had pulled up to the desk, and when he sat down, he leaned his arms on his legs and hung his head. "There's a lot going on, Samantha." My arms unfolded and fell into my lap. "I understand that much. What do you want from me? What was Marshall talking about?" Samuel rubbed the back of his neck, groaning under his breath. "Nothing." His tone was filled with as much anger as previously, but it was now laced with exhaustion. I closed my eyes, counting my breaths. It took me upwards of 20 before I finally responded. "I understand if you don't want to talk about things, but from what Marshall said, whatever is going on involves me. Is that true?" He hesitated. "To an extent." "Then I'd like to know." Samuel was quiet for a long minute. When he finally spoke, his voice was drained of emotion. "I can't deal with that tonight, Samantha. Not on top of everything else. I've got to find Bray and figure out what happened, and what HES told the pack." I let out a long breath, twisting my fingers together in my lap. I hadn't really expected Samuel to tell me anything, so his reaction didn't come as a surprise. I was only growing tired of not knowing what was going on, and thought maybe this piece of information could distract me from the other thoughts threatening to spill from my eyes. "Can't you tell me what's happening with Bray, or the pack?" "Anything." He raised his head to stare at my feet hanging limply off the side of the desk. "I don't know. That's the problem. Will's shift was going normal. You and Raven showed up. Then we were attacked. In all honesty, it was probably the humans. There's not much else it could be." Blindly, I nodded, taking in any information Samuel would give me. Something scratched at the back of my mind, though, and his words, no matter how hard I tried, didn't settle right with me. "What are you going to do?" Samuel straightened, sitting upright in the chair. "I have to talk to Bray and sort everything out. Preferably tomorrow, but knowing him, it won't wait." He finally turned to look at me. "I need to know the whole story if I'm going to confront him. Everything that happened with you and Draven. HES going to use it." My voice came out hesitantly. "Bray thinks I had something to do with Riley's death." Samuel nodded. "That's what it sounds like. What do you think?" I asked before I could stop myself. Then, already knowing the answer, I continued. "That's why you've been so closed off." I was beginning to tread dangerous waters, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't pull myself to shore. These thoughts were bursting inside of me, despite my harsh efforts to push them away. It barely had time to process the night's events, But as each moment came to my memory, a dark cloud covered my heart. With each scenario I sorted through, I was slowly realizing my never-ending faults. What if questions swarmed my brain? And before I knew it, I was entirely convinced that it single-handedly caused the night to end the way it did in death. Suddenly, I couldn't look at Samuel. I'm not closed off. I took a deep breath. You've barely said two words to me until now. Lowering my folded arms and twisting my fingers. You think I had something to do with it? My words were phrased carefully. If Samuel was only thinking of what Bray implied, the conversation would continue on and my thoughts would be left to myself. But if Samuel believed I was the one to deliberately kill Riley, I'd understand my vague accusation and would undoubtedly affirm my suspicions. And then, the castle of cards would slowly begin to build would start to fall. But this time, it wouldn't be Samuel's fault. It'd be mine. Samuel was quiet for a long time. Eventually, he told me. That's what I thought at first. He paused then, letting the sentence sink into my soul. When he continued, I barely registered the words. But then I realized how stupid a thought that was. My brow furrowed and I bit my lip. What do you mean? I know you didn't have anything to do with it. How can you be so sure? Samuel finally met my gaze. His dark blue eyes swam in time with the ocean's currents, each emotion sweeping up and under the others. You wouldn't put your brother at risk like that. I'd like to think you wouldn't put yourself at risk. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They did shoot at all of us. My fingers finally stopped twisting with each other and fell limply to my lap. I didn't want anyone to die. I know. He stared at me, trapping my eyes with his own. Though he spoke to simple words, a sermon was laced within the syllables. Those two words were so simple, and spoken so softly, that I almost missed it. So much rested behind the phrase. I could feel it when he spoke. It was as if the small sentence was all he needed to say to convey the fact he wasn't angry, hurt, or untrusting of me. He considered the very thing I was hinting at. And he moved on. There was no blame, no hatred. But that couldn't be true. Even though I was staring at his eyes, and felt the truth pouring out of them, I refused to believe it. He should have blamed me. I was the human. I had a gun. His alpha had died. It barely gotten hurt. However, where there should have been betrayal and fear in Samuel's eyes, there was only understanding. It didn't make sense, no matter how many times I wrapped my head around it. Samuel cowled and let something like go. He shouldn't be able to put aside what appeared to be true and trust someone who wasn't even of his own species. But he had, and I suddenly felt terrible. He'd done all of that, and had barely bothered to entertain the thought that it was my actions that got Riley killed. Where did you get the gun? Samantha. Samuel's question finally reached my ears and startled me out of my thoughts. I'd been asking this same question for the past few minutes, and had done nothing more than continue to stare into his eyes. What? He repeated the question for what I was sure was the 10th time, his annoyance starting to show. Where did you get the gun? I hesitated, gathering my thoughts and trying not to grimace. If Samuel trusted me before, this was sure to shatter it. Then again, maybe it was better this way. Maybe then I wouldn't have to face him and force myself to push back the guilt that was now threatening to eat my insides. Samuel questioned lowly. I nodded, biting my lip. He was one of the ones who first helped me out of town. Part of the humans. Samuel stilled and tilted his head. I could tell where his thoughts were going, but I did nothing to clarify. Facing this was easier than facing the truth. How did you get it? His voice was barely above a mumble. I want the full story. My head dipped to my chest. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel would want clarification. It would require a tender mercy for him to believe what it him to believe. But, being the perfect soul he was, I'd ever believed a betrayal from implications. Raven and I were trying to get to the forest. We stayed in the back alleys, and when we heard someone coming toward us, we hid behind a dumpster. It turned out to be Cade and his brother. I took their gun and Raven knocked them out. He met my gaze, and once again, his eyes were a storm. You knocked them out. I nodded. One of them was already unconscious. I didn't want them to attack us or come after us. Raven did it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was her idea to put them in the dumpster. Samuel raised an eyebrow. The dumpster. We thought it might look suspicious for them to be out on the street. We didn't want to get caught. Samuel sighed heavily. They'll send someone to find them. If they're injured, they can't have gotten far. They can tell us where the rest of them went. That's it. I questioned, incredulously. You're just going to believe me? What do you mean? Is there more? No, I bit my lip. Why do you even trust me? After what happened? I trailed off, attempting to stop the flood of words threatening to spill. But the dam broke, and they came. If it wasn't for me in the first place. I just do. Samuel cut me off. His lips thinned and his gaze fell to the ground. It's not your fault. I'm sorry if you thought I was upset with you. I'm stressed. Samantha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's my fault. I said it was. That doesn't make sense. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I quickly shook my head. You should be thinking what Peyton thinks. You should. I'm not. I desperately wanted to raise my gaze to meet Samuel's, but I kept it firmly planted on the ground. But it's true, and we both know it is. You shouldn't be trusting me. I've given you no reason to. That's not true. You helped me before. You're helping me now. Believe it or not. I've also run before, and broke out of the apartment, and kept things from you, and hated you, and blamed you, and cursed dryly too. Stop. Samuel cut me off. He was quiet for a long moment, letting out several large breaths. I know what you're thinking. Samantha, just stop. I told you it wasn't your fault. I know it wasn't, and I don't believe you. Samuel abruptly stood and began pacing the room. I listened to the echo of his shoes on the hardwood floor, and each step hitting the wood was another shot to my side. Samuel was broken, and here I was, opening a forbidden box of pain the very night it was inflicted. Let's just drop it. I tried to salvage the situation. We both need rest. No, Samuel spoke without missing a beat in his paces. No, we might as well finish this. It was going to come up sooner or later. I'd rather talk of this than anything else. Right now. My mouth hung half open in confusion. What else could weigh so heavily on Samuel's mind? That he'd rather discuss the death of his best friend, and more importantly, the woman who caused it. You made a mistake, Samantha, he continued, ignoring my silence. I'll let you have that much. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded, looking up momentarily to watch Samuel's movements. His hands were placed on his hips, and he travelled the length of the office in barely 3 strides. As he spoke, his mask began to slowly chip away. But you have to understand, I've made mistakes. I'm not innocent. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I forced you into a life you never wanted. I culled and protect you. I've snapped at you, taken you for granted, caused your family to disappear and your brother to turn into something you hate. I'm not oblivious to it all. I've just been selfish. He stopped pacing then, turning to catch my before I had the chance to lower my gaze. His face held a determination I hadn't seen before, and it trapped me in a single glance. Samuel's eyes held such intensity, such emotion, that I couldn't believe he tried to ever hide it. Mistakes aren't who you are. They're just a part of what we've done. We can't change it, and there's no sense in hating ourselves for it. He sighed and slowly began walking back towards me. Trust me when I say that there are many things I wish I could change. Before I met you, I wasted years trying to find a way to do just that. I'm still trying. But no matter what we do, we can't change the past. And we can hate ourselves for it. Or we can learn and not make the same mistake twice. Samuel was standing in front of me now. Our eyes were locked in an embrace that not even reality could break. 1,000 different stories danced between us, each one being told through our breaths. That's why I can't let you go, he eventually finished. And that's why I trust you. I couldn't find words adequate enough to respond to what Samuel had spoken. He seemed to understand this though and smiled warmly. His hand found my own, and without hesitation, my fingers laced themselves into his. Eventually, with my heart pounding in my ears, I breathed my response. Just like that. Just like that. I don't understand how you do it. What? Trust. Any of it. I don't deserve it. None of us really deserve anything. Samantha. But we give it to each other. To my agent extraordinaire, Love. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's not always a good thing, and you have more reasons than anyone not to trust. You've only ever been around the worst. My eyebrows hung heavy over my eyelids. I thought of James, knowing that was exactly who Samuel was hinting at. But then, I also thought of Riley. To my agent extraordinaire, Love. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Certainly, my life had been tainted before I even had the chance to form an opinion. But then, I thought of Raven. I even thought of the brief interaction I had with Marshall. Lastly, I thought of Samuel. That's not exactly true. I told him, you're not all the worst. I finally raised my eyes to meet Samuel's, knowing he'd been watching me this entire time. My eyes met his just in time to see a sad smile creep across his face. In a moment it was gone, replaced by a knowing smirk. You mean to tell me you don't hate me? I hid my smile. All I'm saying is you're not the worst. He shook his head, any trace of humor suddenly gone. I wouldn't say that just yet. Why not? You practically just poured your heart out and I'm supposed to hate you for it. That was only a piece. I searched Samuel's eyes for a further explanation. Where's the rest? He dipped his head, and I knew, in that instant, the conversation was over. Before he even cut me off. Before he redirected my attention like he'd done with him so many times before. I need to go find Bray, Samuel mumbled. I resisted the urge to sigh. To my agent extraordinaire, Love. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chapter 47 for now. With the end of our conversation, I believed Samuel would immediately leave the room. However, he tiredly backed away and sat down in the armchair next to Marshall's desk. Then, he looked at me, warily. Bray's going to be throwing accusations out about you being human and with the gun. I'm going to try and isolate him, but I don't know if it's going to work. I'll bring you to the room next to Will and hopefully, everything will be sorted out in the morning. I nodded, then paused. A memory from the night resurfaced and refused to go unnoticed. Samuel, there's something else about the gun. I slowly started, thinking back to Cade and his brother. Samuel looked at me, raising one of his eyebrows. Yes. Cade told me something and it doesn't make sense. I've tried thinking about it but no matter what, something is off. I tilted my head to the side, staring at the floor between us as if it held the answers. I hesitated, and when I did, Samuel let out a sharp breath. What is it? Well, Cade told me that the wolves already caught up with his group and him and his brother were just trying to escape. The way he talked made it seem like the others were already caught. Samuel shrugged. The gesture was supposed to be nonchalant, but tension laced his shoulders. He could have been lying. What does this have to do with the gun? He said that the gun he had was the last one left. The wolves took them all when they captured and killed everyone when we were taken. Samuel was quiet for a long time. He adopted an unreadable expression and held his fingers together against his nose. When he finally did speak, he kept his gaze trained on the floor. How do you know he was lying? I bit my lip. I don't. Then, who shot at us if the humans didn't have guns? My shoulders sagged. I don't know. Nothing makes sense. Samuel shifted, opening and closing his mouth several times before eventually getting words out. Yeah, Samantha, what you're saying could be true. But the humans have come after us before. They've lied before. It was just a few hours ago they killed half a dozen of us. It doesn't make sense. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I quickly countered. Everyone has a different story. How could the humans have gotten to us if Bray was hunting them? How could they have shot at us if they didn't have any guns? How did they get away so fast? Why didn't you hear them before? Samuel put up a hand, ending my slew of questions. I don't have the answers. Samantha, well, what do you think they are? He rested his elbows on his knees and pressed the tips of his fingers to the bridge of his nose. He stayed in that position for a long time, closing his eyes and letting emotion roll away from his features. I hated this new part of Samuel, the one that hid everything he felt. It was so different from the person I initially met. It used to be that I could tell exactly what he was thinking by the look on his face. Now, he was hiding everything. It doesn't make sense. He eventually agreed, opening his eyes. I don't know about the part if we took their guns or not. I haven't seen any. But Riley stopped telling me things after all that happened. All I know is what you've told me, what Bray told me, and now, what some human said. I tried to catch his gaze and failed. None of his stories are adding up. It was true nothing made sense. If it was the werewolves, it couldn't have been the humans. If what Cade was saying was true, then they had no guns to even fire at us. They'd practically been caught by the time Cade left them. If this was the case, and Cade had no reason to lie to me, they wouldn't have been able to escape a dozen werewolves hunting them down, much less run to the forest to shoot at us. Then again, he'd been betrayed by Cade before. I phrased my next words carefully, sorting through my thoughts out loud. Maybe it was the humans. Samuel paused. James. I shook my head, though somewhat uncertain. What motive would he have? He couldn't have done it alone. Maybe he was alone. I closed my eyes and tugged on the loose ends of my hair. For so long, I believed everything that was going wrong was because of Riley. I was convinced he somehow bit my brother and taken my mother. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Riley's goal was for Samuel and me to be each other's worlds. It very well could be that he had done all of that. But now I realized there was something else happening. The shooting had been an attack on all of us, including Riley. Someone else was out there, and something larger was going on. You really think it was him? I don't know what to think. Samantha. Samuel let out a heavy sigh, his body falling deeper into the chair. My head fell to my chest and I let out a ragged breath. Why would anyone even want to attack us? He pursed his lips, clear thoughts running across his face. However, he didn't voice them. He only told me, you don't need to worry. Samantha, you'll fix it. Not everything's fixable. Suddenly feeling the weight of oceans crash down upon me, unexpected tears pricked at my eyes, but I forcefully pushed them back. There should be no reason for me to cry right now. No reason. Apart from the fact that my family was missing. It almost died again tonight. And I was no closer to fixing anything than I was when this whole mess started. Samuel shifted his weight, and after a moment's hesitation, He left his chair and sat on the desk with me. His large hand found its way to my knees, just as I pulled them up to my chest. I was tempted to lean into Samuel, but I stayed rooted in place and told myself it was exhaustion drawing me nearer to him, simply the need for a surface to sleep on. He softly continued speaking, comforting me with his words. Everything's going to be fine. Will's going to be fine. Your mother will be fine. Hesitantly reaching forward to turn my face to him. We'll be fine. We will figure out who did this. You don't need to worry. They'll fix it. You've been through enough. Samantha, you don't have to fix everything. Samuel. He shook his head softly. Well, it was me who caused the mess. Yes. I turned my gaze away and Samuel let go of my cheek. We've both to blame. We've established. He opened his mouth to counter my response, but I spoke over him, quickly changing the subject. Besides, you try and fix everything. He tilted his head. Everything. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Definitely not, he softly snorted. Agree to disagree. A small smirk played on his lips, begging for me to contradict him. I shifted my weight, raising an eyebrow and pointing a finger at his chest. No, I'm definitely right. What about Will? I didn't fix Will. I folded my arms, sending him a pointed look. You fixed his hospital room. Samuel shrugged my comment off, looking around the small office. When I realized he was going to respond, I rest my case. He looked back at me, holding back a wide grin. You're right. I'm a fixer. I know I'm right. Samuel's shoulders shook with a small laugh. A genuine smile threat and a break through my features. But for some reason, I held it back. Eventually, Samuel patted my knee and sighed. You need rest. So do you. He sneered suddenly, catching my eye. Care to join me? Rolling my eyes dramatically. In your dreams, wolf boy. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sammy. That my nickname. That's yours. I've heard two people use it. Now Samuel beamed. Who's to say I can't share? Another smile threat and to spread across my face. Samuel was already grinning broadly, waiting for me to follow. Instead of giving him the satisfaction, I turned my face away and buried my gaze into my other knee. He laughed once before standing and stretching out his hand, letting it linger in the air for me. When I didn't take it, he rolled his eyes. It's a hand. Samantha, it's not going to shoot. I scowled, though I scooted off the desk and took his outstretched palm. That's not funny. You've got to find humor. Somewhere. Come on. He tightened his grip, pulling me close to him so I wouldn't fall. I've got a room for you next to Will. Samuel once again calf carried me through the halls. I'm sure if my wound hadn't been on my side, he would have insisted on carrying me over his shoulder. Like before, I lost track of the number of doors we passed and hallways we crossed. Only when we descended a flight of stairs did I recognize the grandiose living room coming into view. Came the rumbling of voices and shuffling of countless feet running across the hardwood floors. We came to the bottom of the stairs, but before Samuel could lead us to another hallway, he was stopped by a loud voice calling out his name. When it did, the room stopped moving. Everybody paused their movements and turned to face the person who'd called out their beater's name. Up until this point, none of them even knew Samuel was here. Now there was no avoiding it. It didn't take the crowd long to find us, and soon, it felt like hundreds of eyes were staring into my soul. Samuel. The voice of Peyton Brake called out again. The steel tone echoed through the room, sending chills across the once cozy furniture. How nice of you to finally join us. Samuel shifted me so that I was slightly behind him and away from prying eyes. It's better to you, Bray. Samuel's tone matched Bray's in every aspect. Bray called out. That's what we'd all like to know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The room was devoid of any noise. The two men's voices echoed across the walls, bouncing back and forth, demanding any and all attention. Samuel eyed the room, stiffening as he held me with one of his arms. A few gasps were heard, and the crowd started to murmur. Countless cries of "Where's the Alpha?" and what happened pierced the group. Before they could get carried away, Samuel raised his hand, and everything silenced once more. I will answer any and all questions you have. For now, let us tend to the wounded and help one another through the night. What about the dead? Bray's voice rose above Samuel's. Shouldn't you be hunting the ones that killed them? Peyton's eyes narrowed. It seems you're already hiding one behind our backs. Again, low voices surrounded us. Bray's words were being taken to heart, and I could suddenly feel an entire pack of werewolves bearing down on me. Their glares, their contempt, their confusion was all I could sense. It surrounded me in a cocoon, threatening to squeeze the life from my body. Samuel hugged me, reassuringly. Samantha has hurt no one, and she does not intend to. She is my mate. If I thought the crowd murmured before, it was a thunderous wake of outcries now. A ripple fell across each of the werewolves in the room, and each ripple caused a different effect. Some ripples were innocent and held only confusion. Some traveled further with caution. A select few were cut short with rage. Before Samuel could explain further, the crowd grew restless. A few pushed forward to get a better look at Samuel and me, while others began to retreat. Just as the unrest rose to a climax, another loud voice broke through the panic. The feminine voice called. Following it, the crowd parted. A figure emerged from the center of the room, revealing a tall woman stalking towards the front of the crowd. Her skin was darkly tanned, and contrasting bright. Blonde hair fell to her waist. When the woman was separated from the rest of the group, she slowly spun in a circle, catching the gaze of each and every soul. Whoever she met eyes with instantly cowered. That is, until she faced Peyton Bray. When her eyes fixed upon him, the room grew cold with Bray's freezing glare. The woman took no heed of it though, and instead let her voice ring through the air once more. It seems in the wake of devastation, this pack has lost who they are. The woman paused, and the room stilled. Everyone, including me, held their breaths in anticipation of her next words. She smirked, knowing the room was putty in her hands. We have lived around humans for decades now. Why is now any different? Why right now? Do we decide to challenge our leaders and force a divide? The woman didn't wait for a response, but turned back to Bray and returned his glare. It seems that some of us have forgotten our place in the world. Suddenly, the woman spun around again. She walked gracefully towards Samuel and me, her chin rising the closer she came. She came to a stop at Samuel's side, nonchalantly blocking me from view. Beta Samuel and I have this under control. Do your duty to our pack, and we will get through the night. As he said, everything will be explained in the morning. The woman finished speaking, but the crowd made no movement. They continued to look to her for direction, at which she covertly elbowed Samuel. He cleared his throat, gathering the attention back to him. Samuel looked upon the group with an expressionless face, catching each person's eye and sending their gazes to the ground. The ones who have thrown our pack into disarray are not with us tonight. The ones who have killed our own are still out there. While we've been wasting time, they are escaping further and further from our grasp. Yes, we've suffered losses tonight. Yes, we are all scared. But we don't have to be, if the remaining warriors would protect their pack, instead of sending them into panic. Samuel suddenly trained his gaze on Bray. We would all be able to sleep safely tonight. He paused then, letting his words blanket the air. A few people were nodding their agreement, while others suddenly looked as if they would faint. The medical supplies in the room grew heavier, and the toll the pack was taking was suddenly more than apparent. Samuel took a deep breath, sending a sideways glance to the woman beside him. She nodded slightly, and he continued. To those of you who wish to participate, we are organizing a party to hunt them down. You can see Bray for details. Peyton stiffened, and his hands made tight fists at his side. He scowled at Samuel, a pleasant smile beginning to creep across his cold features. Samuel is right. If you wish to protect the pack, follow me. With his final words, Bray left the room. He disappeared behind the wall of windows, glass doors slamming shut behind him. Several people followed, but a few hesitantly walked up to Samuel. He caught one or two of them by the elbow, spoke loudly in their ears, and sent them after Bray. These select few ran after the group that Bray was now going to lead, the entire time glancing back at Samuel. Eventually, the room settled back into the motions from before. Though the movements were not as frenzied now, people still scurried from one room to the next, carrying medical supplies, crying companions, and death-like stares. My gaze was fixed on them for a long moment until it was torn away by the woman at Samuel's side. Really, Samuel? She walked in front of the two of us. Was that the best way to make this announcement? Samuel shrugged. Good a time as any. She rolled her eyes and rested her hands on her hips. Her hard gaze lingered on Samuel for a moment, before flickering to me. Samuel noticed her shift and sighed. This is Samantha, as I'm sure you know. He pushed me forward a bit more. I staggered on my foot, but as soon as it happened, I was pressed into Samuel's again. The woman's gaze dropped to my side, then to my feet. As quickly as it happened, her eyes traveled back up my body and met mine. She seemed to study me. As I did her, her golden eyes burned into me, and I was reminded of an others that looked almost identical. Samuel's voice startled me out of my gaze. Samantha, this is Goldie. She smiled, and her large lips thinned slightly. They accentuated her wide, set nose, and despite her overpowering features, she was the epitome of beauty. It's nice to finally meet you, Samantha. Goldie took her hand in mine, shaking it briefly. I gave her a small smile, and she continued, But you can call me Carmela. Some of the boys around here think it's funny to come up with ironic nicknames. Goldie sent Samuel a brief glare. Samuel looked at me and shook his head, dismissing her comment and request. He laughed once. Don't blame me. It wasn't my doing. She rolled her eyes. Of course it wasn't your doing. You're perfect, Samuel. He shrugged and shifted his weight, pulling me closer. Goldie eyed the two of us for a moment before pulling her hair up into a ponytail. Samuel took a second to look around the room, only to find the same scene as before. The earlier encounter with Bray had seemingly been forgotten, and the pack was running about its business. Who did you send with him? Goldie suddenly spoke, bringing both our gazes back to her. Briggs and Arthur. Both said they did keep an eye on him. She nodded. Good choices. I've got Raven guarding a room and she needs help or a replacement. Samuel began, all trace of humor gone from his voice. Sooner rather than later. The shift room? Goldie questioned. Samuel nodded quickly, and her gaze darkened. They'll send Nina over there when we're done. She'll help her. Come any? Samuel questioned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So far, and tomorrow, Goldie shrugged. Maybe 12. 11, if we're lucky. Without waiting for his response, Goldie continued. Have you thought about this? About what's going to happen? Samuel stiffened. Have you already spoken with Marshall? She scoffed. Load of good that did. Did he roll over when you snapped at him? Samuel was quiet, and Goldie shook her head. Cheers, right. And you know it. Come tomorrow. I know. He cut her off. I'll work it out. I'll fix it. There's nothing that needs fixing. Samuel was quiet. Once more, his shoulders sagged for the smallest moment before he picked himself up again. Goldie watched his reaction, and I knew she didn't miss his brief movement. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She caught my eye and nodded to herself, then spoke again. Do you want me to take Samantha? If you are asking for you and Riley. He caught my eye, subconsciously tightening his grip on my waist. No, I will take her. Give me a few minutes and I'll be back. I'll need someone outside her door. As well. Goldie nodded. Mean I can handle both, especially with Raven to help. She turned away from us then and began to cross the room, following a mass of people. I'll be in the front. She didn't wait for Samuel's response before fully immersing herself in the crowd, getting lost in hurried feet and frantic bodies. Samuel sighed, but I spoke before he could. What was that about? He shifted my weight onto him again and turned down a hallway. I recognized it as the one we'd entered the house in earlier, the one that led to Will's room and a few others. A few things. You don't need to worry. It'll be sorted out in the morning. She was talking about the same thing Marshall was, gripping onto his hand around my waist. It steadied me some, erasing the pain creeping into my side. She's his daughter, he said without missing a beat, and the beta female. She knows a few things. My step faltered. Beta female. By this time, we were rounding the corner and closing in upon the hallway of doors. I knew my questions were going to be limited, so I tried desperately to narrow them down to what I knew Samuel would answer, or I could drag out of him. Basically just the female version of my job. She helps me. I help her. We help the alpha. I had countless more questions about that, but they each got pushed aside for what was immediately weighing on my mind. What were they talking about? Her and Marshall. Samuel sighed. Heavily. I told you we'd talk about it later. I resisted the urge to scoff. Right. We rounded a final corner and reached a door. There wasn't anything special about it, as it was uniform with the rest of the hallway. Why did you send Bray off on his own? I asked as Samuel reached for the doorknob. He pushed the door open, pausing at my question. Why Woodland High? The door swung open and a small room was revealed. Much like the rest of the house, the walls were lined with thick wood and the floor was covered with a fleece carpet. This one had frayed tassels on the ends, a myriad of faded colors lining its design. A small bed lay against the back wall with a window just above its frame. Next to it stood a matching nightstand that held only a broken lamp. Samuel led me into the room, but before we could go any further, I sunk my good heel into the ground and stopped our advance. He turned and eyed me warily, at which I only glared. Why did you send Bray off on his own? He held my gaze for a moment, before dropping his eyes and scanning the room. Eventually, he brought the dark blue orbs back to me and furrowed his eyebrows. Odd, Ichias not alone. We sent people with him. But, even then, you have to watch what you're implying. Samantha, why? Samuel looked out the doorway for a moment. Becky's pack is family, and family trusts each other. The words fell off my tongue, and silence was left in their wake. Samuel took this opportunity to pull me the rest of the way into the small room. I'm sorry it's not the biggest, he began, gesturing to the room. I just figured you'd want to be closer to her rather than have a large bed. You were right, I told him softly. Samuel walked up to the bed and placed me lightly on its surface. I immediately sunk into the blankets. An abrupt exhaustion threatened to overcome me. I pushed it back for a bit longer though, focusing on Samuel standing above me. What are you going to do? He looked around the room again, avoiding my gaze. Talk with Goldie. See the pack. Count the dead. Prepare the funerals. Figure it out tomorrow. My gaze dropped. I'm sorry you have to go through this. His hand suddenly found my chin, tilting it so that he could see my face. I gave Samuel a sad smile, which he returned. It's not your fault. Things happen. I nodded, and before I could ask another question, Samuel continued. I have to go. I'll come for you in the morning. He dropped my chin and took my hand instead. Our fingers intertwined and he traced my knuckles. Please. He paused for emphasis. Please don't try and leave or do anything stupid. There's someone guarding your room. But if you leave, I can't guarantee you'll be safe. Not tonight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I watched his thumb run along the cracked skin of my knuckles. Chapter 48. It was in the tree line. Samuel left quickly and without looking back. I remained in my position on the bed, sinking further into the comforter by the second. It was only the bed that wanted to swallow me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The entire room spoke of comfort and quaintness, drawing me into its soft and warm embrace. Sighing, I leaned against the wall behind me, my head brushed against the side of the window, and absently, my eyes wandered to the outside world. Exhaustion was quickly taking its toll on my body, but my mind held back. Almost immediately after Samuel leaving, my thoughts turned to Will. Among all my other questions and demands for answers, I'd forgotten to ask about my brother. I knew he was only a few doors down, but that gave me little comfort. I looked away from the fog glass to the bedroom door. The wood stood mockingly sturdy and proud. There was no way for me to break through the door, no way to see through even a crack into the hallway. I knew, of course, that I was locked in, simply that someone was supposed to be standing outside the door preventing anyone from entering. Still, I felt trapped. At the last thought, I found myself scowling. At the door, then at my ankle. If I was constantly injured, making any sort of attempt at escape or seeing my brother would be a lot easier. That door wouldn't be as intimidating, and I wouldn't feel as imprisoned. My glare deepened, and I shifted my weight forward, gingerly placing my foot on the ground. I put the smallest amount of pressure on it and immediately drew back from the sharp pain shooting up my ankle. As soon as I did, there was a sudden creak outside the door. I whipped my gaze back up to the wood just in time to see the door slowly opening. A small hint of fear suddenly laced my limbs as I watched a figure come into view. The realization that I was full of angry werewolves was quickly falling upon me, along with the recognition that if one wanted to barge into my room and hurt me, I was completely defenseless. Soon, I felt my body tense with anticipation as my heart began to climb. Abruptly, though, the fear was cut short. The figure came into view, and I let out a loud breath of relief. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you doing here? My hand made its way to my chest, clutching my racing heart. Sorry, she shrugged sheepishly. I didn't mean to scare you. I was supposed to bring you this. She held up a small blue bundle by a white cap. A rag was wrapped underneath it, catching stray bits of water running off the sides of the shiny material. It's an ice pack, she continued, as she shut the door behind her and made her way over to the bed. Marshall said to put it on your ankle. You spoke to him? I asked as I took the pack from her, lifting my foot onto the bed. Raven hesitated for a moment before nodding and sitting on the edge of the mattress next to me. Just in passing, he didn't say anything other than to get you an ice pack. I placed the pack on my ankle, wincing slightly at the contact, when the coolness of the rag crept onto my skin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you. Hopefully, this will fix it. She smiled lightly. Just doing my job. Let me know if you need anything else. Raven stood and began walking back toward the door. Wait. Just as she put her hand on the doorknob. How is he? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She turned back to face me. I'm not sure, to be honest. We haven't heard anything from the room since we brought him in there. At this point in the shift, he should be resting. Is it over? Hope rising in my chest. Raven grimaced. No, not even close. My heart dropped. Is he going to lose control again? Not exactly. She trailed off. The physical shifting should be over. I don't know. It's different for everybody. It could come back. And if it doesn't, well, that's when the mental shift begins. Resisting the urge to massage my temples. Mental shift. Raven nodded, looking uncomfortable. It's what the humans have to go through. On top of everything else, they didn't grow up with a wolf inside of them, so their brain has to make room for one, or something like that. Okay. I trailed off, searching her features for elaboration. What does that even mean? I don't really know. All I know is the basics. I'd never actually seen a human go through it before. I nodded again, biting my lip as my next question surfaced. You don't think I could see him, do you? If Raven was uncomfortable before, she was entirely out of her element now. Samuel said not to let anyone in his room. I can't disobey him. Her voice heightened slightly. I sighed heavily, sinking back into the mattress. Relax. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not going to try and get you to break me out of here again. She smiled then, sagging her shoulders as if a huge weight had suddenly been lifted from them. Thank you. Don't thank me just yet. I laughed. Not until I can see my brother. Right. Raven rolled her eyes. Let's just make it through the rest of tonight. Deal. Get some rest, while you can. It'll be outside, so if you need anything, just holler. Thanks. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She returned the gesture, then slipped through the bedroom door. Once again, I was left alone. The room was filled with silence and still beckoned me to sleep. Groaning, I leaned back against the wall and resumed my prior position. The ice pack slipped slightly around my ankle, but I adjusted it and gazed out the window, letting the night lull my thoughts to sleep. It didn't work. No matter how long I sat in that position, no matter how hard I tried, my mind wouldn't shut down. I sat staring out the window, fogged with my breath. For what seemed like an eternity, the night was an oven, attempting to aid the process of sleep. However, my mind wouldn't shut down. Questions, scenarios, thoughts, worries. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And panicked attacks stumbled over one another, again and again, forcing out any thought of relaxation. Soon enough, the ice pack had melted, and my back was sore from leaning against wood. I groaned again, forcing my eyes shut only to have them ripped open by another panicked thought. This process continued for several minutes until it was cut short. Just as I opened my eyes to face that panic, though, my gaze landed on something outside the window. It'd been staring into the night for hours, and it had remained unchanged. There was no sway of trees, no disturbance in the silence. Now, however, something was off. I couldn't find exactly where it was that something had changed, at least not at first. After a few moments of scanning the night, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was in the tree line, the one that Raven, Samuel, and I had driven through just hours before. The cars were still parked off to the side of the trees, doors hanging open as we'd left them. The trees had stayed the same as well. Tall, green, and packed so closely together you could hardly see into the depth of the forest. That is, you could hardly see until something wanted you to. And suddenly, staring at the empty spot between the trees, I felt as if I was meant to see what was there. Yellow eyes. 2 of them, poking out just behind a gap in the tree line. They were trained on the house, the very window I was staring out of. The eyes never blinked, never moved, and never changed. For a moment, I thought I was imagining them. Then, an all-too-familiar feeling of panic rose from deep within my chest, and I bolted upright with a stark realization. I recognized those eyes. I'd seen them countless times before, Each time burned permanently into my memory, as if on cue with my realization. The eyes suddenly moved. They shrank for a moment, before bobbing up and down, growing larger and larger. The night hid the creature the eyes belonged to, but I didn't need it to know what it was. Even before the wolf came into view, I ripped my attention away from the window, already falling out of my bed and dashing to the bedroom door. Pins and needles crept up my back as I felt those eyes follow my movements. However, I didn't stop. I clawed desperately to the door, pulling myself up with the handle and ripping the doorway open. The minute I opened the door, I was met with a disgruntled groan. My eyes landed on the man who made the sound and quickly scanned the hallway for anyone else who could help. However, Raven was nowhere in sight, and I was left with the perturbed man. "What are you doing?" he demanded, coming into my direct line of vision. I leaned heavily against the doorway, taking my weight off my now throbbing foot. He stood tall, however, advancing ever so slightly upon my hunched frame. The man stopped in front of me, and I forced myself to stay where I was. Despite his height, the man was lanky and all bone. He was trying to covertly force me back into my room, but with the help of the doorframe, I was able to stand my ground. If anything, this annoyed him even more. "What are you doing?" he demanded again, looking me up and down. "You're not supposed to be out here." My breathing was heavy, and I suddenly found it difficult to speak. Where's Raven?" The man scoffed. "The Omega. I sent her to get me a snack." A snack? A snack? I was getting a little hungry babysitting all night and figured I deserved a reward. She was doing nothing, so I sent her along. My disbelief must have shown on my face, because the man scowled and continued speaking, making himself taller as he did so. "But, like I was saying, you shouldn't be out here. Your place is in the room and not out here with everyone else." His tone turned venomous, and I suddenly felt as if he were pushing me back with his words. I raised my eyebrows. The man folded his arms, cocking his head. Do I need to repeat myself? I didn't think humans' hearing was that bad. Guess I was wrong. My mouth fell open. "I'm sorry. Did I miss something?" "Apparently." He ground his teeth. My temper flared. I opened my mouth to let the insults fly, but I suddenly felt pins and needles up my back one more. I chanced to glance behind me and back into the room, only to find the yellow eyes directly outside the window, bearing down on my back. Ignoring the man, I pushed myself forward, falling into his chest. He flinched at the contact and backed away immediately, raising his arms in disgust. "What do you think you're doing?" the man shouted as I hopped forward, slamming the bedroom door shut behind me. My heartbeat was loud in my ears, drowning out the previous conversation. "There's someone out there," I began. The man cut me off. "Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There's someone out there. Peyton and his guys are searching for the murderers." His tone darkened once more, and he was suddenly glaring at me. Maybe they caught a scent. I resisted the urge to scream. It was them. It was... I was suddenly cut off by a familiar figure making her way around the corner. When she saw me, hunched over and panting for breath, she nearly dropped the plate of food she had been holding. As soon as I caught her eye, Raven gathered her composure and rushed forward. In one, she handed the man the plate and placed her shoulder under my own, supporting my weight. "What's going on?" she asked me, slowly. "I told you the white ones," the man suddenly cried, shoving the plate into Raven and my faces. "They were out," Raven replied so softly, I almost didn't recognize her voice. The man grumbled and dropped the plate hastily into a chair across the hall. "Get her back in her room." Raven nodded, but before she could move, I was pinching her arm against me in protest. "Wait." And as soon as I did, her movement stopped. She tilted her head towards me, so I continued in rushed words. She's out there, right outside my window." "What are you talking about?" She shifted toward the bedroom, I desperately tried sinking my good foot into the ground to hold her movements. However, before I could speak again, the man was interrupting us. "This is ridiculous. Get back in the room. Stop making a scene." Before I could stop him, the man pushed past Raven and ironed into my bedroom. As soon as the door opened, I flinched back involuntarily, but the moment I did, silence filled the hall. My heart stopped beating, and no one moved. There was nothing there. "Samantha," Raven started. Like I said, the man interrupted again, turning back around to face me. He glared, and the expression sent ice down my spine. "Making a scene? Haven't you done enough damage tonight?" I bowed my head in defeat and confusion. "He was there. I swear he was." The man snorted. "Right. And Alpha Riley's alive. This AI ain't a fantasy land. Get in the room and don't come out again. Hear me?" Raven silently stepped forward, and this time, I didn't protest. The man walked behind us and back out into the hallway. He reached for his plate, and as soon as he did, an idea struck me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I began in a small voice. "I feel lightheaded. Can I get some water?" Her step faltered, but she quickly sat me on the bed and began to retreat. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The man in the hallway rolled his eyes. "Bring her a sedative while you're at it. Omega." Raven nodded, bowing her head and moving out of sight. The door was left open for her short return, but the man was no longer paying attention to me. His gaze had shifted to the plate of food he was picking through, placing pieces of various meats and bread into his mouth. Ever so slightly, my head turned to look out the window. Sure enough, with the door completely open, the yellow eyes hadn't returned. I shifted my weight on the bed to get a better look out the window, searching for any evidence of their appearance. However, there was none. The night was as still as ever, the trees undisturbed, and the car door safely shut on the trucks outside the house. I finally saw my brother, but he was the boy I remembered. His eyes were red, and his body trembled as if he might turn into a beast at any moment. Chapter 49, Living Hell. Waiting for Raven to come back was like waiting for a never-ending storm to subside. The atmosphere of the room was swirling with flakes of fear and apprehension, clouding together with memories of the figure outside my window. The eyes could back at any minute, any second, and I would have no hope of defeating their owner. The storm would climax, and I would be left in the wake of its destruction with only the yellow eyes to comfort me. Long moments passed. With each one, my heart rate climbed higher. Humming filled my ears until it was the only thing I could hear. My eyes shot wildly around the room for a distraction until I realized the humming was coming from my fear. It came from outside my room and traveled down the hall until it met my ears. Soon, I deciphered the growing humming to be a chorus of voices. They blended together as easily as the earlier storm of my room, each voice rolling around each other until their words were indistinguishable. The only thing I could understand was that they were growing louder. The man outside my room perked up. He stopped eating and tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes. "What's going on?" I called out. His narrowed eyes caught my glance, and he sneered. "It's not your business. Stay here." The man rose from his chair, letting the plate of food fall from his lap. His hurried footsteps echoed down the hall, retreating to find the source of the onslaught of voices. I pulled myself off the bed and muttered, "Like hell." I limped as quickly as possible down the long hallway. My hands gripped divots in the walls for support, and around every corner, I paused to search for anyone who would stop my endeavors. However, the hallway was empty. I didn't see a single soul until I emerged into the main room. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I found the source of the humming. The room hadn't changed in the short amount of time they'd been absent from it. Like before, a large crowd gathered, interspersed with furniture and various rooms. Doors stood ajar with people flooding out of them, and yellow lights contrasted greatly to the moon shining outside. However, unlike before, people weren't moving. They stood clumped together, speaking in loud voices and staring at a spot at the end of the room. My gaze followed theirs until it fell upon the wall of glass windows. The door leading outside was wide open and a small semi-circle formed around it. A figure moved into my line of vision, and I immediately caught their arm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's going on? Raven pulled herself from my grip, glancing at the crowd. I'm not sure, but it doesn't look good. Let's go. She grabbed my arm and began pulling me away. Wait. Earning several glares. Raven stopped pulling my arm just long enough for me to catch a movement on the other side of the room. A door opened and Samuel's tall figure emerged. He wasted no time in pushing his way through the crowd, Goldie tailing behind him. The room parted around the duo, needing no more than a glare from Goldie to create a path. What's going on? Samuel called, breaching the semi-circle which framed the door. When he reached this point, however, he too. Goldie followed suit, and suddenly, the crowd grew louder. I was able to decipher what they had all been murmuring just moments before, but what they spoke did little to comfort me. It's NTC daggers shooting down my back. Who is it? A woman called. And another. Where did it come from? One man, closer to the front door. I heard a knock and found her there. Finally, one familiar voice rose above the crowd. Leave, Goldie called, piercing the protesting crowd. Back to your rooms. Back to your jobs. Like the grass bending the will of a breeze. The crowd began to move. They retreated without a second thought, following Goldie's orders as if their very lives depended on it. Then again, catching her dark glare bearing down on each and every soul. It probably did. Raven moved with the crowd. She again pulled on my arm, but I was rock solid. While searching the room, my gaze had fallen upon Samuel. Achidi turned his back to the door and was now facing me with a look I couldn't quite decipher. At least, not at first. His eyes were filled to the brim with emotion, more than I had seen in days. His body was tense and unmoving, but one hand was extended in front of him. Almost unconsciously, he was reaching out, calling me to come closer and ease the emotion surging within his soul. Then, it was gone. Samuel's hand retreated and his face paled. He shoved through the dispersing crowd, a frantic glint in his eyes. Long legs stalked toward me, and for a moment, I wanted to turn and run. Then, that moment passed, and a stark realization fell upon my shoulders. Something was wrong. Samuel reached me the very moment that thought rang through my mind. Completely ignoring Raven, Samuel grabbed my waist and turned me away from the glass door. Before I could protest, he was leading me back down the hallway to my room. Raven was left behind and soon disappeared into the crowd. I pushed against Samuel, digging my feet into the ground. I gasped as a sharp pain shot through my ankle. Samuel paused at this, and I took the opportunity to pry myself away from his grasp. What's happening? He looked me up and down, once, then twice, then again. The earlier frantic light was now fused within his dark eyes. We need to get you back to your room. I can explain there. No, I refused, folding my arms and dodging out of his reach. What did you see? Samuel's mouth hung open with the words I wanted to hear. However, he never spoke them. He only looked at me once more with those dark eyes. Without waiting for the response I knew would never come, I pushed past Spandule and stalked back into the living room. It was emptier now, with only a few souls lingering in the doorway. Goldie was among them. She turned to glare at the person who dared defy her order. But then her eyes met mine. Just as soon as she saw me, her gaze darted to Samuel, and understanding blanketed her expression. She moved into my field of view, just as I was closing in on the door. Desperately, I tried sidestepping her, but she caught hold of my shoulders and held me in place. Samuel came up behind me, replacing her hands with his own. "What's going on?" I cried out as Samuel pulled me backward. By this point, he was only halfway holding on to me. I could pry myself away from his grip just as I would a small child. And I continued yanking my arms out of his reach, throwing off his attempts to hold me back. "Samuel," Goldie began. "Let her go." Samuel hung his head and his arms fell limply to his sides. Goldie eyed me with sudden pity, stepping aside to clear my path to the door. My eyes darted between the two for only a moment before I pushed myself forward. When my gaze fell upon the doorway, my heart turned cold. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lying in a mangled heap just outside the door was a body. Blood covered almost every inch of skin and torn clothing. Brown hair fell across their face. Twig-like limbs were bent at awkward angles, bending and folding around each other. They were broken in almost every spot and dark. Purple bruising covered the areas not coated in blood. The body was so deformed that upon first glance, it didn't even look human. But it was. I knew it was. I knew it, because it was just anybody. It was the form of some unfortunate woman that fate decided to send to their demise. No, it was a body I knew. It was my mother. I didn't have to push aside her dark hair because I knew exactly what features would lay beneath. Her eyes didn't have to open because I knew they were the same color as my own. There was no need for closer inspection because this disfigured heap of skin and bone was the same person I'd spent my life with. This was the woman who raised, comforted, healed, and guided my entire world. And now, she was dead. I don't know how it happened, but the next thing I knew, my knees buckled, and I was on the ground. My palms fell forward, bracing my body, until they gave way. As well, before I could fall, thick arms caught me and held me upright. A sick and crippled sob escaped my lips. Other noises sounded around me, voices calling harshly to each other. Feet moved, and before I knew what was happening, 4 hands lifted my mother's body. My hand reached forward to join them. Shaking fingers fell upon her cold shoulder, and the blood that was caked on my mother's body spread onto my fingers. The moment I realized the body was real, the other hands lifted it up and out of my vision. I flinched forward, both of my arms grabbing for what was left of my mother. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw several figures carry the lifeless form away. The moment I twisted to go after her, she disappeared through one of the hallways. My feet launched me forward, but the hands under my arms were merciless. They pulled me back and planted me on the ground without entertaining hopes of leaving. A series of broken sobs left me. I had no hopes of keeping them inside. At that moment, there was no control. The only thing I could think, the only thing I could see, was my mother's dead body. The arms pulled me closer to someone's chest. I pushed away, but my efforts were fruitless. Still, I didn't stop. My hands tore at those holding me. My legs kicked blindly in the air. Hot tears ran into my open mouth, screaming at whoever was holding me to let go. But they never did. They carried me away from the door, away from my mother. Soon, the walls around me changed and the floor grew softer. When I stopped fighting long enough to see where I was deposited on my bed, and Samuel's looming frame sat next to me. He called out my name. When I didn't respond, the hands returned. Only this time, they wrapped around my waist. I stopped struggling at this point, knowing that they wouldn't leave until they wanted to. They wouldn't leave me alone. They wouldn't let me see my mother. They wouldn't let me fight. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nor their owner cared what I wanted. I heard my name called again. Upon recognizing Samuel's voice, I whipped my gaze up to his. He was staring down at me with sorrow-filled eyes. His lips continued to move, speaking comforting words and drawing me nearer. As his voice entered my brain, something willed me to calm down. It tried to lull me into his comforting tone and allow his hands to hold me the rest of the night. Then, I remembered my mother's body. My hands pushed again against Samuel's chest. He hadn't been expecting it this time, and I got away a fraction of an inch. When his voice stopped and I met his gaze again, I snapped. The immediate attack of grief abruptly turned to hot, searing anger. "This is all your fault." My voice was low at first, but it rose with every word. He let me go at this point, and I tore away from him. I pushed myself up against the headboard, leaving him sitting on the other end of the bed. Samuel stared after me with confusion at first, and then, understanding, he hung his head. I know. My chest was heaving and tears began pouring faster down my face. "No, you don't. You don't know a thing. How could you know? How could you?" He looked at me at this point, eyes brimming with water. When he opened his mouth to speak, I cut him off. "Don't. You can't say anything. This is your fault. Why didn't you let me go? Why did you come after me? Why did you let this happen? Samantha, you're what? You're sorry. That doesn't fix anything. That doesn't fix the fact that my mother..." My voice broke off as another sob racket ed my body. Samuel reached for me, but I shoved his hands aside, taking a deep breath. "That doesn't change the fact that my mother is dead. You said you'd find her. You said she'd be fine. You lied. None of this would have even happened if you weren't hell, bent on making my life miserable." Pain filled Samuel's features. "I never wanted that. I just wanted you to be happy. Do I look happy, Samuel?" I breathed heavily, my voice growing louder. "The only people I have in this life are dead or about to be." He paused, then almost too soft to hear. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You have me. I don't want you." Samuel flinched, then nodded, as if he'd been expecting this answer. "All alone." He closed his eyes. "This was supposed to happen. No, it wasn't. My family was supposed to stay safe. That was the deal. If I loved you and made you happy, then they wouldn't get hurt." My voice trailed off, but my ramblings were cut short. "What are you talking about?" I shook my head, fighting back sobs. "I did everything I could, and they still got hurt. I did everything to keep you happy and not argue and be a good mate. But it didn't matter. My mother is dead, and Will is either dead or a monster. And you know what? If you weren't here, if you didn't come after me, if I didn't have to live my life pleasing you, then my family would be thousands of miles away by now." Another sob tore through my body, cutting off my rant. Samuel didn't try to touch me. He was stiller than stone on the other end of the bed, staring at me with what I was sure was anger. When I raised my gaze to meet him, though, I could only see sorrow. "Is that what Riley threatened you with? Don't you pity me, Samuel?" I started again, drawing in a deep breath. "Pity yourself. Because of you. My life is a living hell. This is all your fault. Don't you dare tell me otherwise." My voice had lowered to nothing more than a whisper, but I knew he heard me. I knew, because, after a moment of silence, his body slumped forward. He caught his head between his hands and shook it back and forth in agony. "I know," he eventually whispered. Then, "Leave." His head lifted a fraction of an inch. "What go? Leave me alone." Samuel stilled for another moment, then began rising off the bed. His back was turned to me when he stopped and tilted his head. I never stood a chance. Did I? I closed my eyes, resisting the urge to clutch my chest. Never. Chapter 50. He cursed Samuel left, just as it told him to. He didn't waste another second before he trudged out of the room and closed the door with heavy fingers. I barely paid attention to the rest of the night. What was once a warm and inviting room had now turned cold. The yellow eyes that plagued my mind just moments before could no longer hold a place in any part of my consciousness. I was completely overcome with the image of my mother's dead body, forever burned into my heart. The night was spent crying. At some point, I drifted into a fitful slumber tormented with images of dead bodies. Each time I awoke, another round of sobs would attack me. This continued for torturous hours, until I finally gave up on sleeping and accepted the dark. Tears came silently. "J'aimerais extraordinaire, Mademoiselle. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The sun crept into my room, inch by inch. The light turned from the pale colors of sunrise to a harsh glare, shining through the window into my dead eyes. It beckoned me to come outside and experience its warmth, and bathe in its life. I stayed in bed. I curled myself deeper into the blankets, cocooning my body so that I was safe from the outside world. If I never left, I wouldn't have to face what happened. I could stay forever in my respite and peacefully waste away. As time went on, the sun cast mocking shadows across my room. I could hear voices and movements throughout the house, but I had no desire to follow them. This was needed though, as they came to me. Each time the sun would move a few inches, footsteps were drawn nearer to my door, and occasionally, it would creak open. I never bothered to look up to see who it was that came into my room, and likewise, the person disturbing me never made a noise. They would simply open my door and deposit food next to my bed, then leave without uttering a syllable. The day dragged on. By the end of it, a pile of food, ice packs, and medicine had accumulated next to my bed. Like everything else, I ignored it. My eyes simply stared at the walls, not bothering to see my surroundings. My thoughts followed suit. They entered into my mind, but when I did little to dwell, they left. In their wake was a numbness, encasing my body. The room was bathed in the orange light of sunset when the door creaked open. Once more, however, unlike before, the person who entered lingered in the entryway. "You haven't really eaten anything." Raven cleared her throat. My eyes focused for the first time that day, scanning Raven once over. Her hair was pulled up and it accentuated the anxious light flickering within her chocolate eyes. When she caught my glance, she smiled. I pulled the blankets back over my head. I heard her sigh. "I brought some tea. It's what I usually drink when I'm upset." She settled herself at the foot of the bed. The blankets welcomed her as their own, pulling away from my face as they did. She peered around the cloth to attempt another look at me, but I turned away. "It's really good if you give it a try. Not too heavy, so it won't make you sick or something." A warm cup was placed on the sheets, next to my hands. I stared at steam ascending from the brown liquid, feeling the additional and unwanted warmth invade my cocoon of blankets. When I continued ignoring her, Raven's shoulders sagged. "You're not allowed to leave until you eat or speak. Whichever comes last." Her words rooted their way into my mind, and before I knew it, I opened my mouth to let out a raspy groan. "Go away. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I could hear the smile in her voice. "You're halfway done." She shifted, pulling the blankets further away from my face. I glared daggers at her hopeful expression. Raven's face faltered, and she bent her head. The image of her sitting at the foot of my bed brought back memories of the previous night. Not horrific images that played my dreams, but the reality that carried just as much weight. A picture of Samuel, shaking his head in agony, made its way to the forefront of my mind. I tried ignoring it like it'd been successfully doing all day, but with Raven sitting at the bottom of my bed, continually reminding me, the image refused to pass. A weight began to settle on consciousness. It dripped into my soul like a leaking faucet at first, before it advanced as a raging storm. Then, everything hit. The numbness had succumbed to the entire day cracked away. At its place was every emotion it tried to suppress. Each one tore at my heart as a gust of torrential wind, whipping me in half-time and time again. Raven stared at me, watching the battle rage. Her eyes drooped and she licked her lips. "Do you want to talk?" My mouth pressed into a firm line and I shook my head. She nodded and pushed the mug of tea closer to my hand. warming the skin. I lowered my gaze and took hold of the cup, embracing the added warmth it provided my suddenly cold body. Drink. It'll make you feel better. Raven raised her own cup to her lips. I mimicked her actions, letting a small sip of the brown liquid enter my mouth. It was sweet and instantly livened my senses. See, and gave a slight nod. She smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. You know, when I was silent, she continued in a soft voice. It's okay to hurt. The tears I'd been fighting began falling down my cheek, dripping into my cup. I opened my mouth, but words refused to come out. Raven saw this and slowly reached her hand toward mine. Can you sit up? I nodded, blindly following her request. As I did, Raven placed her cup on the floor, replacing it with another ice pack. To my agent extraordinaire, T$ʻLove, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take this. Before I could protest, she took my cup away and placed the ice back in my hand. I looked at it for a moment, before moving away countless blankets and fixing it gingerly over my swollen ankle. The purple skin was met with immediate relief. Then slowly brought my gaze up to Raven, raising an eyebrow. You're not getting rid of me yet. She pointed her finger at the pile of food beneath us. You have to eat. My gaze fell on the food in my stomach churned. I licked my lips and cleared my throat. I'm not hungry. She smiled. Then I guess I'll be here a while. To my agent extraordinaire, T$ʻLove, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The deep breath caused a coughing fit to rack my lungs. Raven quickly gave me the mug of tea, at which I took a grateful sip. When it was finished, I placed it back on the ground and gave her a sympathetic look. You can leave. To my agent extraordinaire, T$ʻLove, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sure Samuel won't care if I eat. She shrugged her shoulders. Well, it's a good thing Samuel isn't the one who told me to come in here. To my agent extraordinaire, T$ʻLove, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When I met her statement with confused silence, Raven continued, smirking. I can think for myself. Sometimes. But you said, I know. She laughed. Softly. I made myself a rule that I couldn't leave until you ate or drank something. I stared at her for a moment before an unwilling smile crept onto my face. Won't they notice you gone? Everyone is a bit preoccupied. At the moment. I nodded, adjusting the ice pack on my ankle. Raven looked at it for a moment before twisting her fingers together and pulling on her shirt, glancing in my direction. Samuel spoke to the pack this morning. It was a pretty good speech. I'm sure it was. I bit my lip as the earlier weight pushed harder on my chest. I'm surprised he isn't down here with you. And just like that, the storm came back, tearing me apart. Once more. I'm not. Raven paused, her nervous twisting. What do you mean? Nothing. The air grew heavy in the room, and I knew what Raven was going to say before she whispered. Something obviously happened. You want to talk about it? No, Raven resumed, twisting her fingers. Was it your mother? She took my silence for her answer and continued. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine. I know you said you didn't want to talk, but it helps. To my agent extraordinaire, T$ʻLove, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She hesitated before asking her next question. How did Samuel handle it? I bent head, no longer deluding myself with the notion that Raven would let me ignore this reality. I took a long sip of tea before responding. Did he say what happened? No. She narrowed her eyes. Slightly. Does he know why? I doubt it. Raven tilted her head. Did he say anything? I took a long breath through my nose and closed my eyes. I did most of the talking. She nodded, content with that small piece of information. I'm sure you needed comforting. A sudden knife pierced my heart as I remembered Samuel's arms wrapping tirelessly around me. Without them, I would have collapsed and never walked again. Did he tell you about this morning? Raven continued her slew of questions. I shook my head. I haven't seen him since last night. Oh, she paused, debating her answer. Did something happen? I would have thought HED be here. She trailed off. Again, Raven took my silence for an answer and gave me a sad smile. I'm sure he'll come soon. Either way, he cares for you. I broke my gaze away from her as another surge of tears fell from my eyes. No matter how I pushed them away, they fell, along with my whisper. That's the problem. What do you mean? She gave me a side glance and began patting my extended leg. My voice was shaking. I don't think that's a problem. She trailed off. I shook my head, bringing sudden rambling fingers to my face. You don't understand. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, she emphasized, did something happen? For a long moment. The only noise in the room was our breathing. Raven's question turned over in my mind again and again, until I couldn't come up with the words to answer. The question was simple, and so was the response. But no matter how I tried, I couldn't utter a word. You don't have to tell me. Raven eventually broke the silence. I think I understand. And I'm sorry I brought it up. Sometimes things just don't work out. I guess. She raised herself from the end of the bed, patting the blankets. I'll go now. I didn't try to stop her. The remainder of light quickly faded from vibrant red and tore in and blanketing the room. I'd been left with my thoughts for hours now, and unlike before, I couldn't numb them away. They continued torturing me until there were no tears left in my eyes, no strength remaining in my limbs. However, I couldn't find it in me to care to move. I couldn't find it in me to care to even think. The problems that haunted my consciousness only the day before were now insignificant. What did it matter who took my mother? What did it matter who killed Riley? Who bit Will? The latter would probably not survive. The other two were already dead. And lastly, the only one that I might have had left in the wake of all the devastation. It pushed away. Darkness encompassed my room. The last light of day had faded, and I was left with nothing more than a cold moon glinting through a dirty window. Almost unconsciously, I pushed the blankets from my body and removed a now melted ice pack from my ankle. My leg slipped off the bed, my injured ankle landing on the floor last. To my surprise, the pain wasn't nearly as intense as the night before, and I was able to walk. So I did. I walked straight to my bedroom door, and with only a moment of hesitation, creaked it open. The hallway was deserted. I expected to find Raven or the man from the previous night, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Without waiting for one to appear, I slipped out of my room, trudged down the hall. I went opposite the direction of the main part of the house and made my way deeper into the maze of doorways. It only took a few minutes and several lucky turns to reach my destination, a shining metal door. Specifically, the door was locked behind. Not to my surprise, the door was sealed shut. I tried it time and time again, but with each yank of the handle, the only thing accomplished was exhaustion. After pulling on the door for several minutes, my feet slid out from underneath me, and I collapsed on the ground. Tears and silence all tore through my body, as once again, grief overcame my senses. But this time, there was no one to lash out at. This time, I was utterly alone. I remained outside was door the entire night. No one came to find me. After Raven left, there was no need. They were all off in their own parts of the house, mourning their own losses. My own was only a drop of water compared to their ocean. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Insignificant. Drop. Swift footsteps echoing down the hall was what woke me. It took some time until they reached Will's door, but by the time they did, I knew to whom they belonged. Samantha. Samuel's deep voice confirmed my knowledge. I raised my head off the floor but stayed sitting in order to avoid looking at him. My voice came out gravelly and almost as low as his. Samuel. His frame was stiff. Raven suggested I give you breakfast. I put it in your room. My room is down the hall. I know. I was coming to check on Will. I shifted, keeping my gaze planted on the wall, unsure of how to respond. Samuel answered for me. "He'll come back later." His footsteps began to retreat. Again, the loneliness of the hallway surrounded me, and before I could stop myself, I called out to him. At my voice, Samuel paused, then turned back around. He waited for me to continue, but I couldn't find the words. My gaze stayed trained on the wall and I bit my lip, forcing back the tears I thought had subsided. "What do you want, Samantha?" Samuel's tone was harsh. His words stung. In response, I stuttered over my own. Everything I spoke was incoherent and meaningless. When my voice died off, silence filled the hall, much heavier than before. Despite the knowledge that Samuel was only feet away, loneliness crept in, along with the image of him sitting at the end of my bed. Broken, then came memories of my spitting voice and accusations, throwing him over the edge into a pit of agony. The heavy weight filled my chest. Once more, when I looked up, Samuel was gone. He left me outside Will's door, with nothing more than I deserved. As I watched him plod down the hall, a piece of my heart that I hadn't known existed was torn in two. Another hour passed. Just as I was debating returning to my cocoon, another set of footsteps came teroding down the hall. Tentatively, I raised my gaze to face their owner. Golden hair flashed into my vision. Just before Goldie spoke, "What are you doing out here?" She stopped just in front of me, standing close enough so that I had to tilt my head back to see her. When I met her gaze, I flinched. She was glaring at me, clear displeasure lacing her sharp eyes. My heart skipped a beat, and I lowered my gaze. "Leaving? Don't leave on my account." I hesitated, flicking my eyes up to her. She had her hands on her hips, and the glare was etched deeper into her face. Instead of responding, I rose to my feet and pressed my back into the wall opposite of her. Inching back down the hallway, her voice stopped me. "Where's your guard? I haven't seen him since yesterday." Goldie was silent for a moment. I chanced another glance at her, only to see she was pinching the bridge of her nose hair. Confused, I nodded. She shook her head in frustration. "This is getting ridiculous." Her voice trailed off. Just as it did, her eyes snapped back up to mine, narrowing. "You shouldn't be walking." What?" I said. "You shouldn't be walking. On your ankle. Marshall will kill you." My eyes fell on my foot. It was still discolored, but it hardly hurt. "I'm fine. I'm sure you are." My mouth fell open, but again, no words would come out. Goldie continued glaring at me, and when I couldn't take it any longer, I sank back into the wall. "They'll just be going. Now don't you want to see him?" My gaze darting back to her. "What? Do I really have to repeat myself every time I speak?" She rolled her eyes. "Do you want to see Will?" "Well, I mean, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "But, what?" My shoulders raised as my hands searched the air for an answer. I didn't know I could. Goldie rolled her eyes again. "That is why I'm here. To let me see Will." She shook her head. "To check on him. I just figured you'd be here. To then why? Do you want to see him? Or not?" She snapped. Instead of answering, I began walking back to where she stood. When I came to her side, I gripped the wall for some sort of support. She dug into her pocket, and a moment later forced something into Will's door. The steel elicited a series of clicks before it fell silent and opened a crack. Goldie held the door, glancing back at me. "Archie's stable, and should be fine. Don't provoke him." I nodded, but she still didn't let me through. I brought my gaze up to meet hers, only to see her brow furrowed. "I'm serious," she continued, holding my gaze captive. "Samuel will kill me if something happens to you." I shook my head and mumbled. "I know you don't like him, but believe me, he will care. He always cares." My eyes were firmly planted on my feet now. I waited for Goldie to open the door for me, but she stayed in place, holding me hostage outside. After a silent moment, she snapped. Her hand fell away from the door, but instead of opening it, she closed harshly. She huffed out a breath and landed her hands on her hips. Do I? What? I could almost hear her eyes rolling. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I bit my lip. Flashbacks of all the moments I had been asked that question swam in my mind, and my initial impulse was to answer with what Goldie wanted to hear. But, instead of giving in to the impulse, I had nothing else to lose. Riley was no longer threatening my family, but that didn't even matter. My mother was dead. Will was already a wolf. There was no more leverage. Nothing more tying my hands and forcing me to answer appropriately. Nothing, except how I truly felt. Goldie noticed my hesitation. After a moment, she sighed and resumed her previous glare. Never mind. I know how you feel. Without waiting for my response, she unlocked the door and began to retreat. Lock the door when you're done. Chapter 51, A Liability. I started to thank her, but before I could utter a word, Goldie was gone. She left me standing in front of Will's open door with nothing to stop me from entering. Instead of barging through the door though, like I had wanted to all this time, I hesitated. I lingered in the hallway for what felt like an eternity. For some reason, my feet wouldn't move. The door to Will's room was wide open. There was no longer anything holding me back from running to my brother. Still, I couldn't bring myself to walk forward and face him. Will's heavy breathing could be heard from inside the room, but it did little to comfort me. The only thing I could think of was what he looked like the last time I'd seen him. He was nowhere close to my brother. He wasn't even human. Not in the rawest sense. She'd been a pure animal, fighting to break free, and I was too afraid to see if it had won. I shifted on my feet, glancing down the hallway where Goldie had disappeared. It was silent out here, as if all activity in the house had stilled. The only noise to be heard was the heavy breaths of my brother and the pounding of my own heart. I shifted my feet again, and this time, the floor creaked. The breathing inside the room faltered, and before I could stop myself, I stepped forward. Every ounce of sanity left me as I pushed aside all my fears, knowing the only way to face them was to pretend they didn't exist. At least, not for now. The room was dark. There was no window and here only a small light bulb hanging from above. It wasn't turned on, and the only source of light came from the hall. The bedroom was small. A twin-sized bed took up the length of a back wall, and a wooden chair was placed next to it. There was a pile of blankets at the foot of the bed, and another mound on top of it. It moved up and down with the rhythmic breathing of a body, buried beneath countless duvets. My feet carried me into the room. With a thud, the door shut behind me, and all light was eliminated from my surroundings. The figure on the bed moved, and for a fearsome moment, I stood rooted in place. Then, the figure groaned, and that fear was washed away. I scurried forward and knelt next to the bed, pushing aside the wooden chair. It made no sound as it scratched the wooden floor. But at a movement, Will shifted. His hand fell off the side of the bed, and before I could stop myself, I reached forward to grab it. A nonsensical grin spread across my face, and my chest tightened. When my fingers curled around Will's, his breathing stopped. His hand went stiff, tightening substantially. My breath caught in my throat, but I didn't care to breathe. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It would only serve as a distraction. Silence filled the room. Will turned his head to face me. His eyes fluttered open, and when they did, my blood ran cold. Will was staring back at me. He was gone, and in his place were glowing red eyes. They flashed through the darkness, staring at me from the face of my brother. His features were stiff and confused, and his eyes narrowed. His tight grip on my hand was suddenly crushing. His narrowed eyes were a cold glare. I was brought back to countless painful memories, each sending a wave of panic crashing against my chest. Just as I was ready to succumb to it, a strained voice cut through the silence. "Samantha." It was Will's voice. There was no denying it. Though tired, strained, and lifeless, it was his. My body stilled, and there was a break in the waves of panic, a small moment that allowed me to lift my head up for air. I choked on a sob. "Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." All at once, the red eyes were forgotten. They didn't matter. What they meant didn't matter. All that mattered was what was before me, my brother. Not a wolf, not a human, but Will. He was alive. He was conscious. Most importantly, he was speaking. The sob escaped my lips. I buried my face in Will's captive hand as he shifted his weight, putting his body up on the bed. After a moment, I helped him and positioned the blankets to cover his body. He was shivering, shaking with every breath. "What are you?" He broke off the middle of his sentence, taking a needed breath. "Doing here?" My tears turned into a momentary smile. "I came to get you out of bed." Something resembling a chuckle left his lips. He settled against his headboard, leaning his head back while struggling to breathe. "Can't I have 5 more minutes?" Though our tones were light, I could sense the truth behind Will's statement. The effort it took him to sit up was monumental, and it showed. Even in the dark, his hand was no longer curling into mine, but growing limper with every passing second. His body shook almost violently, though he hid it beneath the countless layers of blankets. I lifted Will's hand back onto the bed and placed it on his chest, giving it a small squeeze. "Only if you really need it." "I don't know." Will took another breath. "I've been asleep for a while now. You haven't missed much." Resisting the urge to look back at the heavy metal door, knocking us inside, he snorted and looked around the room. The sound brought back dozens of memories, causing another slew of tears to cascade down my cheeks. "No, not much at all." Will knocked. A silence stretched for a moment. Before he breathed, "Where are we?" I bit my lip. "The Tack house." "Hasn't anyone spoken to you?" He shook his head. "Not really. They haven't told you anything." His voice was suddenly grave. "I didn't say that." My eyes were adjusted to the darkness now, and I searched Will's features. His eyes were closed, but his face was anything but relaxed. His brow was furrowed until it seemed that every inch of his forehead was covered in permanent lines. A grimace replaced his once light smile. "What did they tell you?" Will took a deep breath before responding. "They told me enough." Filled in the blanks. "I know why I'm here." My hand reached out for his arm, squeezing it lightly. "And how are you feeling about it all?" He tried to shrug, but when the movement became a burden, he slumped further into the bed. "They said the worst is over." "That doesn't tell me much." "Well, I'm not one to talk about feelings now. Am I?" I suppressed a grin, masking it with a scowl. "Will, I'm alive." He interrupted my protests. "That's all there is to talk about right now." Then, before I could disagree again, he took a needed breath and changed the subject. "Why are you here?" "To see you." No, another breath. "He told me you were staying down the hall." "Why?" I bit my lip, wondering if I could just ignore the question, when it was clear Will was going to take silence for an answer. I bent my head and sighed. "That's a long story." Will nodded and tried to shrug again. "I'm all ears." "It can wait. Until you get better. At least." "Samantha." "Yes, just tell me." And I did. I told him everything. Everything that happened from the moment he landed in the hospital until he woke up as a wolf. I told him about the day I met Samuel. I told him how James disappeared. I relayed the story of how I ran, and almost got away. Then, I explained the chaos that ensued in the days leading up to his shift. The death of Rai, the gunshots, and Bray. Then, the events that happened after Will shifted, I decided to leave out. For the moment, the last thing he needed was a bomb dropped on his blissful ignorance. When I finished, Will was quiet for a moment. He took his time responding, as was usual for him. Then, he mumbled, "Sounds like you had enough happen for the both of us." A mixture of a groan, cry and laugh escaped my lips. "You have no idea. And how are you doing?" His question caught me off guard. "What?" He took another breath. "How you are doing with it all?" Will nodded and hummed. Before he could open his mouth again, I pushed forward, desperate to do anything but discuss my current state. "You should get some rest. You're avoiding the question." "And not. If you get to ask me about my feelings, I should get to ask you about yours. It's a simple courtesy. Don't I deserve an answer?" I've been in the dark for a while now. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "I did tell you my feelings. Back in the hospital. It's not my fault you cowed and hear me." Will's eyes found my own. My breath hitched for a moment as the glowing red tried mock me into a panic. Then, Will shrugged. The movement was more successful than before, and a smile fell upon his face. "We can talk later, I guess. You're not off the hook. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." I nodded, grateful that he was dropping the issue. "I'm just down the hall. Get some sleep and you'll come back." I started to stand, but was stopped when his hand reached out for mine. "Samantha." I turned to look at him, only to stare into those piercing red eyes. A phantom pain stabbed my side, but then Will spoke, and it was as if the red eyes didn't exist. "You're stronger than you think," Will mumbled. He dropped his hand and turned away from me, pulling the blankets back over his head. "Come back soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I left the room, softly closing the door behind me. I walked away from the door, but before I got far, I stepped on something cold. I lifted my foot up only to see a small metal contraption that resembled a key. My glance went back to Will's room, and after a moment of hesitation, I picked up the key and locked him inside. The worst of his shift may be over, but I was going to be the cause of someone losing another life, even if the chances were slight. Not again. After locking the door, I wandered back down the hall to my room. My feet paused outside it, but instead of going inside, I turned the opposite direction. I didn't know what I was doing, and for once, I let my body take control. My heart was lighter after my interaction with Will, and I was more than willing to let that feeling linger. I ambled down the hall, taking care to watch for others. However, the place was deserted. I didn't know what time it was, how many days had passed, or what was supposed to be happening in the house. I'd lost track of it all. For all I knew, it could be the middle of the night and everyone was asleep. With that in mind, I journeyed deeper into the house. I took the familiar route back to the main hallway, pausing at every corner to listen for voices or footsteps. I never came across any, and before I knew it, I was at the opening into the main part of the house. It looked different, deserted. Though there were no people, the lights were still on. The windows had curtains drawn over them, shutting out the night and prying eyes. All doors were shut, and a fire was burning on embers in the hearth. I glanced around the room before my gaze landed on the kitchen the opposite side of the staircase. Almost on cue, my stomach grumbled, and I was moving toward it. The kitchen matched the rest of the house, the only difference being that the floor was wood, but a dark and smoothed over stone. It matched the countertops that wound around the room, an aisle and separating the kitchen from the living area. I walked silently into the kitchen, making my way straight for the fridge. As soon as I reached the edge of the kitchen, though, I stopped dead in my tracks. Peyton was sitting on one of the bar stools at the far edge of the island. The curtains of the windows were open behind him, giving me a glimpse into the forest blanketed in darkness. Bray blended into that darkness. Despite the light shining in the kitchen, Samantha, surprise etching his features. He placed a mug on the counter, pushing it away from the edge. What a pleasant surprise. My feet were instantly walking away from him. There was something in his smile, something about his tone, that told me this was going to be pleasant. Bray stood. Where are you going? And without your mate? Nonetheless, my feet stopped moving, despite my mind screaming at me to run. Peyton waited for my answer, and after a quick glance around the kitchen, I responded. I was getting water. I thought everyone was asleep. I'll leave. I stayed rooted in place. Despite my statement, Peyton noticed, and smiled. The friendly expression did nothing but send ice pouring down my back. Do not leave on my account. Take a seat. I will get the water. He turned his back to me, walking around the counter to the fridge. Only when he turned away did I look around and back into the living room. Like before, the room was deserted. I was alone. Bray faced me again, brandishing a bottle of water and a cold smile. He held it out to me, but this time, my feet obeyed. I stayed frozen in my spot, wrapping my arms around myself. He tilted his head, a childish frown replacing the smile. I thought you were thirsty. I shook my head. I'm actually just fine. I should be going. Shame. Peyton dropped his gaze and began toying with the water bottle. You'll be needing your strength. My composure faltered. I hesitated, and it was just enough time for Peyton to know he had me in his reins. A smirk played on his features, though he tried well to hide it. I bit my lip and tried to find some control over the situation. What did you say? I said you will be needing your strength. Peyton placed the water back on the countertop, catching my eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The next full moon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My breathing hitched. Every fiber of my being was now screaming at me to run, to get away from Bray. But I cowed and listened, not after what HED just implied. What are you talking about? Bray's face fell. He broke eye contact and picked the water up again. A breath of air puffed out his cheeks, and he leaned forward on the counter, tossing the bottle between his hands. I had assumed you were informed. Anger bubbled beneath my skin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Peyton shook his head. It is a shame. That sort of thing should be discussed mutually between mates. I cannot imagine what Samuel was thinking. If you're going to be cryptic. I'm leaving. We both knew that was true. Peyton had me exactly where he wanted me. I wasn't fooled by his pitying expression, nor the false kindness he exuded. He was toying with my emotions, waiting for me to beg for the knowledge he held. Bray's smile returned, colder than before. My apologies, Samantha. I had only assumed that because you and your mate are so close, he would have told you of his plans. They truly are a wonder. There is no doubt he will make his mark on the pack. He is not my mate. Letting my anger get the best of me. No, Peyton mused. Then I imagine this next month will be extremely difficult for you. I waited for him to elaborate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He refused. After a minute, I clenched my jaw and asked, why? It is easier for humans to complete the shift with a mate at their side. My heart fell out of my chest. I stopped breathing. My arms fell limply to my sides. And despite my best efforts, my jaw hung open. I stared at Bray, waiting for him to reveal that this was all some sick joke. Then again, he was never one to take things with humor. He nodded, regarding my demeanor. Like I said, I had assumed Samuel spoke to you of this. But they are his plans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My breathing quickened. What are you talking about? How do you know this? Peyton walked back around the counter, stopping to wipe away a spot of dew from his mug. The meeting Samuel held. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He told us of his plans for the future of the pack, which, consequential, include you. I do have to say we were wary of you at first, but now that we have a date set for your shift, that should be well taken care of. He looked up at me. If his eyes weren't already icy blue, I would have assumed the color was just for me. We are all quite excited. I was speechless. Bray ignored me for a moment, sitting back down on the bar stool and twirling to face me. His face held an expression of triumph, and he didn't try hard to hide it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He continued. We are not all thrilled. I snapped at him. What is that supposed to mean? Some of us are worried about your ability to properly lead this pack. You would play a significant role at Samuel's side. Despite the other C's and wolves around you, some might actually think that unfair. Why should I care what they think? Oh, you shouldn't. I quite agree with you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He took a sip from his mug. I am only thinking of you. I cannot imagine one such as yourself truly happy in these circumstances. I shifted on my feet, looking around the kitchen. Peyton followed my gaze, continuing. Samuel thinks otherwise. That is only to be assumed. He presumes you can help this pack. But I wonder, what do you think? It doesn't matter what I think, does it? My composure faltered. It's going to happen whether I like it or not. Peyton tilted his head toward me. I do suppose you are correct in that aspect. You have tried to run before, and failed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I held back a grimace. That doesn't have anything to do with this. On the contrary, he sat up, leaning towards me. Though I was several feet away, I felt his presence overpowering. It has everything to do with this. It seems you fail at everything you do. Does it not? My mouth hung open with a vicious retort, but he plowed on, crushing my words. You ran, and you failed. You even led the humans here because of that escapade. You attempted to help your brother and you got our alpha killed. If it weren't for you, this pack would be thriving. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's not your not. Sadly, you are a burden. Samantha, a liability. It's a wonder Samuel has not forced your shift. Yet you are powerless. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No help to him, this pack, or your family for that matter. Your mother is dead. Is she not? My initial reaction to his words was anger. Pure. Murderous. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then, they sunk in and began to coincide with every thought I had of myself. The deep-rooted fears resurfaced. Every debilitating thought I had of my life was no longer in my mind alone but recognized by others. It was all in my mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was true. The evidence lay in the graves I created. My mouth was left hanging open. Peyton left his words dangling in the air. I didn't move, and neither did he. He only stared at me, while I kept my gaze trained on the floor. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. It was all too much to process, and I couldn't do it. Footsteps came up behind me. Shoes echoed on the hardwood floors, stopping just before they reached the kitchen. I knew who it was before he spoke. What's going on? Samuel. Bray took his gaze off me and shifted it to the space behind my shoulder. I was just retrieving Samantha some water. She wandered in here whilst I was enjoying my late night snack. Samuel moved forward and placed a hand lightly on my waist. I wanted to push him away. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. Bray was back to staring at me now. He was waiting for me to break. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of doing it in his presence. Let's have it. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel held out his hand. The water bottle was suddenly flying through the air. Samuel caught it with ease, his other hand tightening around my waist. As soon as the water was caught, he turned me away. Bray called out as we retreated. His voice hissing, song sentence, sweet dreams. Samantha. Chapter 50. To bite you, I folded my arms around myself, squeezing my eyes shut. My feet moved of their own accord, and before I knew what had happened, I was back inside my room. Samuel was still beside me, guiding me to sit on my bed. I did so without hesitation, barely resisting the urge to lie back and disappear into the blankets. Samuel held out the bottle of water to me. I took it without a word, staring at his feet. When they didn't retreat, I lifted my gaze up to his face. I expected to find anger lying in wait, but what I saw was a mask. There was no emotion in Samuel's features. He was completely shut off. What were you doing down there? Samuel eventually asked me in a monotone voice. I don't know. You could have asked someone to bring you water, or used one of those. He gestured to the pile of water bottles and unit and food next to my bed. I know. You shouldn't be alone. It's not safe. I paused, then responded in a faint voice. I expected my tone to come out as harsh or hostile, but it was lifeless. I felt the pack light me. Now after what you said. Samuel stiffened. What did I say? My gaze traveled back up to meet his. When I looked into his eyes, he knew my answer. He didn't have to guess at what I was talking about. The mask cracked for a moment, and every thought he had was written plainly on his face. Oh, he sighed, cursing under his breath. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Were you going to tell me, or were you just going to wait until the full moon and then bite me? Samantha, I guess it would be easier to wait. I cut him off, my voice still faint. I wouldn't try to fight you or run that way. You could catch me off guard. Samuel shifted his weight. Let me explain. Then again, if you didn't wait then the whole pack could see that you finally have me. I couldn't run that way. To my agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'd be forced to stay here until my shift was complete, or else I would probably die. My voice quieted further. I don't think you want me to die. My throat went tight, and my voice cut off. Samuel took that moment to close the distance between us. He knelt in front of me, grabbing my face between his two hands. Stop. Just stop. He stared at me with a trembling expression. My own eyes caught all the emotions whirling in his. He wasn't angry with me, his eyes weren't threatening to turn colors. But there was an emotion just as strong as anger bubbling up to the surface and threatening to explode. What did Bray say to you? I shrugged and tried to pull my face away. My hands weakly tugged at his own. Samantha. Samuel took my attention back with a forceful tone. What did he say? Tears were forming in my eyes. Now, I didn't know how it was possible. After the past few days, I shouldn't have any tears left. But they were brimming. Nonetheless, at this point, I didn't have the strength to fight them. They blurred and distorted my vision with every blink. I almost wished the water woodland stopped flowing, and would simply drown me. My hands stopped fighting. They rested on Samuel's, and now we were both cradling my face. His thumb traced small circles along my cheeks. I stared into his deep blue eyes, tormented with things inside, sure that my own reflected the same expression. Is it true? My question caught us both by surprise. A moment of silence passed. Then, Samuel broke eye contact. He shifted his gaze to the floor and his hands dropped from my face. My head fell to my chest, and in the next moment, Samuel was walking to my door. I watched his retreating footsteps, my world crumbling around me. Never had I felt so betrayed. Never had I felt my heart so viciously ripped into. But then, I should have expected it. I should have known this was what would happen. In the end, I was nothing more than a weak and helpless human. I had done nothing to prove otherwise. Samuel had even told me, countless times, that I would not be human for long. And on top of that, I drove him away. I pushed and pushed at Samuel until he had finally cracked. It was only natural that he would change me into something he could love. It was only to be expected. I couldn't find it in me to be angry. I knew that was the normal reaction I would have at a moment like this. But in the end, I was too broken to care. Bray's words were still ringing in my mind, and each step that Samuel took away from me only solidified that belief. Then, his footsteps stopped. His hand hovered over the doorknob. I glanced up just in time to see the resolve pass along Samuel's features before he turned and crossed the room. Back to me. He took me by the hand and raised me off the bed. I stumbled behind him, and when I did, Samuel lifted me into his arms. He carried me out of the room like that, swept up in his embrace. We traveled deeper into the hallways. We passed Will's room without a second glance and descended a flight of stairs that I never knew existed. The doors turned from wood to metal. The regular rooms were long behind us, now replaced with an entire hallway of reinforced shifting rooms. It was darker down here. Unlived in. Abandoned. Samuel stopped outside a particularly sturdy door. It was thicker than the rest with a large bar across the front. My blood ran cold as I stared at it. Samuel hesitated, and I could feel his heartbeat quicken with my own. His grip grew tighter, now holding me hostage rather than in an embrace. His muscles tensed and the mood shifted. Then, suddenly, I knew. This was where I would be deposited after Samuel bit me. This was where I would hope to die. This was happening now. Samuel opened and the door. I began to struggle in his arms, the last bit of my fight resurfacing. I craned my neck to look into the room I was sure to meet my death. But Samuel walked backward through the door, limiting my vision to anything but his chest. I struggled harder at this point and began pushing against his shoulders with any strength I could muster. My legs flailed, and I managed to land a solid kick to his shoulder. Samuel grunted, and the next thing I knew, I was falling. What I thought would be several feet was only a few inches. I landed on something soft, and when I looked down, I saw it to be a thickly woven rug. Samuel backed away and I saw that the rug covered the entire room. Apart from it, there was nothing else. A light bulb hung above, but there was no furniture. Not a chair, not a bed, not even a blanket. Samuel shut the door. I was engulfed in darkness. He began to walk back to me, but I scurried away until my back hit the wall. Then, the room was illuminated. Once more, Samuel stood in the center, holding a string connected to the light bulb. My heart was pounding out of my chest. Leave me alone. He ran a hand down his face, pulling at the skin. Stop being dramatic. Just stay away from me. Samuel let go of the string and raised his hands toward me. In not moving, to my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not expecting his answer. Good. I eventually choked. My eyes searched the room for something to defend myself with. There was nothing. Nothing except the layer of dust we were both disturbing. Samuel noticed my search. He looked as if he wanted to roll his eyes, but after regarding my trembling frame, he thought better. He drooped his head and put on another expressionless mask. I'm not going to hurt you, Samantha. I glared up at him. Like hell. You aren't. Stay away from me. He raised both of his arms, palms facing me. I'm not going to bite you. My chest heaved with my quickened breathing. Adrenaline was coursing through my veins. breathing back what little life I had left. Samuel took the moment of silence to lower his hands and sit on the ground. He was still several feet away from me, but with him sitting on my level, my fearless and slightly. "I'm not going to bite you," he repeated. "I'm not going to force you to shift. Maybe not right now. You're not." He tried catching my gaze. "Not now. Not ever." "You what?" Samuel spoke slower. "I'm not ever going to bite you." I searched his face for deception, my heart still hammering in my chest. "Then why would you bring me here? It's the most soundproof room in the house. So people won't hear me scream when you finally kill me." My voice was strained and weak. Samuel bent his head. "I don't want you dead. Samantha, you were right about that." Desperate tears were streaming down my cheeks. "Again, I don't understand." I mumbled. "I don't understand what's going on." Bray said I cut myself off. He narrowed his eyes. "What did he say?" I took a shaky breath, filtering through my conversation with Bray. "He told me your plan. What he told the pack. He told me you're going to make me shift at the next full moon." My sentence broke off with a sob I hadn't realized was still lingering. Samuel flinched forward, arms outstretched. Then, he shook his head and retreated into himself. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I did tell them that. My sob died off, replaced again by the aching emptiness of a betrayed heart. The knowledge of its imminence didn't diminish the hurt, and as I stared back at Samuel, I knew the truth. This was only him trying to offer consolation before he turned me. This was only his good-natured self, trying to give me a respite before the storm. I didn't mean it. I paused, my breath hitching in my throat. What? I didn't mean what I told them. It was a lie. But I trailed off. Why, it was a cover. Something to buy time. I had to tell them something. They needed information and reassurance. After everyone figured out about Riley, they needed it. So I told them I called the chiefs in. I told them I would be their alpha and you would be at my side. As one of them, he paused and leaned forward, a silent plea forming on his face, begging me to believe his words. I didn't mean any of it. I spoke between heavy breaths. I don't understand. Samuel shook his head and ran his hand through his hair. "You weren't even supposed to know about this. I didn't want to upset you again. Not after everything that happened." His gaze shot back up to me. "What? When did you tell them it was going to happen?" Samuel massaged his neck. 2 days. The night of Riley's funeral. My heart sunk. And what's going to happen when they realize I'm still human? They won't. What do you mean? They won't. That's a little hard to hide. My voice rose in pitch. Hysteria was creeping in, and my mind refused to believe what Samuel was telling me. It was all some elaborate plan. It had to be. "You'll be gone by then." There was a moment of silence. A storm of emotions was blazing through me. My voice was no longer faint but creeping higher with every syllable. My entire being was stretched thin, and any wrong move could snap me in half. Fighting for composure. Stop lying to me. It's not doing me any favors. Samuel clenched his fists. "I'm not lying to you. Samantha, you're not going to turn. You and your brother will be gone before anyone realizes you're still human." "What do you mean?" "Gone. Gone as in as far away from this place as possible." A spark of hope flickered into my chest. It was intoxicating. It was the first breath of air after staying underwater far too long. It was laying down to sleep after spending days running through the woods. It was staring into Samuel's eyes, knowing he was telling the truth. "You are letting us go." Something flashed in Samuel's eyes. Before I could catch it, he turned his head. "Yes. The funeral will happen. You will run, and the chiefs will be here shortly after. They'll tell them and the pack you didn't survive the initial bite, or you ran away, or something. It doesn't matter. No one knows that was survived. It will be easy for you both to go." I exhaled a long breath. The world slowed until all activity ceased, waiting for my response. Why? Why would you do this? After all this time. Samuel picked at the woven rug, pulling up stray pieces of string as he responded. You weren't ever supposed to get hurt. No one was. This will stop that from happening again. He dragged his gaze back up to me. All I ever wanted was for you to be happy. Samantha, I thought that if you had your family, if you could just see that he broke off, shaking his head. If you could just see that this wasn't so bad, you could love it. He wanted to say more. His mouth hung open, lingering on his last two words. A moment passed, and his chest deflated. I understand now that you can't be here. Again, there was silence, just like before. Samuel had a way of saying things that caused my heart to leap and break all in the same action. And when he was finished speaking and mulling over conversation, I was left to catch up. I folded my arms around my body, clinging to what little reality I had left. What about you? What about me? What's going to happen to you when they realize we're gone? What about Bray? The humans? James? Samuel took a deep breath. I'm pretty certain James is only after you or your mother. Once he thinks you're dead or gone, he'll give up. We haven't caught a whiff of the humans since the other night. I don't think they're the problem. And Bray. It was sudden and complete contrast to all other emotion. HD let slip through his mask. I can handle Bray. An unbelieving laugh, mixed with heightening hysteria, escaped me. Samuel's smirk widened into an actual smile. We caught each other's eyes for a moment, before he broke away. You shouldn't worry about that anymore. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. You'll be safe as soon as you're gone. My heart fluttered. Safe. It was something I thought I could ever achieve. At least, not here. Not ever again. But now, Samuel was giving me the opportunity to have that distant dream become a tangible reality. I bit my lip, closing my eyes. Thank you. Don't thank me. Samuel's tone darkened. This isn't something you should be thanking me for. But I am. I know you could force me to stay here and shift. But you're not. This is just what you deserve. Water stung my eyes. I shook my head, mostly to myself. Samuel was about to comment, but I quickly cut him off and blurted out my next words. He raised his eyebrows. Don't act dumb, I snapped. My emotions were everywhere. I was still reeling from what Samuel had just revealed to me. That, combined with the recent trauma concerning my family, caused my heart to go into overdrive. I was acting erratic, speaking before I knew what I was going to say, and digging myself a hole deeper than I ever thought possible. But there was no stopping it. There was no control. And for once, I let it continue. I'm sorry for what I said the other night. Understanding washed over Samuel's features. He stared at me for a moment as I tried to hide the fact that I was shaking. I had avoided speaking of this, or even thinking about it, because every time I did, I lost it. I still couldn't bring myself to believe that my mother was dead. And because of that, I couldn't bring myself to believe it accused Samuel of it being his fault. I knew that I lashed out in my grief. I knew that he was the closest person I could hurt. But that knowledge didn't stop me from doing it. Samuel stiffened. You don't have to apologize for your feelings. My voice came out small. I didn't mean it. It was Samuel's turn to fight the truth. Riley's not here. You don't have to lie. I'm not lying. My body was noticeably shaking. Now there was no more hiding. Samuel fought against himself for several moments before he stood up and walked closer to me. He paused a few steps away, gauging my reaction. Had this been any other day, I would have pushed him away. If I had any inkling of control left, I would have withdrawn further into myself and fought Samuel's comfort. But tonight, Samuel had revealed he was letting me go. Tonight, I was too broken and confused to know what I wanted. Tonight, I let him in. Samuel sat down next to me. His face was contorted into an expression that could be mistaken for agony, but I knew it to be uncertainty. He held out his arm, just above my knee, waiting for me to flinch away. When I didn't, he almost withdrew. Then, a straight air slipped from my cheek and his arms were around me. My head buried into his shoulder and my knees fell onto his legs. Samuel gripped the back of my head with one hand, the other resting on my leg. He covered his face with my hair and each time he breathed, the air traveled down my neck in chills. It was right. I choked on my words, fighting to find the right ones. It was your fault. You didn't know. It's okay. Samuel whispered into my hair. It's going to be okay, but I should have never, nobody deserves. Samuel hushed me, sending another warm breath down my neck. Each time I tried to speak after that, he would quiet my apologies and hold me tighter. After a while, I stopped fighting that too. I grew limp in his arms, my breathing becoming heavier with every passing second. Samuel followed suit, and soon I couldn't bring myself to draw away from him. For that moment, he was my rock, the one thing holding me to the earth, when all I wanted to do was sink beneath its surface. He's the top alpha successor in the pack, but he told me he doesn't want to be the alpha. Chapter 53. It's possible we sat in that position for an unmeasurable amount of time, with no windows or natural lighting to tell the time of day. There was no way to gauge just how long we were locked in one another's embrace. It could have been minutes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And we wouldn't have known a difference. For just those moments, everything stood still. But then those moments ended. Reality came crashing back down. New worries. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And doubts laced my mind, and no matter how hard I pushed against them, they wouldn't leave me be. As time passed, my body grew tense. Samuel must have recognized the change because he soon sighed and released his hold on me. As soon as his arms were gone, my heart dropped further into my chest, and though Samuel was sitting right next to me, the room felt empty. Samuel rested his elbows on his knees and cradled his head. He titled it towards me, but I avoided eye contact. Tell me what's on your mind, he mumbled. I folded my arms around myself, searching for some of the comforts I felt just moments ago. It's never going to work. How can you be so sure? Because I've tried running before, and I've failed. That doesn't mean you will fail again. He nudged my shoulder. Plus, this time, I won't be getting in your way. A small smile crept onto my face. I met Samuel's gaze and held it for a long moment before my face fell. It's not just my life you're risking this time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've got all to think about now. Samuel slowly nodded. Two is better than one. You can help each other. Maybe. I trailed off, but HE's just gotten over the shift. He can barely lift his head. That should get better soon. His body just has to catch up with everything. Samuel ruffled his hair. He did an incredible job with the shift. I haven't seen anyone come out on the other side like that before. My mind flashed back to the images of Will in the clearing. It didn't seem incredible. I didn't say it was pretty, just that he handled it well. And what about next time? The first is always the worst. I let out a short breath. Maybe, but I have no idea how to help him if it happens again. I paused, and my voice grew small. Will it happen again? Yes. I bent my head, but Samuel quickly continued. It's who he is now. Samantha, there's no fighting it. He doesn't have to have it be as large a part of his life as it is mine or anyone else in this pack. But it will always be there. He reached out his hand and placed it on my knee. It was so lightly placed that I barely felt the contact. It will get better. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll learn to live with it. Trust me. I wiped my eyes and ran my hand under my nose. How do you know that? I won't be able to help him. If we're running away from wolves, there won't be any others to help him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't know the first thing about any of this. My hands fell to my sides. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. Maybe we should just stay now. Samuel's hand grew tighter on my knee. You both have to go. It's safer and you'll both be better off away from here. How is that true? How can we get the help he needs? How will it ever work? Where would we even go? Samuel withdrew his hand. He groaned under his breath and looked up at the ceiling. Both of his hands massaged the back of his neck, and he seemed to be searching the ceiling for answers. After a moment of hesitation, he mumbled his response. I can help him if he stays. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If that's what you truly want, then I will make it work. But that's not the only option. I shook my head. What other options are there? He took a deep breath before settling his gaze on me. His hands still cradled his neck. You want to avoid the wolves? Well, yes, but I don't see how that's possible with Will now. I waited for an answer, but Samuel never gave me one. He searched my eyes instead, conflict high on raging behind his own. His mouth hung open with every word he held back. How, I eventually whispered. He held my gaze for a moment longer. Then, his hands dropped, and he stood. Come with me. The next moments happened in a blur. I followed Samuel out of the room and back into my own. He left me there for a few moments, instructing me to wait for him to come back. Sure enough, a few minutes later, he walked through my bedroom door with my shoes and one of his jackets. He had already changed into warmer clothes and was wearing shoes as well. What's going on? He gave me my shoes and held on to the spare jet as I put them on. I need to show you something. There was little other conversation as I laced up my shoes and took Samuel's jacket. When I was sufficiently drowning in it, he took me by the hand and led me out of my room. Once more, the house was still as quiet as ever, and we saw no one as we trekked through the hallways. Samuel led us to the back door, where he hesitated. Don't leave my side. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just for tonight. Where would I go? A ghost of a smile graced Samuel's lips. He opened his mouth to say something, shook his head, and dropped his gaze. He turned to the door and opened it, pulling me through the exit. The night was dark, though lighter than before. The sun was still nowhere in sight, but the moon was not as high in the sky. We both hopped into a truck, where Samuel put the car in drive without turning it on. He stood outside the driver's door and steered the car, pushing it until we were far enough away not to disturb the house with the sound of the engine. I tried to get out and help at one point, but after a sharp look from Samuel, I settled into the seat. When we were finally driving down the road, I curled and held my eyes from shutting. The hum of the engine lulled me into sleep and I was in no condition for a fight. Samuel urged me to shut my eyes for a few minutes, and to my surprise, I did. When I awoke, it was only a short time later. The sky hadn't changed, but our surroundings had. We were back in the middle of town, parked outside Samuel's apartment building. He didn't say anything as he jumped out of the car and came to open my door for me. I took his hand and didn't release it as we walked into the brick building. Even as we walked into the large building, Samuel kept quiet. He would shoot glances my way, but every time I would look at him, Archie flinched back. He never dropped my hand though, and for once, I didn't force him away, whether out of anxiety or a need for comfort. I didn't know. We walked through the corridors of the apartment building, Hand in hand, without saying a word. My mind was racing with the possibilities of what Samuel wanted to show me, but I kept my curiosity inside. I could tell Samuel was deep in thought and fighting against himself. Whatever this was, he didn't want me to know. But for whatever reason, Aichi decided to show me. We rounded the last corner and Samuel's red door came into view. His step faltered as we both stared at it. I tried to hold back my sudden smile at the wide-eyed expression Samuel adorned. "What did you do to my door?" A small laugh sounded from my lips, surprising us both. I hadn't realized until now. But Samuel hadn't been back to his apartment since the night Raven and I escaped to go after Will. Because of this, he hadn't seen the damage we'd done, a large splintering hole that was once a perfect door. "It's just a small hole. Easy fix." Samuel shook his head, glancing down at me. "Easy for you to say. You're not the one who has to fix it. And you are." He shot me a smirk. "I'll just replace it. I never liked the red. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm." Before I could counter his remark, he pulled on my hand again. We both stepped over the pieces of wood littering the hallway, and once inside the apartment, we had to do the same. Samuel sighed under his breath at this, shaking his head when he thought I wasn't looking. The rest of the apartment was still the same. The kitchen on the right, my bedroom at the far end, the pristine living room to my left, and Samuel's room beyond that. It snooped around in there my first few days while trapped in this apartment, but I had never found anything to help me escape. Now I wished I looked harder. Samuel led me to the couch, where he sat me down and hesitated, glancing away.
"Just sit here a minute."
I did as I was told, watching Samuel's figure retreat into his bedroom. He left the door open, and I could hear him grunting, pulling at things and throwing them around. Just as I was about to abandon the couch and help him, he re-emerged into the living room, holding a large cardboard box. My curiosity was practically burning. Now, all I wanted was for Samuel to rip open the box and dump the contents, so I could know exactly what it was that was so important to show me. However, like with everything else, Samuel had thought this through. He sat down next to me, placing the box next to his legs and out of my line of vision. The lid was closed, so there was no way I could glimpse inside. Just as I was leaning around him to try, Samuel placed a gentle hand on my chin and brought my gaze back to his. The look on his face stilled any further movement. His eyes were shining, with tears, apprehension, or some other emotion. I couldn't tell. Nonetheless, they had me enthralled. With one glance, there was nothing else in this room but him. Samuel kept my gaze, his lips barely moving with the words he spoke. "I have to show you something, and I don't want you to be upset with me." Why would I be? I haven't been completely honest with you. He broke away, dropping his hand. I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. "Do you think I'm going to be upset?" He hesitated. "I don't know." My hand was shaking, but I raised it to his face, pulling his gaze back to me. "There's one way to find out." Samuel gave me a small smile, then turned to the box. I resisted the urge to look, letting him take control of the moment. There was a method to his madness, and maybe if I played along, it would make sense. He turned back to me, holding a picture frame. A reminiscent smile fell upon his features. He glanced up at me, back to the frame, then closed his eyes for a moment. Finally, he held it out. I took it with a careful grip. As soon as my hand grasped the black wood, dust caked my fingertips. I ignored it and instead turned the frame over to stare at the picture inside. It was a woman. She had her arms around 3 children, gathering them in until their shoulders were squashed together and cheeks touching. She was laughing, while the 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, were grimacing. The 4 of them were in front of a lake, standing huddled together close to the edge of the water. Despite the miserable expressions of the children, you could tell they were enjoying themselves. Their arms wrapped around each other and legs tangled until you couldn't distinguish which belonged to who. There was a light in their eyes, as well, one that screamed of youthfulness and carefree days. My grip tightened around the picture. I studied the features of each of the people in the photograph, my eyes narrowing as I did. There was no discounting I was staring at a family. They all had dark hair and similar facial structures, though the girls had narrower eyes and jawlines. The boy was all too familiar. Even at a young age, I could distinguish the dark blue eyes, wide nose, and two-sealed hair. My gaze shot up to Samuel. He was an older version of the boy in the picture, though countless things were different. His skin had lines that were becoming more and more permanent with added stress. His eyes were darker. He didn't have the innocent grin. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words would come out. However, Samuel knew what I was trying to say. That's my family. Chapter 50 for your family. My jaw gaped. Your family. Samuel grimaced, then tried to hide it with a smirk. That's what I said. I dropped my gaze back to the picture in my hand. But you always told me that. I trailed off, uncertain of my words, that the pack was my family. Samuel finished. I nodded, and he continued, staring at the picture with me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The pack is my family, but this, I pointed to the woman, this has to be your mother, and these girls. I trailed off again, my finger lingering on their faces. My younger sisters. Twins. If you couldn't tell. I let out a breathy laugh. Twins. I stared at the two girls in the photo, mesmerized. They both wore their hair in pigtails. One of them was missing both of her front teeth, while the other was sticking her tongue at the camera. Samuel smiled. Oh there. They look just like your mother. My thumb ran along her features. She had dark hair that was cut short just above her cheeks. Her chin was pointed, her nose small, but her eyes were wide. She had wrinkles lining her features, but they did nothing but add beauty to her stricken face. They took her name, two or at least, part of it. Bella. I looked up to see Samuel gazing down at the picture, lost in thought. Belle would always argue that she was the favorite because she had more of Mom's name. He laughed, but Mom would tell Ava that there was a V in Bella. You just cowled and tell because it was silent. I watched Samuel from the side of my eye. He was still staring at the picture, a far-off look escaping his eyes. Though a smile was plastered on his cheeks, there was another expression threatening to take over. Samuel abruptly laughed and looked at me. Those girls would argue about anything. A smile cracked my features, and for a moment, Samuel and I were lost in the two girls. Then, his face fell back to the frame, and I was reminded that we were only looking at a picture. Before I could ask any questions, Samuel was shaking his head and reaching into the box. Again, I look more like my dad. He told me. Another picture was placed on my lap. This one had Samuel a little older, though he was still just a boy. He was standing under the shoulder of another man. Samuel nearly reached his height, and the two almost looked as if they could be brothers. The older man had a thick beard lining his wide, set jaw and black hair that was slicked back. His eyes were sunken in, and as far as I could tell, their color was the only difference between the two. Where Samuel's eyes matched his mother, his father had bright, green ones. I glanced up to see another glint in Emil's eyes. This time, a liquid was pooling at the edges. Just as I was about to reach out to him, he turned back to the box. He dug around for a moment, and by the time he was facing me again, all liquid was gone from his eyes. Another picture was placed in my lap, on top of the previous two. This photograph held the entire family. They were sitting around an inner table, mouths hanging open with laughter. The twins were still in high chairs, but Samuel sat on his father's lap. The family was staring at their mother, Bella. Her mouth was open and her eyes were wide. A pie of food was sliding down her face and onto her neck. Samuel's father, the clear culprit, had his head thrown back in laughter. Samuel was staring at him in awe. A wide smile filled my face. You all look so happy. I didn't have to look up to know that Samuel, for a moment, held the same expression. We were. A comfortable silence filled the room. I knew there was a but coming to Samuel's statement. If there was, he would still be with his family. However, I didn't push him. This was something he needed to get out on his own. Eventually, Samuel sighed. He took the frames from my lap and replaced them with a final picture. This one was bigger than the others, and the leather lining was worn down around the edges. This was the last picture taken of the 5 of us. They were older. Samuel was beginning to grow into himself, and the twins were past the frilly dress phase. Their parents had more wrinkles, and though you couldn't tell at first glance, their shoulders were sunken. They put on a happier fade. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The 5 of them were in front of the same lake in the previous picture, though this time, wading in the water. My gaze left the picture and slowly traveled back up to Samuel. He was already staring at me. Why would this make me upset? He shook his head. This isn't everything. He fished once again into the cardboard box. This time, he put a pile of frameless pictures onto my lap. I flipped through them, growing more and more confused with each one. They were all pictures of wolves. Packs of them. Individuals. Light, dark, and in between. There was one wolf that was lingering in almost all of the pictures. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brown and black creature, with shining green eyes. My father, Samuel explained. He was an alpha, the forest pack. Most people called them the greenies. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I flipped through the pictures a few more times, searching for a familiar wolf. However, I never found the blonde and caramel-colored fur I was looking for, nor did I see any red eyes. Samuel caught my search. You won't find me. My hands paused. Why not? He took a deep breath. I waited for him to continue. He folded his hands in his lap, shifting his weight and picking at his nails. His gaze would no longer meet mine. My heart throbbed. Samuel was unsure and uncomfortable. 2 words I never would have used to describe him. I almost didn't want to ask him to continue. But, at the same time, I knew it needed to happen. Something he was holding back would fit all the pieces of the puzzle together. Samuel. My pleading voice was soft. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, ignoring me. My brow furrowed. I reached out my hand to catch his own, if only to stop his nervous picking. When my skin touched him, his entire body stilled. His eyes fluttered open, and he stared at me. I'm not going to hate you. I'm sure I've hated you for much less than this, and I'm not going to do it again. My voice grew small. You don't deserve that. Hesitant relief overcame his features. He nodded a few times, took another breath, then opened his mouth. You won't find me in those pictures because I was a wolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't get the gene. My sisters didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He paused and bowed his head. We were all human. My eyes went wide. My heart skipped several beats. Samuel stared at me, watching all this happen. His eyes flitted over my body several times, waiting for me to respond. A worry line appeared between his brow, and it only deepened with each passing minute of silence. He waited through it, though, never pushing me to answer. Countless thoughts and emotions swarmed my mind. I couldn't hold on to any one of them. There was shock, disbelief. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Betrayal. And finally, confusion. How? I breathed, though it came out as more of a shriek. No one knows. He quickly interrupted, tensing his shoulders. At least, not very many people. Riley knew. He was the one who helped me with my first shift. Eden knew because she was with him. Marshall found out after my first shift. He was the one who made sure I didn't die from it. I think Goldie put the pieces together over the years. Apart from that, no one ever knew. We made sure of it. My mouth was dry. Things were falling into place. Comments, conversations, and side glances started making sense. Through it all, I could do nothing but stare at Samuel as he attempted to explain. Riley always wanted me to be his beta. He continued. So, he never let anyone know I was human. If they knew, I never would have been able to hold that position. The pack just assumed I didn't connect well with my wolf. I was still speechless. My entire world was shifting. Samuel kept staring at me, waiting for me to respond. But I couldn't even think, much less form a coherent sentence. Please say something, Samuel begged, oblivious to my inner struggle. Something between a laugh and cry escaped my lips. The noise was strangled, so I cleared my throat and spoke the next thought that ran through my mind. Why wouldn't you tell me? He took a breath and hung his head. I know I should have. I was just. He trailed off, leaving his mouth hanging open. The word was on the tip of his tongue, but only after he glanced at me did he dare say it. I was scared. I didn't want to give you another reason to hate me. I thought that if I told you, you would just think it was a plot for me to make you shift, or you would use it against me. If anyone knew about this, he trailed off, leaving the explanation to the imagination. I shook my head. Slowly, I wouldn't use this against you. I know, he mumbled. I know that now. I started flipping through the pictures, this time, searching for another wolf. I had only seen Riley's wolf once before, but I doubted I would forget it. However, after a moment, I realized he wasn't in the pictures. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was my dad's pack, Samuel explained after catching my confused glance. Riley and his family were never a part of it. I took a deep breath, then put the pictures down and re-looked at Samuel. He was watching me with caution, expecting a blow-up at any moment. If our past conversations were any comparison, I should be screaming at him by now. But tonight, I couldn't find it in me. I wasn't angry, I was confused. What happened? Samuel bent his head. Again, his frame grew stiff, and he hid his face from my view. I was 12. He breathed. It was my family. The 5 of us. Against the world. Nothing could change that. We were a normal and happy family, apart from Dad being a wolf. And all. He paused and didn't speak for a long time. When he opened his mouth again, his voice changed. It was no longer hesitant, but heavy and laden down with painful memories. It was around the time the wolves decided to come out to the world. Dad didn't approve of it. He couldn't understand why everyone wanted to do it. At that point, it was the consensus that it was what was best for them. I guess. Samuel shook his head. Dad spoke out against it. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. People listened. He tried to use his family, us, as an example of the harmony we could have with humans. There didn't have to be hatred. We could work. And his voice softened. We did work. He glanced up at me. When he saw I was listening, he let out a harsh breath and continued. People stopped listening. Other packs claimed Dad had gone soft. That's when the threats started. They were small at first, but they got bigger. They knew Dad was against it all, and without his support, he was the enemy. We tried to run. We took a few that still were loyal to my dad and disappeared. We made it as far as the northern border before they found us. Before we could get out and get help, we were cut off. There were too many of them. Warriors from 5 different packs came to stop us. I guess they thought that without his support, my dad would ruin their cause. We were all a threat. In the end, we didn't stand a chance. We fought. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We fought long and hard. We almost thought we would win. Samuel's voice cracked, and he stared off into an unknown space. I slowly reached out my hand to touch his knee, unsure of what other comforts I could give. He relaxed at my touch, but his expression didn't follow suit. His eyes were hidden underneath his brow. His lips pulled into a permanent frown. Everything changed when Dad died. It took for men to pull him down. When people saw he was gone, their resolve was just gone with him. At that point, people started running. The other packs went after them. My mother told me to take my sisters and run. But we couldn't. We couldn't leave her. She tried hiding us. There were so many people. So much chaos. We all thought we could wait it out. Maybe, if we worked quiet, they would think we died. Samuel sighed and looked out the window. It didn't work. They found all of us. One of them snapped at my sister and I jumped in between. It got my leg. With the full moon being so close, the effects were almost instant, as if reliving the memory. Samuel rubbed the skin just beneath his knee. His face was contorted in pain, but his eyes were far away. When he spoke, his voice was almost a whisper. They were ready to kill us all. They were about to do it. But one of them saw that I was bitten. They tried to take me, but I wouldn't go without a fight. At that point, they were all too exhausted to put up with it. They lost people too. We used to be friends. Family. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He took a shaky breath before continuing. I was able to convince them to leave everyone else alone, and they could take me. In the end, the humans weren't worth their energy. I had my father's blood running through me, and they knew if they could get me on their side, they would have an advantage at one point. Couldn't have the father, so they took the son. Samuel scoffed, disgust forming on his features. Then, he caught my eye and softened. I went with them, back with Riley's father to Crimson Eye. The rest of my family left, and I haven't spoken to them since. He pressed his lips together until they were set in a thin line. He closed his eyes, dropped his head, and muttered, I don't even know if they're alive. Without thinking, my hand tightened around Samuel's. He was limp in my hold, but I didn't let that deter me. I sat with him for several moments in nothing more than a somber silence. The air was heavy in the room and it was almost hard to breathe. My thoughts raced with images of Samuel's family, torn apart by the very thing that sent my own family's life spiraling into hell. Samuel eventually opened his eyes and stared into my own. He blinked rapidly and pressed his lips together. Tears pooled in the corners of his eyes, but he held them at bay for as long as he could. When opened his mouth to say something, his words died off, and a mangled cry escaped. Without thinking, I pulled Samuel into me. He crumpled. Lifeless limbs fell on my own, and were it not for the couch bearing most of the burden, I would have fallen under his weight. Samuel leaned his head against my shoulder and stayed there until the jacket I was wearing was damp with tears. Even then, he didn't pull away. He simply mumbled incoherently into my shoulder. My hands wrapped around his neck and shoulder while my fingers played with the hair at the base of his neck. I'm so sorry, Samuel, I whispered. Not your fault. His broken voice rumbled in my shoulder. He pulled his head away for just a moment, looking into my eyes. When I saw his expression, the last of my heart shattered. He was broken. His entire being was broken. Everything Samuel had been holding in and shoving away made its way to the surface and exploded into his expression. His eyes were bloodshot. His mouth hung open. This time, though, there were no words to be said. There were only tears to finally be let free. I'm sorry, he mumbled, breaking away his gaze. He acted as if he was going to say more, but I cut him off. If you're going to apologize for crying, then just stop right there. I shook my head, my hand cold against the back of his neck. The pressure sent Samuel's eyes back to my own. After holding his stare for a moment, I gave him a sad smile. It's okay to miss them. It's okay to cry. Samuel tried speaking, but his words came out choked. I shook my head again and pulled him back into my shoulder, muffling his voice. He stopped trying to speak and went still. His shoulders rose and fell with heavy breaths. But apart from that, he was motionless. It seemed he would stay that way for an eternity. While sitting there on the couch, holding Samuel close to me, my world began to shift. For the first time since I could remember, I was not the one crying or needing comfort. Samuel was. And it wasn't for some menial sorrow or hardship that he was breaking. It was because he had been too strong for too long. At that moment, everything changed. My view, my world, my life. Every resentment had been holding on to seemed insignificant. Each fight it had with Samuel was meaningless. He was a harsh monster that wanted to keep me locked away to cage his happiness. He didn't have some selfish or domineering motivation to keep me close to him. It was him that caused my life to go to hell. Because the thing that did had ruined his life long before mine. Samuel was an enemy. He was a weak and vulnerable man who had lost everything. He was just trying not to lose anything else. Chapter 55. Unless I'm not alpha, thank you. Samuel spoke the words as I came back to sit on the couch. We had spent a sufficient amount of time crying in one another's arms, and after the worst of it had passed, we were left exhausted. I left to get water, hoping to revive us, if only a little. When I returned from the kitchen, Samuel was almost back to normal. He was sitting on the edge of the couch, leaning forward and bracing himself on his knees. His brow was furrowed, so deep that I almost couldn't see his eyes. Thoughts were racing across his face, but when I handed him his cup, they stilled. I sat down next to him. What are you thinking? Too much. Samuel shook his head, rubbing his bloodshot eyes. It's not that bad. You know. I attempted a smile to lighten the mood. Samuel raised an eyebrow. What's not that bad? Being human. You talk like it's a plague. Or something. It's really not that bad. Samuel looked at me for a long time. I held his gaze for as long as I could, but eventually, I broke away. When my eyes traveled back to my cup, I heard Samuel sigh next to me. I've been told differently. Just because you're told something, doesn't mean that it's true. Samuel shifted so that he was facing me. I leaned further against the arm of the couch, just out of reach of him. Samuel regarded the distance for a minute before throwing an arm over the back cushions and sinking further into their comfort. He let out a long sigh before he responded. And from the moment I arrived here, it's been ingrained in my mind that wolves are better. Samantha, and do you really believe that? I bit my lip, suddenly unsure if I wanted to know the answer. My gaze flicked up to Samuel just in time to see the lines on his face crease deeper into the skin. I did. He nodded. Anger pricked at my heart. It was a sudden fire that sent sparks into my vision. Well, that's good to know, Samuel. I tried and failed miserably at keeping the venom from my voice. Apparently, nothing had changed. Despite his past, Samuel would still forever hold himself above me and what he used to be. Samuel's distracted gaze shot back to me. I avoided it, swirling the contents of my drinks in my cup. His hand crept toward me but halted halfway there. I said, did? Samantha. Not do. Things are more complicated. Now, he mumbled. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. What's complicated about thinking you're better than someone? That you can't treat everyone like dirt and control everything because you're a wolf. He shook his head and drooped his eyes. When everyone tells you something, over and over again, it's hard to distinguish what is real and what you're just being told. After a while, you start to believe their words and it becomes a part of who you are. He paused, trying to catch my gaze. My narrowed eyes snapped to him, and he flinched. Going against what you've always been told isn't easy, Samantha. It's changing the entire way you think. It doesn't happen overnight. I turned my head away and pursed my lips. The sudden fire of anger had just been doused. Despite my best efforts to rekindle it, Samuel's words rang totally and completely true. There was no disputing him because I felt the same way. It seemed like so long ago I'd first met Samuel, and I had been terrified. Every interaction it had with the wolves only brought me pain and discomfort. Everything I'd ever heard about them was that they were ruthless, bloodthirsty creatures who were more monster than man. Then, Samuel proved to me that wasn't necessarily true. He was the first person to make me realize that not everything is as cut and dry as it's made out to be. I understood just how complicated it could be. After a few silent minutes, I let out a defeated breath. I think I understand what you're saying. Samuel gawked. You do. Don't give me that look. I snapped, incapable of changing my mind. Too, a slow smile crept onto his lips. I'm sorry. I was just expecting a different reaction. A fight and yelling. That, not this. I rolled my eyes and tried to keep the smile from my lips. Samuel looked relieved for his own good. Yeah, well, I decided it was worth it. I agree. Before I could say anything else, Samuel stood and gathered the pictures that littered the floor and coffee table. He placed each photo in its rightful place inside the cardboard box, arranging them so they wouldn't break. When everything was put away, he folded it shut and disappeared into his room. While he was gone, my thoughts wandered back to his revelation. It was still hard to believe what H.E.D. told me. I tried to tell myself it didn't change anything. But, in all honesty, somehow, I felt more comfortable with Samuel, knowing that he used to be like me. I didn't know if it was right to feel that way, and I didn't know what all those feelings entailed. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did recognize that where my thoughts of him used to be filled with hatred, now there was something more than tolerance. Samuel startled me by flopping back onto the couch and swinging his legs onto the coffee table. He laughed at my reaction, taking another swig of his water and looking at me. What are you so deep in thought about? Then smirked. Me, I hope. I took a calming breath and rolled my eyes. You sound too much like Riley. He laughed. It was loud, full, and similar to a bark. I'd only heard that sound from Samuel a small number of times, so I cowled and keep a smile from leaking to my annoyance. Well, Riley and I did grow up together. Samuel shrugged. You know, we were close. Maybe a bit too close. He laughed again, and I beamed. Leave it to Samuel to turn a previously filled and bleak evening into one consumed with laughter. When his laughter died off, I shook my head, remembering my thoughts from earlier. Can I ask you a question? Samuel folded his hands behind his head, a smile still lingering on his expression. You don't have to ask permission for anything. Samantha, I think we're past that. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Habit. Then looked at me with raised eyebrows. Why now? I paused, gathering my thoughts. Why share all of this information with me now? If you were just planning on letting me and will leave. Samuel sighed, the smile disappearing. You need somewhere to go. You said you wanted away from the wolves. I thought my mother might be your best option. How could she help Will? To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Isn't your mother human? She is. He groaned, taking his feet off the table and setting them on the floor. He leaned forward and ran a hand across the back of his neck. She always helped the newly shifted wolves in my father's pack. Don't ask me how she did it. I don't know. All I remember is that she helped them. She can do the same for Will. He glanced at me. If we can find her. If she's alive. Samuel's last sentence was spoken with such nonchalance that anyone else would have bought the uncaring tone. However, I had seen his mask too many times not to know when it was being put on. He was worried. There was no questioning it. He just didn't want me to know. How are we going to find her? Samuel leaned forward, cradling his head in his hands. I've got some ideas. There's a few members of the old pack I remember from when I was a kid. If I cut them down, they might know something. Marshall has been looking into it all for a while. Now too, he has a few numbers from my old pack for me to call. He knew this was going to happen. Samuel gave me a side glance and a small smile. No. He just wanted me to get back in contact with my family. I always told him it was a waste of time, that I was never going to be able to go back. But I guess his stubbornness paid off. I laughed once. I guess so. Samuel stood and took his drink from the table. He offered to take mine, and I gave it to him after downing the last of the water. He disappeared to the other end of the room where I heard the faucet running and the glass gots clinking together. I turned just as he shut off the water and leaned against the counter. What are you going to do when we find them? He looked up from the kitchen and back into the living room where I sat. Instead of coming back to the couch, though, he shrugged and began wiping down the cups. Set up a place for you and Will to meet them. I bit my lip, fighting my next question. Like before, I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the answer, or to have my question imply something I didn't think I wanted. Are you coming with us? Samuel stilled, and I rushed out my next words. To see your family. I mean, I won't be joining you. But, don't you want to see them? I saw the visible tension seize control of Samuel's shoulders. I can't. It's not safe. I won't be able to disappear like you. If I leave, then it will endanger your chances of escape. My brow furrowed. Samuel, what's going to happen to you when we disappear? But the tension never left his body. The chiefs will come and decide my fate. I am first in line for the alpha position, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to let me take it. I sensed there was more than what he was telling me. But, Samuel breathed deeply. If someone challenges my position, they will decide who is better fit. With the circumstances of Riley's death, they are going to be careful and meticulous about the whole thing. You think someone will challenge you? It was more of a statement than a question. Gray. Usually, Samuel refused to acknowledge the potential mutiny within his pack. Any time I brought up the possibility that everything that was going wrong could have something to do with the wolves, Samuel would refuse to speak on it. The pack is family, he would tell me, and that would finalize any conversation. But nothing ever added up, and my concerns were never resolved. These are the very reasons I was so surprised when Samuel actually answered my accusation. Yes, he said simply. Someone like Bray could challenge me. Samuel must have noticed my surprise because he quickly continued. It's not safe to speak badly of the pack in their presence. Samantha, if I entertain the thought of betrayal or weakness within ranks, people will latch onto it. They don't like uncertainty. They want to know we trust one another. As a pack should, even if that's clearly not the case. Samuel placed the cups down on the counter and meandered back into the living room, shoving his hands into his pockets. Yes, even if that's not the case, that's why we can't accuse Bray of anything. The accusation will only incite havoc within the pack. I pondered his words for a moment. Do you think Bray had something to do with everything that happened? My voice grew small. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Waylon Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mother. He was standing next to the couch now. Instead of sitting, he leaned against the back of it. I turned my body to face him. I don't know. I hope not. Furrowing his brow. James is still a candidate. What happened to your family is too personal for Bray to be involved in. Though his words held finality, I could sense the uncertainty lacing Samuel's tone. He waved one of his hands, though, continuing. You don't need to worry about that anymore. Anyways, you'll be gone and it'll fix everything. Unless you're not Alpha. He grimaced. Unless I'm not Alpha. Does the pack get a say in it? Surely, they like you more than Bray. I twisted my hands in my lap. He flashed me a grin. Tell me, what would they like more about me? Samuel. I deadpanned him. The pack may voice their opinions, but it is ultimately the chief's job to ensure the pack is run by a capable Alpha. If not, They'll have more issues with the pack later. Then, they'd have to get the Grand Alpha involved, and to be honest, no one wants that. Confusion must have been evident on my face. Once more, before I could even question him, Samuel was explaining. I'm sorry. I forget you didn't grow up with all of this. He paused with his mouth hanging open in thought. There are 6 chiefs and 1 Grand Alpha. They make up the council. They're the ones who make the decisions for the entire werewolf population. Usually, the chiefs handle everything and the Grand Alpha only intervenes when the chiefs need help. Which is rare. So HES more of a figurehead. Not really. HES just never seen. And no one wants to see him. Enthusiasm, in the past, every time HES visited a pack, it was because they were conspiring against the council, though HES threatened to intervene for other reasons. As well, every time he shows up, packs are killed. That's the only way to ensure peace. I took a deep breath. Brutal. Samuel nodded. That's why it's best for the Alpha transition to go smoothly. I bit my lip, thoughts swarming my mind. But, I mean, what would happen if Bray becomes Alpha? What about Goldie? Didn't you say she was something? Couldn't she take the position? What about you being human? Does that change anything? He grimaced. Goldie's the beta female, yes. But, unless she wants the position, which she doesn't, the chiefs won't consider her for Alpha. His fingers tapped on the back of the couch as he answered my next questions. No one else knows what I used to be. As long as they don't find out, nothing will change. His words incited another thought. I looked up at Samuel for a moment, taking in his ragged state, creased brow, and bloodshot eyes. His arms were holding too much of his weight against the back of the couch, and his knuckles were white. He was beaten down and exhausted. Do you want it, Samuel? He looked at me, startled. Do you want to be the Alpha? I repeated. His mouth was slightly agape, and his gaze wouldn't leave me. For a few moments, the truth was written plainly on his face. Then, he shook his head and took a deep breath, giving me a tight smile. You worry too much, Samantha. You'll be long gone before any of this happens. I opened my mouth to dispute, but as I did, Samuel's pocket beeped. He pulled out a phone and squinted his eyes, reading a small message printed on the screen. After a moment, his shoulders tensed. Again, we have to get back. What's going on? The phone slipped back into Samuel's pocket. Nothing's wrong. We just need to get back. I've got to speak with Marshall and have him start gathering the numbers to call. You should sleep. Samuel was already walking back across the room toward the front door. He paused, looking back at me. I held back a sigh and stood slowly so as not to disturb any healing injuries. Samuel looked like he wanted to help but ultimately thought better of it. When I came to stand beside him, we both hesitated at the door. I took a quick last look at the apartment and had the sudden feeling I wouldn't be coming back. The thought tugged at my heart in strange ways. Samuel watched me as my gaze scanned the rooms, then came back to him. He gestured toward the broken front door, and before I could stop myself, I took his hand in my own. Samuel gave me a sad smile before squeezing my fingers against his own and leading us out of the building. Chapter 56 Unconsumed Vegetable of a Brother. The journey to the house was uneventful, but the further we drove from Samuel's apartment, the more distant he became. The drive began with us holding hands and smiling at the sunrise, but by the time we arrived at the house, Samuel's hands were plastered to the steering wheel, and his mask was back on. The short walk to my bedroom was the same. Samuel dropped me off outside my door, mumbling something about needing to wake up Goldie. He left me standing in the doorway without another word. I stood in the hallway for several moments. My bed called to me. My head was spinning. Despite this, I turned away from the door and trudged down the corridor. I was exhausted and overwhelmed, but I knew I would be awake soon. He was always a annoying person, no matter the circumstances. My only consolidation as I turned from sleep was that I could collapse onto Will's bed as soon as I made sure he was okay. He was likely going to be too tired to carry out a karaoke conversation. To my agent extraordinaire, Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was surprised to find Will's door unlocked. My surprise only halted me for a moment, though. Before I inched it open and crept into the room, as soon as the door was locked behind me, I caught Will's eye. "Hey, stranger." Will smiled at me from his position on the bed. He was sitting up and leaning against the large headboard. His blonde hair was sticking straight up as if Hed run his hands through it many times, and there were dark circles under his eyes. "Hey yourself." I walked over and sat in the chair next to the bed, crossing my legs and resting my chin in my hands. "How do you sleep?" Will looked me up and down. "Better than you." I laughed once. "That's probably true. What did you do last night?" "You should have slept. You never could pull an all-nighter." I raised one eyebrow. "Why do you automatically assume I did something?" He rolled his eyes and tilted his head while gesturing to my body. "You're wearing the same clothes I saw you in last time." I lowered my gaze and half smiled at the floor. "I could have slept in these." "Okay. Sure. I believe that." He folded his arms and smirked. "I don't appreciate the sarcasm. I never asked you to. Someone's in a good mood." I left. He shrugged and rolled his shoulders back. "In feeling better. Got some good sleep." I narrowed my eyes. "So those dark circles are just for decoration." To my agent extraordinaire, Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What can I say? I'm allergic to dogs. We both burst into laughter. I couldn't keep the smile off my face as I looked Will over. Compared to before, he almost looked like a new person. He was wearing clean clothes. There wasn't any blood caking his skin, and his movements were smooth and light, though there were plenty bruises along each of his limbs and permanent shadows of exhaustion under his eyes. He was doing better. My gaze lingered on his for a moment, and I smiled wider. "Your eyes are back." Will's hands shot up to cradle his face. I didn't know they left. I laughed again and pulled his hands back down to his lap. "They're not red anymore." "Genius." He looked at me for a moment, and I further studied his eyes. They were the familiar dark brown I'd always known. They brought back memories of late nights, comfort, and home. It had been too long since I'd seen them. "Your Samuel told me they would change color a bit. I haven't been keeping track." I shook my head, smiling to myself. "Well, you don't exactly have a mirror or anything to do that with." I folded my arms. "And H.E. is not my Samuel." "Sure, whatever you say." I rolled my eyes. "So, how are you feeling?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Better." Will nodded, shifting his weight and pulling blankets around his waist. "A bit. I mean, in getting used to it. Everything just hit me all at once and it was overwhelming. Now that I know what to expect, it's easier to deal with it. Plus, my body isn't being ripped to shreds, so that's nice. I can imagine." I cringe. Sleep is helping. The more time that passes, the better I feel. I bit my lip, and before I could utter a word, Will rolled his eyes, spit it out. "Samantha, do you feel any differently?" He pursed his lips and spoke after a moment. "Yes. My head is constantly pounding. When I'm awake, I'm restless, no matter how exhausted I am." My face twisting. "Wolf inside you." Will looked me once over, narrowing his eyes. "Yes, and how do you feel?" I trailed off, suspending my open hands in the air. "How do I feel about that? Are you my therapist?" "Now?" I folded my arms and huffed no. "I'm just trying to gauge how you're doing." He sighed and shook his head. "I'm not going to sit here and talk about feelings. That hasn't changed. I will tell you that it's weird and annoying and I hate every moment of it. But I'm adjusting. You don't need to worry about me." My face softened and my hands fell into my lap. I just want you to have someone to talk to. This is a lot. I can't even imagine. And I'm so sorry. To our agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Really, truly. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This should have never happened. No, it shouldn't have happened. But it's not your place to say sorry for it. I took a small breath. Do you know whose place it is? To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Again, his frame went stiff and he turned to look at the wall. Are you going to tell me? He sighed and turned back to face me. James. My breath hitched in my throat. I stared at the space between me and Will, trying to absorb the information. I knew I was waiting for my response, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. You look surprised, he commented. I fought for the right words. I guess I am. Will scoffed. The sound brought me out of my trance, and when I looked back at him, his face was contorted in rage. I don't know why. He spat. I looked around the room and shook my head. I thought it was Riley, or Peyton Bray. Why would they bother biting me? It's a long story. I kept my gaze averted from Will and kept looking around the room. How do you know it was James? Will was quiet long enough for me to look back at him. He was already staring at me through slits for eyes and folded arms. I'm not sure. Come on. I huffed. I know you know. Or else you would have said it was James. Maybe. We stared at each other for several long moments, fighting to beat the other in stubbornness. I knew Will was holding back his information because I was telling him the entire story of Riley. In the end, I also knew he was much more headstrong than me. It is a long story, I reiterated. I'm tired. I'm sure you have a simple explanation. Mine could take hours. Will smirked. I'm waiting. I don't even know where to start. Running my fingers through my tangled heap of hair. I already told you about Riley. He expected certain things of me, and if they didn't happen there were consequences. Will cut in, holding up a hand. He threatened you with me, among other things. He threw his hands in the air, at everything he could hold over you. Why would you let it be your nearly dead and unconscious vegetable of a brother? Do you want an explanation? He grumbled, before gesturing for me to continue. To be honest, I'm not sure of Peyton's motivation. I've gathered that he wants to be alpha. That much is apparent. No matter if anyone will admit it, or not. I guess I just don't get a good feeling about the guy. Maybe he is trying to get to Samuel through me. Maybe he had some scheme and wanted you to join him. I don't know. I waved my hand to the side. It doesn't matter. Now, I know it was James. Will began to nod. You're right. That did take hours. I don't know if there's enough time for my side of the story. To our agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I half cried, looking at him with desperate eyes. I've been waiting to hear who bit you for ages. Now this isn't a joke. He smiled at me, but it began to dim. Soon, he was staring at the wall again. I woke up when it happened. I sat up in my chair. You woke up. Enthusiasm, in the hospital. Just for a few seconds. He mumbled. The pain was enough to wake me up long enough to see James standing in the room. Did he say anything to you? No, did he do anything else? Not that I know of. I was out again before he left. Honestly, I thought he was there to finally kill me. My voice lowered to meet Will's. He wouldn't have killed you. It's how he kept Mom on his side. Will looked at me for a moment before shifting away. Again. The moment I caught his glance, I noticed his eyes change back to red. Have you spoken to anyone else since you came here? I quickly changed the subject. Just you, Samuel. And some woman who wouldn't actually speak to me. I haven't seen anyone but you in a while. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He paused, shifting his weight and stretching his limbs. I was going to ask you about that. Is there any word on when I'm getting out of here? I was going to ask you Samuel or the blonde, but I haven't gotten a chance. I think I'm past the stage of out-of-control killing. Don't you? Well, I do have some sort of word on that. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's not exactly good word. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Will's hopeful eyes turned despondent. I gave him a sad smile before continuing. The bad news is that you've got to stay in here for 2 more days. Or something. It might be 1. Now, actually. I massaged my temples. I don't know what day it is. Anymore. Will stared at me without sympathy. You should get that figured out. Thanks. I did, panting. You'll get on that. Is there good news? My hands went back to my lap and I nodded yes. When you get out. We're both leaving. We're getting out of here and going north. Will looked at me with wide eyes. North. Yes, away from the wolves. This town. Everything. There are some people we're going to meet who can help us. We'll be safer up north. There are less wolves. It's where I was heading before everything happened. His brow furrowed. Safer, he repeated. I took a breath. Deeper this time. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel has a plan, and if everything works out then we'll be free from all of this. But the expression fell when I regarded Will's demeanor. He was breathing heavily, staring at me with red eyes. I can't just leave. It's not an option for me to run away from the wolves. I am one. Now there's no running from it. Before he was finished speaking, I was shaking my head. No, you don't understand. We're going somewhere where the people can help you. Somewhere away from the wolves. He interrupted. Yes, but no. Will shook his head and buried his fists in the blankets now. The wolves are the only ones who can help me. Now no human is going to know what to do with me. These ones will. I reached forward to grab Will's arm. Listen. These humans are going to know all about this. They used to help people like you. He looked at me like I'd gone insane. I took another deep breath. I'm not crazy. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel told me about them. They used to be in his father's pack. They made it out before the wolves took over. Completely. They know what they're doing. Samuel told me they would help you. And you trust him. I recoiled. But my answer came quicker than I thought it would. Yes, yes. I trust him completely. Then I trust your judgment. Will sighed, then shook his arm out of my grasp. What about Mom? We can't leave her. I sank further into myself. That won't be a problem. She's gone. Will was staring straight ahead. He was stiff and still, only taking small breaths when he needed to. I dropped my gaze, my voice growing small. How did you know? I read between the lines. I never could keep things from you. I don't know why you still try. I opened my mouth to respond, but the words died on my lips. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them away before they could fall. Look, I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. It's fine. I would have done the same thing. My hands folded together, twisting in on themselves. When I looked up, Will was staring at his own hands and picking at his nails. He was blinking rapidly, postponing the tears just as I was. We had both always been silent mourners. Though we went through hell together, we broke down on our own. There had only been a few rare times we shed tears together, and each of those times was unintentional. It seemed this might be one of those times. No matter how hard he tried, Will shed a few tears. His face reddened. But he didn't wipe away the moisture on his cheeks. I, on the other hand, was catching the tears almost as quickly as they fell. "I'm sorry," I whispered after several moments of silence. I tried to keep her safe. He turned so he was facing me. The tears were still falling down his cheeks, and he did nothing to stop them. "Don't ever say you're sorry. You didn't do this. It's not your fault." I went to interrupt him, but Will held up his hand and cut me off. "I don't care what you say. Don't you dare believe it is." I looked at my feet. "You don't even know what happened." "I don't care. I know you." Instead of responding, I let out a shaky breath, phantom thought clouding my mind, reminding me of the words Peyton spoke to me. Will didn't know the entire story. He didn't know that it was a possibility my mother was targeted because of me. She could have been killed because of me and my failure to live up to Riley's expectations. A small voice spoke in the back of my mind, presenting the possibility that it was James who killed my mother. As quickly as the explanation came, I pushed it aside. In the end, it didn't matter who killed my mother. She was still dead and I was in the middle of it all. "You need to sleep." Will broke the train of thoughts crashing through my mind. I shrugged and wiped another tear. "I told you I was tired. You were using it as a cop-out. To my agent extraordinaire, L'Oban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now it's legitimate. Gee, thanks." Despite my efforts to keep it even, my voice shook. Will let out a small laugh. "I'm kicking you out. Go to sleep. I'd let you stay here, but this twin matters isn't shareable. Plus, your Samuel is probably looking for you." I shook my head and glared at him. "If you call him my Samuel one more time, you can't hurt me now." Will interrupted and held his arms out wide. "I'm an invincible werewolf, baby." I stood and pulled a pillow out from behind him. His head clunked on the wooden headboard, and my laughter was immediate. "Yes, very invincible. To our agent extraordinaire, L'Oban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He rubbed the back of his head and grabbed the pillow. "Just go to sleep. Gladly." I loved him, but he carried the future of an entire wolf pack on his shoulders. He told me he couldn't leave, even if it meant go. I stood there, watching him turn into a wolf and disappear into the forest. Chapter 57, Everything Except You. I didn't wake up until the afternoon light was pouring into my bedroom. I hadn't meant to sleep that long, but once my exhausted body hit the mattress, there was no going back. Even when I emerged into consciousness, it was of my own free will. There was a knock at the door, and before I opened my eyes, Raven was in my room. She tiptoed across the floor, carrying a wooden tray of food. "Sorry to wake you, but I thought you could eat something." I rubbed my eyes and sat up in bed, making room for Raven to sit. As well, she placed herself on a patch of blankets while setting the tray on my lap. There were plates filled to the brim with toast. "To my agent extraordinaire, L'Oban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And various meat. I looked at the overabundance of food with wide eyes. Raven noticed my expression and laughed. "I figured I could eat with you. I haven't eaten lunch yet." She caught me picking at a piece of toast, and quickly continued, "I can get something different if you do like." I raised my gaze and gave her a small smile. "No, this is perfect." We ate in silence for a few minutes while I continued to try and wake up. It seemed no matter how long I slept these days, I was still exhausted. My body was constantly playing catch-up with my emotions, and the toll was getting heavy. "How are you doing?" Raven's soft voice broke the silence. "I haven't seen you since. You know." She trailed off. Uncertainly. "I'm fine." I cut off her sentence. The last time I'd seen Raven was the morning after my mother had been dumped on Samuel's doorstep. Neither of us wanted to relive that. "I haven't seen you. To my agent extraordinaire, L'Oban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Where have you been? Nowhere. Raven answered quickly. I laughed at her eagerness, and color tinted her cheeks. I've just been helping out around here. Everything has been a little hectic. Lately, I think everyone is on edge. Makes sense. Raven began twisting her shirt in her hands. I thought I would have seen you, but you were never around. You kind of disappeared. Yeah. Sorry. I guess I kind of did. I hesitated with my explanation, but when I caught Raven's glance, my reservations dissolved. I needed some time alone, and I spent a lot of it with Will. Samuel came around too. Her mouth popped open. Will survived. I just assumed he didn't make it through the second part of the shift. I haven't heard anything about him. He survived. All right. I don't know how. I let out a small laugh. Samuel's keeping it quiet. Raven nodded to herself. I can understand why. She pushed back a strand of hair and licked her lips before continuing. You were with Samuel. What did he say? I was with him last night. I nodded. He tried explaining things to me. How did that go? I stared out the window, recalling the evening's events. My hands wiped the crumbs from my lap and I took a long drink before responding. Good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At least, I think it did. He told me about his announcement to the pack. Raven took a sharp breath. What did you do? I was guessing you didn't know anything about it. Or you'd be furious. I would have told you. I swear. But I didn't think it was my place. And I didn't want to get in trouble. And everything's been so crazy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I laughed. I actually found out about it from Bray. But Samuel explained everything after that. Raven stilled as Peyton's name passed my lips. Her eyes darted to the door and her fingers twisted further into her sweater. When she looked back at me, her eyes were wide. You're still here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're okay with what HE's planning? Where else would I be? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm okay with the plan Samuel told me, not the one he told everyone else. Her eyes grew wider. What do you mean? I glanced at the door and dropped my voice to a whisper. I mean exactly what I said. Samuel has a plan. He knows I don't want to be turned and won't be safe here. Not with everything that's happened. I bit my lip and shook my head, barely believing my next words. Archias letting Will and I leave. Raven stilled. Her mouth dropped and all she could do was stare. It was his idea. I explained. Samuel's. He wants what's best. He wants me to be safe. While you're eating. Her breathing quickened. That's his plan. I nodded my head and reached for her hands that had now disappeared within the folds of her shirt. She watched me with wide eyes as I pried her fingers away from the fabric and placed them in her lap. Yes, we're leaving. It's what's best. I bit my lips and attempted to gather my thoughts. Once Will and I are gone, we won't have to be constantly looking over our shoulders and living in fear. We can be free of everything. Even Samuel. Her question caught me off guard. My gaze fell from her concerned eyes to the floor. My thoughts raced around one another until I wasn't even sure I was thinking. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was the problem. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't want to think. I wanted to act. The only way to ensure Will I would be all right was to stop thinking and start moving forward without looking back. We'd already lost too much. We couldn't risk losing any more. With that in mind, I told her, even Samuel. Raven nodded and placed her hand on my knee. Maybe it's for the best. When are you leaving? During Riley's funeral. So soon. Where will you go? I bit my lip and snuck a glance at Raven's crestfallen face. It was the best idea to be speaking about what Samuel told me. But Raven was the closest thing I considered to be a friend. She had been there with me when things got out of control. She had talked with me when I was on the edge of falling off countless emotional cliffs. If anything, she deserved to know. When I'd finished telling her the basics of what Samuel revealed of his past, we were both quiet. She was processing the information and I was left to my own thoughts. Again, the air in the room was thick, but not with tension. It was heavy with the imminent future. In the end, Raven let out a deep sigh. I never knew. Her words pierced my heart. Very few people do. I'm so sorry, Samantha. When I looked up, there were tears in Raven's eyes, though I was confused at her overabundance of emotion. I brought her in for a hug. She wrapped her arms around me, as if I was the only thing anchoring her to the earth. And after a while, my grip mirrored hers. I'll miss you. You know. Raven broke away and looked at the ground. You've been kind to me. I stared at Raven's face, memorizing each and every crevice. She was wrong in what she said. She had been kind to me. I had used her on multiple occasions, snapped at her when she had tried to offer comfort, and burdened her with all of my troubles. She never once complained, and I knew who the true saint was in our situation. Raven was a friend and I was playing catch-up. When my next words left my lips, they surprised us both. Come with us? Raven's breathing hitched. What? A small smile curled onto my face. Come with us, I repeated. There's no reason for you to stay here. Well, no, but then you have every reason to leave, I urged. Raven stumbled over her words. I guess you could look at it like that. But I don't know. It'd only slow you guys down. Plus, you're trying to get away from the wolves, not bring them with you. My smile turned genuine. I can bring the good ones. Raven's words halted, and frail grin enveloped her features. The expression was hesitant at first, and she cowed at look at me while holding it. After a minute, though, she raised her tear-brimmed eyes toward me. That would be nice. My heart leapt at her words. I hadn't realized it, but having Raven come with us was the best idea it had yet. She could help with Will's shifting. She could navigate the forests. She could help us leave and never look back. She could be an actual friend. I pulled Raven in for another hug. She was stiff, but her arms wrapped around me. Nonetheless, she was the first to pull away though, and when she did, she lifted herself off the bed and grabbed the empty tray. I should be going. Her shift in demeanor startled me for a moment, but I quickly recovered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thanks for the food. She smiled at the floor and began to retreat from my bedroom. When she was at the door, another thought hit me, and I called out to her. Wait. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She looked at me expectantly, and I sighed. Could you have Samuel come down here? It'd get him, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to leave the room, or not. What with everything going on. And all. Raven nodded, then left. The minutes passed in silence after that, and I took the time to comb through my hair with my fingers. My thoughts wandered to anything and everything. There was some large dark cloud hovering over my shoulders, tempting panic attacks and breakdowns. I could think freely and without consequences. Sure, there was plenty of turmoil still raging through my life, but I liked to think the worst was over. I liked to entertain hope. Now, after all, I would finally be getting what I'd always wanted. I could escape this town and save my family, or at least what was left of them. We could run and run until everything I experienced was nothing but a distant nightmare. That's all my life had been. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A nightmare. A quiet inner voice counseled against getting my hopes up, but I couldn't bring myself to listen. Not anymore. I wasn't going to become paralyzed with fear and trepidation over potential threats. I was going to live my life according to how someone else wanted me to behave. I was going to get my freedom and chance at happiness. The only way to make those hopes a reality was to get away from this town and everyone in it. Everyone. Something tugged at my chest. It was like a small needle piercing the bottom of my heart, begging for attention in both my body and mind. If I tried hard enough, I could ignore it. As the minutes passed, I told myself I was successful in eradicating the feeling. Completely. Despite what I told myself, the piercing lingered. Just as I was ready to tear open my skin and force the feeling out of my chest, a knock sounded at my door. My gaze whipped up as Samuel opened the door and hovered in the entryway. He looked at me with relief, before a blank expression fell upon his features. Everything all right. Everything's fine, I told him in a soft voice, the feeling in my chest finally disappearing. I wanted to ask you something. Samuel came into the room and shut the door behind him. He continued to stand just inside the room until I patted the bed in the spot Raven had been sitting earlier. Only then did Samuel drag himself to my side. Even then, he made sure to sit on the bed in a way that neither of us was touching each other. He looked around the room while I regarded his stiff frame. Are you okay? My question passed my lips before I could think better of it. Samuel's shoulders tightened, and he looked at me for a moment before dropping his gaze. His eyes were dark blue, but something was swimming underneath the safe color. I just have a lot on my mind. What did you need? You seem... I hesitated and gestured to his rigid body. Stiff. Samuel didn't answer but instead resumed his staring contest with the floor. What's going on? I eventually asked. He sighed and turned, flashing me a cold glare. Riley's funeral is tomorrow. There's a lot to plan for. It's a big ordeal. The pack has a lot to say and contribute. We're combining a few other funerals so there's more to handle than normal. On top of that, I've got a literal pack of angry wolves demanding we go after the humans that supposedly killed their friends and family. Little do they know. 2 of them are hiding out right under their noses until everything dies down and we can figure out what really happened. Bray's busy trying to overthrow me, and the chiefs are coming to visit the pack in less than a week. I have to get you and your brother out of here without causing any sort of suspicion. So yeah, you could say I'm a little stiff. Samuel tore his gaze away from me and let out a sharp breath. I stared at him with wide eyes. My own breathing caught in my chest. Right. My heart fell to the floor. I should have realized. Tense silence blanketed the room. It seemed to go on for hours, and the entire time I cursed myself for being so naive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel was going to be stressed. He was some perfect being who handled every situation without a care. The worst part was that I knew I was only adding to his burden. I really am sorry. I was thinking. I never do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My uncomfortable laugh cut through the strained silence before it died off and left the room feeling cold and desolate. Is there anything I can do? Samuel's shoulders fell. He ran a hand down his face and dropped his eyes. No, I'm sorry. There's no reason for me to snap at you. Don't worry about it. Everything is under control. Despite his words, Samuel framed stay hard. He folded his arms and tucked his hands away, turning slightly away from me. His head was bent, but he gazed at me through hooded eyes. Are you sure? I started to reach for his arms to ease the tension, but dropped my hand halfway there. He shook his head. Did you need something? It took a minute for my thoughts to catch up to my mouth. I rubbed up and down my legs as my heart picked up its beating. Samuel continued to watch me, though curiosity now danced in his dark eyes. I don't know about this anymore, but I was talking to Raven earlier. I might have invited her to come with us. I rushed. I hadn't thought about it when I was speaking to Raven before, but having her join us might present difficulties for Samuel. I didn't know the full extent of his plan, and it's possible I might have just ruined it and added even more to his stress. Samuel paused, then shrugged. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I watched for another wave of tension in his shoulders, a squint in his eye, anything to give me a clue as to whether or not he was upset. However, none of that came. Achidi simply shrugged and looked at me with tired eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just like that. I don't see why not. My brow furrowed. It doesn't complicate anything. Samuel shifted his weight. His hand brushed my knee while doing so, and he almost immediately jerked back. Maybe a little, but it's not a big deal. It's probably a good idea. I can fill her in on everything. Later, I watched Samuel move further away on the bed and scrunched my eyebrows together. Why do you keep doing that? Doing what? Flinching away from me. His shifting body paused. Then, almost casually, I don't want you uncomfortable. You do the same thing. Uncomfortable. My eyes narrowed. I do not. Samuel sighed and ran a hand along the back of his neck. It doesn't matter. He raised his head and gave me a forced smile before changing the subject. How are you at acting? When all I could answer with was a blank stare. Samuel let out a small laugh and lowered his voice. You need to make everyone believe you're dying. He tried to keep his voice light-hearted, but I recognized the underlying stress still lingering from our conversation. You'll have to make an appearance at the funeral. No one has seen you yet, so they expect you to be there, no matter the circumstances. If I were to have bitten you in the morning and you didn't take well to it, by evening you'd be on your deathbed for the entire pack to see. Why would you bite me in the morning? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel's voice was barely a mumble. I'd be setting the scene. It would be more believable that you'd die from the bite if people saw you sick. How sick am I supposed to be? I puffed my cheeks and let out a long breath. I was ready to move on from our previous conversation, but I also didn't want Samuel to be any more upset than he already was. I'll give you the details on everything later tonight. He half smiled and looked at the ground. Do you know when? Why, Samuel's face held a ghost of a smirk. You have someplace to be. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I folded my arms. He laughed under his breath and shook his head. His shoulders fell a bit, and I smiled to myself. Samuel never could resist banter. You'll just have to change your plans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelby, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In reserving you for dinner. Dinner. He shifted his weight and took a break from staring at the wall to glance at me. I was going to bring you some dinner later and tell you the final plan. We don't have to eat together. I just assumed you wouldn't want to be upstairs with everyone else. I bit my lip and looked down at my blankets. Dinner sounds nice. Samuel stared at me for a moment longer, before shaking his head with a fallen expression. Dinner it is. Do you need anything else? I shook my head, and a moment I did. Samuel stood and crossed my room. He paused at the doorway, hand floating over the knob. His lips were parted with unspoken words, but before he could talk, my own thoughts were tumbling out of my mouth at top speed. I never thanked you. Samuel glanced back at me. I think you have. Well then, in thanking you again, I don't know what I would have done without you when everything happened. Samuel, really, truly, I don't. I've been thinking a lot lately, and if it weren't for you, I don't know where it'd be. You kept me sane. His voice was a mumble. You'd be thousands of miles away with your family. I kept my gaze on the floor and took a shaky breath. Maybe. But what happened, happened. Neither of us can change that. I mean, sure, things haven't been easy or great the past few weeks, and everything that's happened has been my worst nightmare. I paused, knowing the words I wanted to say, but unable to let them simply pour out of my mouth. It took another few breaths and several moments of silence before I was able to mutter, Everything except you. My eyes traveled across the room and up Samuel's body until I rested my gaze on his expression. He was torn in 1,000 different directions. Physically, he was still halfway out my door, however. The look on his face told me he wanted nothing more than to forget everything and stay by my side. When it grew to be too intense, I lowered my eyes to his chest. I just thought you should know. You have no idea what that means to me, Samantha. Content lie. I never knew you were such a sap. My laughter was abrupt and high-pitched. It startled the both of us, but Samuel quickly broke into a lopsided grin. Before I could say another word, he nodded to me and left the room. Chapter 58 to good. I had never owned a dress. They were impractical. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and too much for me to handle. There were never any events that I had to attend in which I would have to wear a dress. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was nothing in my life that would warrant such lavish attire, at least. Not until today. The red material of the dress flowed down my body in comfortable waves. It was loose-fitting with small straps that dangled precariously on my shoulders. Despite my unease in the item of clothing, I was comfortable. The material was soft and I finally had shoes that were untaged beyond their years. When Samuel first showed me what he'd be expected to wear to the funeral, I was more than tempted to scream at his audacity. He found the situation humorous, telling me that my reaction was exactly what he expected. Then, he laid out a perfectly planned argument, explaining all the reasons I would be expected to wear the dress. Eventually, there was nothing I could do but agree with him. That was last night. Like H.E.D. promised, he brought down dinner and a plethora of information. Plans were finalized. Supplies were packed. And everything was set in place. Everything was ready to send Will. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And on our journey to freedom, at least, everything was ready physically. My mental preparation was still in process. I'd spent the entire day attempting to sort through that mess. I'd been confined to my room to begin the ruse that I was ill. Will's room had been emptied, and H.E.D. been relocated to one of the lower basement rooms, the ones no one ever bothered to visit. During my time alone, there was nothing to do but think, however. It never resulted in anything. I had meant to sort through my thoughts and emotions. But now, when I was merely a few minutes away from entering the lion's den, I was more confused than ever. My heart and mind were at war with one another, and each was competing to be heard the loudest. Things had changed from when I first met Samuel. In some aspects, it seemed like my entire life had changed. I realized that I no longer blamed Samuel for anything that happened, though it was difficult not to blame his species. The longer I thought about that, the more I couldn't decide if there was anything separating the two. Samuel was a wolf and I was a human. The two were never meant to mix. Then again, they had been mixed before. The impossible reality of two opposing species joining together had been accomplished by none less than Samuel's family. His mother and father could have set the precedents for our races to coexist, but instead, another wall was built when they were torn apart. This was a wall that I couldn't decide if I wanted to break down. Thoughts like these, and countless more along the same lines, filled my head until I wanted to scream. There was no winning. There was no peace in the midst of my inner turmoil, and I didn't think there ever would be. A knock sounded at the door, ripping me from my day of self-pity. I hurriedly ducked back under the countless thick blankets on my bed, ignoring the immediate heat that enveloped my body, before I could close my eyes to feign sleep. The bedroom door was eased open and Samuel entered. "You nearly scared me to death." I laughed, pulling the blankets down and sitting up. "I didn't know it was you." Hovering just inside the doorway, "I told you that no one else would be coming down here." "Yeah, well, you never know." Samuel laughed once and tilted his head. "That's true." He glanced at his wrist. "Are you ready? It's about time to head up." I nodded and pushed away from the blankets, slipping out of the bed that had become my only safe haven. When I turned back to Samuel, I stopped short, looking at him for the first time that night. He was dressed in a grey weathered suit, complete with a red tie loosely hanging around his neck. His clothing morphed to his body as if it had been made only for him to wear. Though his clothing was formal, Samuel brought an air of comfort to the ensemble that only he could. Just as I was staring at him, Samuel was staring at me. The minute I noticed this, I broke away my gaze and clutched my arms close to my body. I couldn't bring myself to look back up at him, for fear of what words would come tumbling out of my mouth. Samuel saved me from breaking the silence when he whispered, "You're beautiful." I laughed once and rolled my eyes as my gaze darted around the room. "You flatter me." I meant to. My laugh died off and I was left with no air in my lungs. I forced my arms apart to tuck away a stray piece of hair behind my ears. Samuel watched the movement with an expression I hadn't seen before. His eyes were narrowed, mouth hanging open, but there was a light about him that let me know he wasn't upset. Again, he broke the silence and our gazes. "You'll want to hide that, just in case." He gestured to the pack at the foot of my bed. I have turned from him at the pack of supplies completely forgotten in the past few minutes. "Right, I'll do that." I tucked the bag under the bed, folding the blanket over the side to conceal the straps. When I looked back up at Samuel, he was staring at the wall next to him, deep in thought. His hand was massaging the tension at the base of his neck. My eyes furrowed as I regarded him for a moment. "Are you ready?" He took a breath and shot his eyes back to me. A smile encompassed his features, but I knew it was hiding what lay underneath. "Let's get going." Samuel walked forward and held out his arm for me to take. "Wait." He stopped short, dropping his arm and expression. "What's wrong?" I bit my lip, taking a deep breath. "We're probably not going to have time to speak later." Samuel raised an eyebrow. "Probably not. Are you going to be okay?" He paused, watching me for a moment before a genuine smile enveloped his face. "You cease to amaze me, Samantha." "Well, I mean, you're under a lot of pressure and I know us leaving won't help that. And the chief guys are coming, and we still don't know what happened with Wiley or my mother or anything like that." I trailed off, catching the humor in Samuel's eyes. I took a deep breath before finishing. "And I'm just worried about you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It's not funny. The laughter left Samuel's expression. He looked at the few steps between us, hesitating for a moment before he closed the distance. I stayed rooted in place, and when he extended his hand, my fingers willingly wound together with his. Unlike previous nights, all bets of holding back from him were out the window. I stared at our hands for a moment before looking up to see that Samuel was already staring at me. "You worry too much." I let out a soft breath. "And you try to pretend everything is okay." Both of Samuel's eyebrows raised before he laughed lightly. "It seems we've got each other pinned down. You're an open book. Only for you." I couldn't help the smile creeping onto my face. As soon as it came, though, it disappeared. After a moment, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Samuel, stop." He cut me off. "I know what you're going to say. You don't need to worry about me. This is what's best for you and your brother." He swallowed and dropped my hands. "You can't be happy here. Maybe you could come with us." My words surprised us both. Samuel shot his gaze back to me, confusion dancing in his eyes. I could only shrug, not willing to take back what he'd said. "Raven's coming. We're going to find your family. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Maybe you could see them and we could all. "I can't leave my pack." Samuel raised his hand and shook his head. My eyes met his, searching their deep blue depths. I tilted my head and asked, "Do you even want to be alpha?" He was quiet for a long time. The entire lapse of silence. Our eyes never left each other. There was a moment I realized that had this been only weeks ago, I'd have shuddered at the thought of being this close to Samuel. Now, after everything we'd been through, after everything I'd learned, I never wanted to leave. Sometimes, Samuel sighed and looked at the space between us. He reached for my hand again, inching closer. Sometimes we have to sacrifice what we want for what's best. But why you? He shook his head. If not me, then who? The question hung suspended in the air, waiting for an answer to bring it back down. When none came, Samuel sighed. Riley never meant to leave the pack without an alpha. He was supposed to raise his children with Ian and they would take over. I was always meant to support them, not be in charge. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There are others who would take my place, but I couldn't let them, not without a guilty conscience. They wouldn't help this pack the way Riley wanted it. They would only be alpha for the title, not the responsibilities. I dipped my chin to my chest and stared at the floor. I saw Samuel's hand reaching for my jaw and didn't bother turning away. He cupped my cheek and lifted my gaze back to his, smiling sadly. I want to help those I love. I won't turn my back on them. You're too good for your own good, Samuel. I smiled and placed my hand on his so that we were both cupping my cheek. Too good. My words repeated themselves again and again in my mind. Samuel was too good. Too good for the world. Too good for his past sorrows. And too good for me. There was nothing he wasn't willing to do for the ones he loved. Samuel's sad smile turned into a sudden smirk. My charm has led you to believe my perfection. Right. I laughed. He stared at me for a second longer before his eyes light up. I almost forgot. Samuel took his hand away from my cheek and began fishing in his pockets. A moment later he brought out a piece of white bandaging and medical tape. My brow furrowed. I already have all of that in my bag. This is Fortnite. Werewolf bites aren't pretty, and it would look suspicious to have you walking around without something to cover one up. Without another word, he placed the bandage over a spot on my lower neck, fastening it in place with the tape. His fingers were light upon my skin, never lingering for longer than they needed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he said after patting my neck. All better. My hand lifted to feel the bandaging. Quite an impressive job there. Wolf boy. Who knew you were a doctor too? Samuel laughed my favorite laugh. In full of surprises. Sammy girl. I rolled my eyes as Samuel reached for my hand. He directed me out of the room and into the hallways where we walked side by side to the rest of the house. By now, it was deserted. Everyone had already left for the funeral, and we were the stragglers. When we reached the back door, I looked around one last time. Samuel paused with me, but instead of staring at the house, he watched me. When I could no longer ignore his stare, I turned to him and smiled. For what it's worth, I think you'll be a great alpha. Chapter 59, The Night We Live. The sound of a card or shutting awoke me. A moment later, Samuel appeared at my side with a guilty expression. I didn't mean to wake you. I rubbed my eyes and blinked away the last of my sleep. The trip to the funeral site had taken longer than expected, and since I wouldn't be sleeping for the foreseeable future, a well-deserved nap had taken up the entire journey. You would have had to wake me up eventually. I yawned. I'm not a talented sleepwalker. Samuel laughed. I would have carried you. Samatha. Right. I've got two legs that work perfectly fine for the time being, and I intend to use them. He rolled his eyes and helped me out of the car, shutting the door softly behind me. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness surrounding us, but what I saw still left me confused. Where are we? Samuel took my hand and began walking forward with me in tow. Just outside the clearing. There's nowhere to put the car once we're there. Makes sense. I nodded. His voice dropped below a whisper, and he glanced down at me. Are you ready to show the pack how close to death you've become? I laughed once and let my body fall limp against Samuel. It's getting hard to walk. I actually don't think my legs work anymore. I felt his chuckle rather than hearing it. With my weight leaning against him, his body shook in time with his silent laughter. Instead of saying anything after that, Samuel adjusted his arms so that he was holding up my waist and supporting most of my weight. The two of us walked that way through the forest. The further we hiked, the denser the forest became. I knew it would clear eventually, as Samuel had explained in great detail what to expect out of tonight. Still, as the trees began to grow sporadic, I was prepared for the sight ahead of me. The clearing was unlike any I'd encountered before. Forested woods stretched around the perimeter with gentle rolling hills in every direction. There was one particular hill that broke away from the forest and had been cleared of any trees or obstacles. It seemed to go on forever, blending in with the horizon as the shining sky enveloped the ground in a welcome embrace. People of all ages were scattered around the clearing. They grouped together, speaking in hushed tones. Each of them was clothed similarly to Samuel and me, dresses and suits all in the pack's signature red color. Though many tried to hide it, they watched as Samuel and I broke through the tree line to join the crowd. I tried to ignore their pointed and scrutinizing stares, sinking further into Samuel. In the middle of the clearing was a bonfire larger than life. Wood was stacked high with countless platform-like structures atop each pile. On each platform was an intricately carved box large enough to hold the bodies of those who passed. Samuel had explained to me that these caskets were specially designed by each of the families who had lost someone. Each was unique to the person they held. The night before, after Samuel had finished explaining what I should expect of the funeral, I was taken aback. It all seemed like a garish affair that was too much trouble for what it was worth. However, witnessing it in person was different than having it described. It was a gruesome or harrowing sight to see caskets burning in the fire like it thought it would be. It was beautiful. The hushed voices of everyone in the clearing set the tone for reverence. The moon above gave a gentle light the fire could not provide. Trees and forest around the clearing made it seem as if the world didn't exist. It was only those who passed away, and those who came to celebrate their lives. Samuel paused while walking forward, glancing at me from the side of his eye. I took the cue to stop, take a struggling breath, and went. Several pairs of eyes flashed at us, but I kept my gaze averted. Samuel acknowledged the others as we continued walking again, nodding his head to any person who bothered to keep staring. Achid also warned me of this. The pack is curious about me. They can't help but stare. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. His warnings didn't make it any more comfortable. Once we'd almost reached the fire, we stopped again and I took another deep breath. This one was more for my sake than anyone else's. Despite being plastered to Samuel's side with him practically holding me up, I was overwhelmed and intimidated. I was facing an entire pack of werewolves, all of whom were sizing me up as their newest addition. Each one of them had a different reaction. Some of them regarded me with disinterest, others with disgust. There were a few who shared looks of pity, and even fewer that shone with excitement. Samuel never introduced me to any of them, as they all were told that I was struggling to stay alive and cowed and told much of a conversation. That was all the better. I didn't particularly want to hold an extensive discussion with what looked like hundreds of wolves. "How are you feeling?" Samuel's voice cut into my ears. I glanced up at him before coughing, a shiver running down my spine. A corner of his mouth quirked up, only enough for me to see. We were close enough now that the firelight was flashing on his face. When his eyes were illuminated, I tried to hold back a gasp. They were changing colors, going from obsidian blue to bright red with each passing moment. "Samantha," he mumbled, breaking me from my stare. When I looked away, I noticed he had placed us in the center of the clearing, right next to the heart of the fire. I knew what was coming next, and by the way my heart began beating out of my chest, I was ready for it. Samuel looked me up and down, smirked, then turned toward the crowd that had begun to gather in front of us. Despite the number of people packed into the clearing, The night was quiet. A breath of a whisper would escape here and there. But for the most part, Samuel held the entire pack's attention. I recognized a few faces spread throughout the sea of strangers, taking comfort when I met the gazes of Raven. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or even Goldie. When my eyes fell upon Peyton Bray, I tried not to flinch away. He was already watching me, a sharp glint lighting up his eyes. It was as if he could sense my discomfort, and only relished in it. Like a ghost from my past, his words from the other night rang through my ears, and I found myself trying to back away from Samuel. He held me at his side though, refusing to let me out of his grasp, as if knowing his actions might cause me to panic. Samuel slipped his fingers into mine and gave me a gentle squeeze. His small comforting act brought me back to reality, and for the next few moments, I forgot about Peyton completely. When the movement in the crowd ceased, Samuel cleared his throat and raised his voice to travel through the night. Tonight is a night that many of us thought would never come. We go through our lives, tending to forget how fragile they actually are. It shouldn't take nights like these to remind us, but we are here. Nonetheless, I will not tell you that tonight is not the time to mourn. I will not tell you to hold back your tears and celebrate. We have suffered a significant loss from our family as a pack. Brothers, mothers, sisters, have all been lost. The only comfort we can take is knowing they are not gone. Samuel let his words sink into the crowd, glancing down at me before he continued. His voice was thick with sorrow, but he never let an emotion crack his face. I will tell you that tonight is the night we live. Let us forget everything else and focus on what is here. Right now, let us live with all we have left. Samuel turned from the crowd to face the fire, taking me with him. The people moved behind us as one, each taking their respective place next to the scorching flames that now seemed to take up the entire clearing. There were countless caskets within the fire, each of varying sizes. Every spot around the fire was taken up by those who came to pay their respects and be with those they'd lost. There wasn't enough room for everyone, but the crowd constantly shifted to allow each person a glance of the ashes. As the crowd shuffled their feet and whispered to one another, Samuel looked at me. Once again, there was pain in his eyes, a pain so old that I felt only I knew the source. Still, when he spoke, his voice never wavered. Your mother's in there. My breathing stopped and my eyes grew wide. I gaped at Samuel. Any words that wanted to leave my mouth getting lost in the final explosion of my heart. Next to Riley, he continued, in the center, is reserved for those who deserved the highest respect. My eyes traveled back to the flames, landing onto boxes that were dead center. They'd already been engulfed in the fire, but their position remained true. My lips parted as I fought the mess of thoughts swarming my mind. I don't know what to say. Samuel. How, when, I trailed off, staring at the casket I now knew belonged to my mother. You don't have to say anything. You lost someone too. The words died on my lips as I turned my full attention to what was in front of me. All thoughts melted away from my mind until the only thing I could feel was the memories of my mother, alive in the flames. To say the fired ants would be doing it an injustice. The fire was alive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It leapt. It sparked higher into the sky than anything dared to. Before, the flames played and swirled around each other, fighting to be seen. When the fight was over, they would join and finish their existence together. No longer content to be alone, they sprawled outward, reaching their fingertips to those lingering close by, threatening to sting. Their flaming tongues never did any harm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The moment they reached skin, the sparks retreated, as if it were those watching the flames who promised to burn. Samuel pulled me closer and stretched his hand into mine, twisting our fingers just as the flames. We watched together for what felt like an eternity. lost to anything else happening in the world. Our faces stared into the growing ashes, the heightening sparks, reliving every moment of our lives with those we'd lost. There were soft murmurs of people doing the same, eyes haunted with what had been stolen away. As the minutes flew by, the sparks grew higher. They sailed into the sky until they joined the stars. The fire was taking more control now, and everyone was letting it. We gave the flames a wide berth, turning our attention upward to watch the sparks of loved ones disappear into the atmosphere. Then, as if on instinct, the eyes of the crowd turned to the hills. The majority of the fire's sparks were traveling up the green mountains now, hungering for the freedom of the woods. One by one, people from the crowd began to join them. Men and women knelt down to the ground, morphed into creatures, and followed the flames into the night. Wolves of all shapes and sizes ran and tumbled alongside the dimming sparks, breathing in the last of the fire's light. The goal was no longer to reminisce but to live with those who passed. One last time, Samuel turned to me. The fire glowed in his burning red eyes, but I felt no fear. I was closer to Samuel than ever before. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our faces inches apart. I nodded my head, but I couldn't bring myself to pry my hands from his. You should be with them. The night calls for us to be with those we love. I scanned the outskirts of the forest, watching as several more groups left to run the hills together. Then I guess it really is time for me to leave. If that's what you want, it's for the best. He shook his head once, never breaking his gaze from mine. His mouth hung open with his next words, and even before he spoke, I knew what he was going to say. I love you, Samantha. Before I could react, Samuel took my hands in his and placed a soft kiss on my knuckles. His eyes closed and his face crumpled. He lingered there until the world stopped turning. My heart was beating out of my chest, but I never drew away from him. I never once thought to. As quickly as it happened, Samuel withdrew from me. He dropped my hands and took a pained step away, his head falling to his chest. My hands were left suspended in the air, waiting for him to take them back. He never did. Samuel turned away from me and bent low to the ground. The next time I blinked, his blond wolf was standing in his place, staring longingly at the space between us. I took half a step toward him, but the wolf flinched and began to back away. Before I could utter a word, he turned and sprinted into the forested hills. My heart left with him. I was left standing in the clearing, almost completely alone, now. The last of the wolves were shifting and joining their pack in the hills to run with their lost ones the rest of the night, however. I was just now realizing that my lost ones weren't all in the flames. One of them was running beneath. Something brushed up against my hand, and I flinched away. When I whirled to face the culprit, Raven was staring at me with sad eyes. It's time to go. Though numbness was taking over, I nodded. When Raven reached out again, I didn't recoil. She brought her hands up to my face to wipe tears I never knew had fallen. Sometimes it's for the best, she told me under her breath. Sometimes we make sacrifices for what we truly want. My voice came out as nothing more than a whisper. Is this what I truly want? Raven's lips thinned and she stared at me for several long moments. She searched my eyes for the answer I desired, but in the end, fluttered her gaze away. Willa's ready to leave. Achia's just waiting in the car. Instead of answering her, my eyes went back to the forest. If I looked hard enough, I could see the remnants of Samuel's wolf leading his pack through the hills. My heart tore into pieces once more as I realized I could never be with him. He was meant to lead his kind, I was meant to escape them. I should never have entertained the thought of tolerating him. Raven's voice met my ears again, but I barely heard her. "Oh, wait with Will in the car. Come when you're ready." She disappeared into the night, leaving me alone. Once again, the clearing was completely empty now, and the fire didn't seem as radiant as before. Though the flames were burning higher than ever, they were cold and lifeless. I stared into them, waiting to feel the warmth I had felt when Samuel was by my side. But it never came. Chapter 60. Should I known the drive was long. I never kept track of how much time passed, but each minute felt like an eternity. With every breath I took, it seemed another 1,000 trees disappeared behind the car, and another 100 miles was placed between me and Samuel. Raven was driving. She hadn't spoken a word since I clambered into the front seat. Will was sprawled across the back of the car, taking turns napping and staring out the window. She tried making conversation, but those attempts soon died off. It was dark. The car was musty and I was suffocating. I wanted nothing more than to open a window. But Raven told me our scent would travel. We were in an abandoned that the pack had stored for years, so unless we did something drastic or opened a window, the old smell would overtake our own and we were untraceable. We're coming up on the border. Raven broke the never-ending silence with a hushed voice. Will perked up in the back seat, placing himself between Raven and me. That didn't take long. I took a deep breath, refusing to look at the clock. Time was cooperating with my mind. Tonight. How long? Any minute. Raven paused. There shouldn't be anyone there. If there is, they should be with Samuel. Will and I nodded, but he spoke the question lingering in the air. And if they're not? Raven remained silent. Will waited for a moment, then looked at me with wide eyes. I gave him a small reassuring smile, turning my gaze to look out the front window. Don't worry. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've escaped before. It wasn't that hard. They still caught you. Eventually, he mumbled. I resisted the urge to scowl and looked more earnestly at the path before us. We'd taken the least used route possible, in order to exit the packland in the weaker spot. Already I could see that the road was barely there, and the trees were overgrowing into the path. When a fence eventually appeared on the horizon, it was rusted and bent. Do you see anything? I asked Raven. Her eyes were trained on a spot beyond the fence, but she shook her head. Nothing. I cowled and held my heart as it tensed and began to beat faster. The last time I escaped it had been almost too easy. This time seemed strikingly similar. Unlike last time, though, my heart was stretching forward into the unknown, yearning for the freedom of the woods. It was feeling. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There had been no time to process my goodbye with Samuel, his parting words, or how I felt about any of it. I guess there would be time for that when we'd truly escaped. But a small part of me feared the feelings would be lost by then. The car slowed as we drew closer to the fence. Raven parked the car in front of a dilapidated gate, long abandoned of any patrol. When the car stood still, the three of us did the same. We each knew what needed to happen next, but none of us wanted to leave the safety of our metal box. Eventually, Raven cleared her throat. They'll be back, I guess. If anything happens, you know what to do. Before we could respond, she opened the door and crept into the night. She disappeared into the darkness, blending with the shadows until she came upon the fence. I was just able to see her at the entrance, tugging at the lock and gate until they gave way. The minute the chain was loose and the gate opened, Raven darted back to the car. When she sat in the driver's seat and closed the door, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The three of us sat still for another moment, smiling and laughing our way through the tension. Our laughter was cut off as soon as it began. A deafening crashing echoed through the night. Our gazes whipped to the fence just in time to see the gate rattling shut. It was locked, but the once open entrance had now been closed off. When the sound of the gate shutting died off, the only thing to be heard was the heavy breathing of everyone in the car. None of us dared to speak. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or turn away from what had just happened. That all changed when something smashed into the side of the car. My startled scream rang through the night, prompting another push at the vehicle in the very spot where I was sitting. He sprang from his seat, Throwing himself to the other end of the car at the same moment, I took the keys from Raven's hands and shoved them into the ignition. "Go!" I screamed at her as the back of the car was hit, propelling us forward. Raven fumbled for a moment before slamming on the gas, barreling the car straight through the crumbling fence. The large car easily pushed over the metal, but the assaults against us refused to cease. As soon as we'd cleared the fence, something heavy came down on the top of the car, plunging the roof down on our heads. This time, Raven's screams echoed my own. The car swerved when something appeared in the road ahead of us. Raven tried to gain control as we were hit from the side, but the momentum was too much. We collided with the trees. My vision went dark and all I could hear was the crunching of metal and snapping of wood. By the time we stopped moving, my head was spinning and my ears ringing. There was darkness all around. I strained to hear past the ringing to listen for the sounds of Raven or my brother, but there was nothing there. Nothing. Until I was propelled from my seat and lifted into overpowering arms. I fought against their grasp, and as soon as I did, they let me go. I blinked several times, forcing my eyes to adjust to my surroundings. The first thing that came into focus was Will's eyes, staring wide into my own. The next was the blood running down his face. He was cupping my jaw, moving his lips with words I still couldn't hear. When his gaze darted behind him, I realized we were sitting outside the crumpled and smoking car. Raven was a little ways off, holding her head and leaning against a broken tree. Behind her, a figure lingered. Garbled speech left my lips as I reached out to warn her. Will whipped around to face where I was staring, but he wasn't quick enough. The figure reached out and took hold of Raven's arm, pulling her into the shadows. All at once, my senses came crashing down on me. The pain in my head, the lingering echoes of screams, the thick smell of smoke, liquid running down my face. Samantha. Will pulled my attention back to him, screaming my name. My breathing quickened as trembling hands searched for his. He took hold of my wrists and lifted me off the ground, leaving the car to our backs. We both scanned the forest around us, straining to hear anything other than our own panicked minds. "Will," I whispered. "What's going on? Where are they?" He moved his hands to grip my shoulders, holding my swaying body in place. "I don't know. I don't know what happened. Can you stand? Are you hurt?" I chanced shuffling my feet, finding my balance growing steadier by the second. "And no, I'm fine," I gasped then, catching a look at my brother. "Will, you're bleeding." He cut me off and wiped a hand down his face, shaking his head. "I'm okay. Whatever it was is healed." His eyes narrowed as he looked at a spot near my temple. Without warning, he reached forward and ripped off my sleeve, folding it into a makeshift cloth. "Hold this against your head. It should slow any bleeding." Will made sure I did as he said before he turned around and headed for the car. He dug through the shattered glass and broken metal for a moment, re-emerging with one of our bags. He slipped it onto his back, scanning our surroundings. When the only thing that greeted us was darkness, his face fell. "Did you see who it was?" I shook my head. No, he nodded once and pulled something out of the bag, placing it in his pocket. Then, he pulled out a heavy pouch, holding it out to me. I didn't have to ask what it was to know it was the gun Samuel promised us for the journey. I took it with trembling hands, tucking it into my jeans. Will stood by my side, and each of us watched the forest with bated breath. As silence enveloped us, dread fell heavy on my shoulders. It seemed to fill every space around us, molding with the air we breathed. Something was watching us. Something was waiting for us. Something didn't want us to leave. A quick glance at the car and I knew there was no way we could get back inside to drive away. Broken glass littered the seats. The doors were pushed against each other, and the tires were no longer facing the right direction. Another scan of the forest let me know that there was no way we could make a run for it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was no marked path. The sky was visible from underneath the thick trees. Even if we could navigate our way through the maze of foliage, we would not last a day without our supplies, which were somewhere buried beneath the wreckage of the car. The only way out would be to fight for our lives. My gaze darted up to Will, who seemed to be realizing everything in time with me. He glanced back at me, and I could see the panic leaking into his features. His wide eyes were all I needed to take a deep breath and let my voice ring out into the night. Who are you and what do you want?
We were met with silence.
Long, painful, silence. When it grew be too much, I took a step forward, holding Will beside me. He mimicked my actions as I took another step, further away from the car. We walked several feet before we stopped dead in our tracks. A voice had cleared behind us, a voice we both knew too well. I wouldn't go any farther. We whirled around, only to come face to face with the eyes that haunted my dreams. My voice trembled. James. We should have known. Will spat, pushing me behind him. A triumphant smile shone from under his unkempt beard. Yeah, I guess you should have. James' words weren't slurred. They were articulate and clear, laced with an underlying menace. You should have known a lot of things. I was suddenly ripped away from Will, tight hands squeezing my waist as they dragged me back. A startled scream threw me, but the moment Will reached for my hand, he was thrown to the ground by James. My hands grappled with those around my waist as I twisted and turned, fighting off whoever held me. I kicked and lashed out, but my limbs never met anyone to maim. Stop moving, or your brother's dead. My body stilled. My heart raced. The only thing I could process was the image of James holding Will's head in his arms, ready to twist at any given moment. Good. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dear, let her go. Our hands let go of my waist. The world stopped turning. I stayed frozen on the forest floor, refusing to look behind me to confirm the end of all hope. Come and hold the boy. Feet moved from behind me, slow and heavy. I watched them creep toward James and my brother, stopping when Will was handed over. Only then did my gaze travel upward to stare into the eyes of the one person I thought was my friend. Raven's gaze was on the ground, but her arms were restraining Will. He fought against her, but she was much stronger than he. It took only a minimal effort for her to pin his arms and shoulders down. Well, that's not a happy face, James mused as he began his slow walk toward me. I scurried off the ground, lifting myself up to my full height. He still towered over me, but my attention was on James. My gaze was trained on Raven. My mind refused to process what my eyes were seeing. It was possible. It couldn't be. I couldn't have missed something like this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice was nothing but a whisper. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you doing? What's going on? She turned her head away from me, continuing to stare at the ground. James sauntered toward me, without a care in the world. As he drew nearer, my hands went to the pouch tucked in my jeans. He watched my movements with annoyed eyes. If you take that out, held I. My hands froze. James smiled. Here's what you're going to do. Put one hand in the air, and with your other, take out your weapon and drop it on the ground. My mind was racing faster than my heart, keeping my gaze on Will. I raised one hand and let the other fall to my jeans. I hesitated for just a moment, holding my breath as I withdrew the weapon from the pouch. The next moment, I had it pulled out and pointed at James' head. His eyes widened, and he raised both his hands. Behind him, Will laughed. You didn't think that one through, did you, pal? James' expression darkened, and he half turned toward Will. You best not test me. One word and your neck is snapped now. I stepped forward and James shot his attention back toward me. One word and this bullet goes through your head. You wouldn't want to do that. Samantha dear. My eyes narrowed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I think I would. I cocked the gun. Samuel showed me how to use it. And I was well aware of how to shoot. Though my hand trembled and my heart beat out of my ears, my grip of the weapon was unloving. My finger hovered over the trigger, ready to pull. Wait. James rushed out. Voice harsh. Don't you want to know? Know what? How your dear mother died. The one thing that could have caused my composure to slip came crashing out of James' lips. I stopped breathing as a knowing smirk encompassed his features. I wish I could say it was an accident. He began. But it must. Business is business. As they all say. I don't know much about that. But I do know it wasn't pretty. Stop. Will shouted, his yell shattering the trees. Samantha. Shoot him. His voice was silenced when Raven wound her arms around his neck, cutting off his air supply. Not another second passed before James lunged forward. He was upon me before I knew what was happening. The gun was thrown out of my hands and I was pinned to the ground by his heavy legs atop my arms. I thrashed underneath him, tearing at any piece of skin I could get a hold of. No more running now. Girl, James snarled. As he spoke, his teeth elongated and face morphed into a twisted combination of man and beast. He sunk his face down upon my shoulder, teasing my flesh with his pointed canines. There was no hesitation before he bit into my neck. I screamed louder than I ever thought possible, fighting him with every ounce of strength I had left. Despite the overwhelming pain, I pushed against James' face, whipping him away from my shoulder. He pulled back and smiled before shifting his knees to pin down my elbows. His hand covered my mouth, muffling my cries. A sick snarl sounded through my ears, just as James descended upon me to finish my life. However, it was from James that the snarl erupted. It was a foreign sound, one that caused him to pause just long enough to be thrown off balance. Something collided with James, throwing him into the dirt. I scrambled away as he began fighting a dark, colored wolf with blood-red eyes. James screamed, and the sound soon morphed into a snarl. The man and the beast fought one another, tumbling across the dirt and splintered trees. I looked away only for a moment, just long enough to find where the gun had been thrown. The minute I saw it shining on the ground, either for its protection, before I could grab it, someone else landed in the dirt next to me. I looked up just in time to see Raven bearing down on me, kicking my arms away so she could reach the gun. As she went to grab it, I twisted her legs and pulled her toward me, fighting to keep her away. We tore at each other, limbs battling for control as our bodies tumbled across the forest floor. Our heads hit the ground hard, ricocheting off fallen trees and sharp rocks. I pushed Raven into stone as we careened into a small ditch littered with rocks. When her body crumpled, I leapt off her and stood, ready to run for the gun. As soon as I left the ditch, my heart stopped, and my feet followed. The gun was no longer in the air but grasped in someone's hand, pointed straight at me. On a night filled with smoke and battle, I was betrayed by a friend I once trusted, with a gun pointed at my head. It was in that moment I realized how fragile trust can be. Chapter 61, Making Everything Right. My breathing came out short and ragged. Around me, I could hear the sounds of James and the other wolf fighting. I could hear Raven climbing out of the ditch. The smell of smoke was thick in the air as the person standing before me advanced, gun in hand. My world came to a standstill just long enough for me to whisper one accusation. Gray. He shot me a frozen smile. His eyes were narrowed and slants wide as he stalked toward me, though I scurried away. I didn't get far. Arms that I now knew belonged to Raven wound themselves around me, holding me in place. I didn't bother fighting her off. My attention was still focused on the man in front of me who was holding my fate in his hands. Bray tilted his head and the gun followed. Didn't expect to see me here. You humans are terribly naive. His smile turned into a glare when a loud snarl sounded. James had shifted into a wolf, and Al had the other pinned to the ground, teeth hovering over his neck. They were both panting, and for just a moment, the darker-colored wolf shifted his gaze to me. I saw Will's eyes within the beast, screaming at me to run, fight, or do anything to save myself. Raven's grip tightened. She locked my elbows and pushed my hands up, arching my back in a painful position. Mangled cries lingered in the back of my throat, a few escaping to pierce the silent night. After a moment, Bray turned his glare on me. "You're not worth all this trouble." Will's wolf sprang forward, getting another few gashes along James before he was pinned down again. Peyton watched the encounter with tangible fury. "And you?" Bray turned to James Wolf, hovering over my brother. "You can't do anything right. Always with the extra V, AG and Cs. Always with the games. Never able to deliver." While keeping his gaze trained on the pair of wolves, Bray began a slow walk toward me. Raven tensed and pulled me closer to her body, sending a spasm of pain throughout my limbs. I struggled in her grasp, but there was no fighting her strength. Soon enough, Peyton was standing before me, too close for comfort. He towered over my frame, when our chests were only inches apart. His gaze darted back to Raven and he smiled. She held me steady, long enough for Peyton to tilt his head and regard my shaking frame. "How nice it is to have friends who have your back, isn't it, Samantha?" Bray sneered and paused before his light eyes flickered to Raven. "Despite my best judgment, you came through. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." I have to say I am surprised. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." I think I am not the only one. His smile grew wider, enhancing the glaciers supporting his expression. "Tell me, Samantha, did you truly think it would be this easy? That everything you did simply worked in your favor? Or are you as stupid as Ravens told me?" My heart fell out of my chest, and despite my best efforts, my gaze fell to the floor. Tears of betrayal stung more than just my eyes. I wanted to scream. I wanted to turn around and cuss Raven for ever letting me believe I could trust her kindness. "That's what I thought." Brake continued. "What the hell do you want?" I spat out, interrupting his monologue. "Why do you even care about me? About her?" "Oh, I don't. This is not about you. You're just caught in the crossfire." Peyton lifted the gun to my head, letting the barrel rest against my temple. My neck tensed as I drew in a quick breath. "If this isn't about me, then let us go. We just want to leave without any troubles." I paused, trying to gain control of my trembling voice. "If not me, then let Will go. He doesn't have to be a part of this." "That's where you're wrong. Once more, he'll be coming back." My shoulders stiffened, pulling against Raven's grip. I don't understand." "I know." He took the gun away from my temple to top of my head, shifting his eyes to Raven. "Do not screw this up now." One of Raven's hands stretched forward, and Bray placed the gun in her palm. Without hesitation, she brought the barrel to my head. While this was happening, Bray backed away and bit in a purposeful walk to Wolves. He picked up a bundle of fabric on his way over, tossing the clothes next to James when he got close enough. Without another word, James retreated from Will. The minute Will tried to jump up from the ground, Peyton came around and kicked his head to the side. A terrified scream left my lips as his body went limp. James appeared moments later, glaring at Bray. I had it under control. Peyton's expression dark and his voice turned sinister. I could hear this encounter from miles away. "You should consider yourself lucky I was the only one. End this." He nudged Will's snout with his foot. "There is no ounce of control in this situation. You didn't let me finish." Bray moved faster than my eyes could follow. He was chest to chest with James in an instant, growling his words. "I shouldn't have had to let you do anything. It was supposed to be taken care of. James took a deep breath but stepped down. His chest fell and he shuffled backward. Peyton seemed to grow taller with the distance put between them. Instead of having to face Bray, James turned to glare at me. He looked me up and down, eyes lingering on the blood coating my body. With just one glance, I felt symphonies of fire erupt from every wound. Without taking his eyes off of me, James spoke to Peyton. "You have the boy. Let me finish her. Let me finish the deal. You know I can, or else you wouldn't have come to me in the first place." No, Bray placed himself between me and James. "I came to you because you were my last resort. Now that I'm here, I will finish things the correct way." Taking a deadly step forward, I do not give second chances. The entire forest stilled with the implication of Peyton's words. The gun grew heavier against my head. James cowered and shuffled several feet away. Not a breath of air passed into anyone's lungs. Then, James stopped moving. A strange expression fell upon his face. He glanced at everyone in the clearing, muscles tensing with his intentions. Then, he charged. He leapt over Bray and shot toward me and Raven. I screamed as I was pushed forward just in time for Raven to dodge James' attack, however. She was not his target. And the minute my knees hit the dirt, the top half of my body slammed to the ground. James pulled back as he propelled over me, his momentum overtaking his control. As I sunk into the ground, he flew to the side, skidding to a halt on his knees. His body began to morph as bones cracked and an enraged howl left his lips. From the corner of my eye, I could see Raven taking small steps toward Bray, the gun hanging limply at her side. An expression of pure rage had befallen Peyton, but he made no move to stop James' assault. I felt him coming before I saw anything. Without waiting for an impact, I sprang from the floor and flew into for Raven's arms. Her screams echoed my own and she jumped away, stumbling as I latched onto her ankles. She fell to the ground and the gun clattered next to her. The minute I reached for the metal, something sunk into my leg. I screamed in agony and my hands dug into the dust. Despite the pain, I scoured the floor for my saving grace, letting James' teeth dig deeper into my flesh. My legs kicked and flailed, ignoring the tremendous pain spraining from every limb of my body. By the time my hands grasped the gun, I knew that when I looked down, my legs would be no more. James dragged me toward him with his teeth. He was no longer a man, but a snarling beast stripping at any piece of me he could find. As he tore at my body, I forced myself onto my back. When the gun was steady, I didn't hesitate. I pulled the trigger. Again, and again, and again. The gunshots rang louder than my screams. Following its deafening echo was nothing more than a soft whisper of wind. The claws and teeth ripping away at me had ceased. A heavy weight had fallen upon the bottom half of my body. I was left panting, struggling for air amidst smoke and terror. And here I was, thinking you didn't have it in you. Peyton's voice was the thing that finally broke the silence. It was thick and dark, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. "I understand your desire to kill him. He was much too impulsive for me. I was going to do it myself after this ordeal was finished." Though my vision was dancing with black dots, Bray came into focus, standing next to me. My hands whipped to where he lingered, pointing the gun to his head. When I pulled the trigger, though, nothing happened. He came closer. My finger frantically pulled, again and again, shaking the gun to work. When he was close enough, Bray kicked the metal out of my grasp and crouched beside me. "You should have saved a few bullets." Tears sprang from my eyes as panic began to ease into space where adrenaline escaped. I kicked at the dead weight upon my legs, but I was stuck underneath James' wolf's carcass. There was no escaping. There was no running. And now, there was no fighting. I wish I could say I regret everything. Bray mused, a cold overtone hanging on every word he spoke. But I don't. Everything happened exactly as I planned. To my agent extraordinaire, my Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought you might be an annoyance to what was to come, but here you are, making everything right. My mind was running on the last of its strength. Words tumbled out of my mouth before I knew what I was saying. It was a last desperate attempt to find some way to save my life. This isn't right. I panted, continuing my fight to push James off my body. None of this is right. You don't have to do this. On the contrary, this was how it was always supposed to be. I don't understand. My words were the loudest scream it cried yet. The words echoed trees, my panic traveling with them. Peyton growled and eyed the forest. He caught sight of Raven, standing motionless on the tree line. Without another glance my way, he stood and stalked over to her. Retrieve the boy. Raven stumbled over her feet, meeting my wide eyes for the first time that night. Her gaze paused on my broken body for only a moment. Are we leaving her? Bray stopped dead in his tracks. He eased his body back to face Raven, rage lining his expression. Are you questioning me? And no, she stuttered. If yours to do so, then my end of the bargain would expire. As well. Is that what you're doing? Raven stumbled toward Bray, clasping her hands in front of her. No, please. I'm not. He sent her a cold glare, quieting her words. Retrieve the boy. Raven disappeared from my sight. Bray turned back to me, a cool expression having replaced his earlier fury. Something long was glinting in his hands, and as he stepped toward me, I knew the end was near. I could already see his knife dripping with my blood. When he crouched beside me again, it was a surprise to feel the sharp end cut into my throat. Thank you for allowing me to set things right. Samantha. I will make this quick. He pushed the knife deeper into my skin. A scream echoed through the night, though after a moment, I realized it was not my own. Bray's knife was held stagnant against my neck as he whipped his gaze back to where Raven disappeared. When her cries sounded again, he dropped the blade and disappeared. I was left on the forest floor, bleeding out, as the world around me came to life. Raven's cries of pain continued, but they were now partnered with inhuman howls of violence. In their midst, I heard another creature, but they soon all blended together in my clouded mind. My legs were abruptly free from the crushing weight of James Wolfe. It took me a moment to realize this, and when I did, it took another few for my mind to focus. Another dark-colored wolf was hovering over me, watching me with a careful expression. It was not holding me down, though, rather protecting me from what lay beyond. The wolf shifted his weight, glancing at the rest of the forest, then back to me with worried eyes. They were dark brown, matching the color of its fur, and the appearance of my brother. Just as I realized this, he whipped his head forward, muscles tensing. I eased up onto my elbows and lifted my head to gaze around. Was a large wolf. Every movement took every ounce of strength I had left, but I kept on moving. After a long time, I was kneeling, clutching Will's back leg for support. When I raised my gaze, I saw that Bray was watching my every move with narrowed eyes. His hands were bloody and outstretched. Behind him was carnage. Tree limbs were shattered, littering the forest floor. Every inch of ground held claw marks. Raven's body was limp on the floor. You know you can't overpower me, Bray growled. You can't even shift out of your uncontrollable wolf. My fingers twisted in Will's coarse fur. He snarled at Bray's remark, shifting his weight from side to side. I need you alive, Bray continued, but that does not mean I need you in one piece. His face began to morph and bloodied hands cracked into paws. In another moment, Bray was gone, and a black wolf was in his place. It blended in with the night, seemingly disappearing within the shadows of the trees. Will was the first to move. He lunged forward and began a gruesome battle with Bray. They tore at one another, fighting for dominance in their lives. When the wolves drew nearer to me, I gathered my senses and strength, and stood. I stumbled out of the way just as the two wolves crashed into the spot I lay moments before. Without waiting for them to collide with me again, I continued forward into the trees and away from the battle. They continued tearing at each other behind me as I drew nearer to the carnage of the forest where Will's once lifeless body laid, in almost the exact same spot. As I drew near to her, I noticed the blood pooling around her body. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as if each breath was a great struggle. My legs gave out as I fell by her side, and her wide eyes bore into me. Her lips moved with phantom words and whispers that I was never able to hear. As if sensing my lack of understanding, Raven raised the shaking hand. Her mouth continued to move as she pointed a finger into the forest. Her hand, though trembling beyond control, never wavered in its direction. My gaze followed where she gestured, but the only thing was trees. When I looked back into her eyes, she was staring at me with an urgent expression. I flicked my gaze back and forth between her and the forest, before finally making a decision to follow her command. Though I realized I didn't know Raven like I thought I had, I did know that she knew me. She knew I would never leave my brother, even if it meant I would die. She knew I would fight until that last moment. She knew I would always look for a way out, even if that way was stupid and reckless. So when she pointed into a seemingly tree-congested part of a forest, I knew she was indicating for me to run. I knew there was something more just beyond the tree line. I stumbled to my feet and ran. My hands clutched passing trees for support as my body threatened to give out under the weight of my injuries. Soon, my vision dark spots and I grew lightheaded. Still, there had to be something there. There had to be something Raven was pointing me to. This couldn't be the end. Chapter 60 to a disgrace. I broke through the tree line and fell into a meadow. The grass went up to my knees and the moon cast a harsh light upon it. A small patch of water pooled near the tree line with rocks glistening around the edges. Shadows stretched from the center of the clearing, leading to a small truck that sat parked on the grass. A triumphant smile graced my lips, and for several moments, I thought I was hallucinating. Only when I staggered to the door and threw myself inside did I believe that what I was experiencing was real. My hands ran along the steering wheel as I sunk into the carpeted seats. Blood soaked into the cloth and dripped onto the floor, and for a moment, the weight of my injuries threatened to overwhelm me. I stared at the blood as more and more of it escaped my body, entranced by how much was running down my legs. Then, I shook my head. That moment passed, and I was shifting the car into gear. Once the car had started, I let out a cry of victory. It was short-lived because as soon as the sound escaped, my thoughts caught up to me. I couldn't drive back to where there was no path. I couldn't leave him, because there was no guarantee he would survive long enough for me to get help. Here I was, on the verge of turning the tides and surviving, but at an utter loss as to what I could do to make it happen. My hands hovered over the steering wheel. My feet rested on the pedals. There was a small path leading out of the meadow that I knew would take me away from here, away from Bray, away from the danger, but also away from Will. I scanned the trees once again, hesitating for a small moment. That moment was cut short when a figure in the side of my vision emerged from the trees. It was a wolf, unlike any ever seen, lingering just behind the entrance of the meadow. Its fur was grey with white-tipped ears and eyes black as the sky. We stared at each other as another identical wolf emerged, stopping next to the first. The second tilted its head and narrowed its eyes, taking a small step toward me. My heart leapt into my throat as a scream threatened to erupt. As my panic grew, the scene around me shifted. Trees on the other side of the clearing snapped in half as more wolves came crashing into the grass. They stumbled over one another, biting, clawing, and drawing as much blood as they could manage. When their frenzied attacks paused long enough for me to search their eyes, I recognized Bray standing tall with a wounded Will cringing before him. Will's wolf limped away as Bray stalked forward. His attack was slow and calculated, whereas Will was struggling for survival. When he tripped over his limbs and Bray drew back to lunge, I didn't hesitate. I ignored the foreign wolves and went straight to the threat. My feet floored the gas pedal and the car lurched toward Peyton Bray. The horn played as I tried to warn Will away. He looked back just in time to yelp and dive to the side, stumbling out of the car's reach. Bray had more time to react and was turning away before I came close to running into him. I didn't let that deter me. When I reached the edge of the meadow, I whipped around and barreled straight for the black wolf. Once more, Mud and grass flew as the tires fought for traction. When the car was facing Bray again, he was standing stationary at the other end of the clearing, staring at me with determination. My face twisted into a scowl as I slammed down on the petted-in barrel forward. Bray matched the movements of the car, running at top speed. He kept his eyes trained on me as his feet flew across the grass. The distance between us grew rapidly smaller. The moment I braced myself to crush him, Bray let out a harrowing snarl. He leapt toward the truck and flew through the air, aiming his massive body straight for the windshield. I didn't have time to scream. My hands flew to protect my face as I watched the black wolf soar through the air. Time came to a standstill. My feet slammed on the brakes. I closed my eyes and tensed for shards of glass to cut through my skin and end my life. Bray would heal from the impact. But I would not. Another sound engulfed my ears, threatening to bring me back to the present. It was a different wolf, howling to the moon. The noise struck my heart in more than one way and forced me to open my eyes to find the source. I didn't have to wait long. With a flash of blonde, Bray's wolf was knocked from the sky. He fell to the ground, several feet away, as the other wolf barreled over him. Red eyes flashed in the dark clearing, drawing my attention away for a moment too long. The car flew forward, racing for the trees. The tires worked for traction as my hands flew to the steering wheel. The world twisted around me as my body ricocheted off the seats. When the car finally came to a halt, my body continued swaying back and forth, my head spinning. My fingers fumbled for the door handle, and in a daze, I stumbled out of the car. I fell to the ground, grasping at the blades of grass. My vision swam, but when I looked up, I focused long enough to see the fight was only escalating. Two wolves were circling each other. There was no longer in this battle. Bray paced on heavy feet as he stared at his new opponent, searching for weaknesses and planning an attack. The other wolf watched Bray with a calm yet sharp demeanor. His blonde fur rippled with anticipation. Samuel was back. Bray lunged, but Samuel didn't hesitate. He dodged the attack and sunk his teeth into the other wolf. Bray's composure faltered, leaving Samuel to gnash and tear at every piece of flesh he could find. By the time Bray was released, he was limping and beginning a retreat. A low howl cut through the night, gaining the attention of all in the clearing. Will was staggering toward me but had collapsed next to the water which separated us. Bray took advantage of the distraction and dove toward Will, but Samuel anticipated his movements. He caught the black wolf by the back legs, pulling him back into the fight. Bray twisted around and leapt onto Samuel's back, ripping into the skin between his shoulders. The blonde wolf snarled, throwing Bray toward the trees and stalking toward him. Once more, I tore my focus away from the fight and crawled around the rocks until I was next to Will. His head was hanging halfway in the water and he was unable to pull himself away. He sunk into the mud and his eyes were clouding over. The breaths he was able to take were shallow and labored, and his tail flicked with anxiety. I lowered myself down next to him, pulling his head into my lap. Will turned to look at me, eyes shining with unspoken words. My hands smoothed over his face, flattening the fur matted with blood and grime. "Stay with me," I mumbled, my eyes scanning his body. There was a large gash running along his back, another along his belly. Blood covered nearly every inch of his fur. "You'll be okay," I told him, holding back a sob. Will whimpered, pushing his snout into my hand. Tears fell from my eyes as I laid my forehead between his ears. The battle of the other wolves was still raging, growing more violent by the second. Their snarls pulled my attention away from Will, who was already watching them with wary eyes. The blonde wolf fur was stained crimson, but the black wolf was beginning to weaken. Just as Samuel's wolf prepared to lunge again, his attention cut to the edge of the clearing. One by one, figures began to emerge from the trees. Some I recognized, others were strangers. They all seemed to recognize Samuel and Bray. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. Their gazes were fixed upon them, each horror-filled and confused. As they drew closer, Samuel stepped away from Bray and closer to them. The cracking of bones echoed through the meadow, and after a few moments, Samuel stood tall. He threw a bundle of cloth at Bray's retreating wolf, moving back around to face him. When Bray was a man again, the meadow was silent. I could hear his heavy breathing even from where I sat, feel his cold glare on each and every one in the vicinity who dared to disrupt his evening. He turned his gaze to Samuel, eyes ablaze with rage. "Have you called in your reinforcements to finish me off?" Samuel rolled his shoulders, glancing around. He kept his back toward me, and I found myself wishing I could be by his side. As if in answer, his head tilted toward me and I saw the side of his expression. His eyes were hard, his jaw set firm. He shook his head so slightly that I would have missed it had I not been staring. Then, he squared his frame and regarded Bray. When he spoke, his words were harsh and met the temperature of Peyton's glare. "This is the last of the pack who is celebrating their fallen one's lives. We all had a fight and came to investigate." He spat his next words. "Seems we arrived just in time for you to kill my mate. How convenient," Peyton panted, sneering his words. "But you have it wrong. It was your human who was killing me." Samuel took a step forward. "I think you're mistaken." "Am I?" Peyton straightened his spine. "Go and see the 2 others she already killed." There was a beat. Then Samuel responded through his teeth. "What are you doing here?" "I was coming back from patrol when I found your mate at the border." "We are far from the border." "Bray. Perhaps that is because she car and killed the wolves when I attempted to speak with her." The silence that surrounded us was thick, stretching further than even the moon could reach. There was no mistaking the horror-filled expressions flinching my way, accusing me of the things Bray spoke. My heartbeat was the loudest thing of the night, pounding hard enough to deafen anyone within the meadow. Bray smiled. "I found her driving a car through the border. She was in perfect health. No bite. No adverse reaction to your werewolf gene taking over her pathetic human life." He turned toward those gathering around Samuel and raised his voice. "When I found her, she was running away, gathering the rest of the humans to kill our pack." Samuel lied. He never bit her. He let her run off, only for her to come back to kill us all. And now that I've discovered his plan, Samuel is here to kill me. "That's not true," Samuel shouted. "Where's your evidence?" Peyton sneered. "She killed them now," gathering the attention of everyone in the clearing. The words had left my mouth in such a rush, I hadn't considered their implications. Now I had a band of angry wolves glaring down at me. I regarded them all for a moment, before letting my gaze shift to Samuel. He was staring at me with a tense expression, his frame clouded with stress. I took a deep breath. "We were act by you and James." My gaze shifted to Bray, who held a distant expression. "Why would I set out to kill a wolf, when I know that I would only die?" "Because you are human," Peyton answered. "They have done it before. Look at what happened with our alpha. You were running away to gather others to finish the job." A tumultuous snarl left Samuel, and the attention was back on him. "Do not lie. It was their guns that killed him." Bray roared. "The humans' attack killed countless members of the pack." Samuel matched his volume now. "It was you." A momentary silence fell upon the clearing. It was heavy with Samuel's words and the memory of those who lost their lives that night. Everyone exchanged nervous glances, the crowd shuffling their feet back toward the trees. Samuel, breathing heavily, continued in a voice as calm as death. "I've had you followed. Bray, from the moment Triley died, I knew it was you. And your men." Bray's eyes narrowed. "What evidence do you have?" "You had them killed." The attention of the clearing was turned again to the edge of the forest. Footsteps could be heard, and soon enough, more people began to gather. Leading them was Goldie, with Marshall at her side. Samuel glanced at them, then turned a scowl back on Bray. "I didn't know if we were being attacked again." Samuel spoke in an even tone, staring at Bray as others flooded the scene. "I called in reinforcements. Peyton started at the individuals emerging from the forest. Goldie broke away from them to stand between the crowd and Samuel. Marshall scanned the meadow until he fell upon me and Will. Collapsed on the ground, he wasted no time in sprinting across the grass, closing the distance between us in seconds. He came to a halt, kneeling next to us. With careful hands, he began to assess my legs, but I pushed him away. Will, I told him. Look at Will. Marshall didn't argue. He didn't even glance my way before shifting his attention to my brother. His hands moved along his body, pressing in various places. Will's breathing was shallow and harsh, but he laid still. You're lying. Even now. Samuel. Bray snarled, glaring at us. Tell them who that wolf is. Tell all of your people what he did, what she did. Tell everyone you call here what really happened, and what you've been hiding. All along, the meadow was silent, waiting with bated breath. An unreadable mask had fallen upon Samuel's face, though I saw the endless tension lining his shoulders. He scanned the meadow, looking into the faces of every person gathered there, as he spoke in a firm voice. The wolf is Samantha's brother. He was turned unwillingly by one who was exiled. Tell them what happened the night the Alpha died. Bray goaded. Samuel glared at him, his voice unwavering. Riley and I helped him through the shift. When it was almost over, Riley was distracted and got injured. Peyton began to speak, but Samuel raised his voice and spoke over his words. You would have been fine, had it not been for the gunfire headed by Bray. We were ambushed by what we initially thought to be a human attack. Upon a closer look, there was no way it was possible. All the guns were being held by Bray, the one in charge of security. I know your games, Samuel. Peyton smiled and shifted his feet. You are only distracting them from the actual proof. Why would I kill our Alpha? I would not take his place. I would not want my pack in ruin. You, however, have only done that. You have lied from the beginning. You are not fit to run this pack, and you never will be. The world stood still, and somehow, I knew what Bray was going to say. Next. Samuel suspected his words as well because his hands balled into fists and he tensed for the reaction we all knew was coming. Bray, Samuel tried. Peyton spoke over him, turning to the members of the pack. He was a human. It is why his mate is human. It is why he is weak, and is why he can never be an alpha. The words sent daggers into the cold air. My heart left my body. Samuel's one secret was now out in the open, all because he had trusted me. I had taken that trust and used Samuel's secret as a way to selfishly convince Raven to escape with me. She hadn't hesitated in using that knowledge against us and betraying me. A stray female broke away from the crowd. She had dark maroon hair and wore a hopeful expression. Her gaze danced between Peyton and Samuel, faltering when she locked eyes with Samuel. That's not true. It's not true. This is Beta. Samuel wouldn't look up from the ground. Another few people stepped forward, asking Samuel the same question. When he refused to answer, Peyton smiled. He can never run this pack. It's not in his blood. He's a disgrace. Goldie stepped forward then, stopping only inches away from Bray. She leveled herself up to his chest, glaring daggers into his face. His composure never wavered. After a moment, she turned to those gathered but didn't step away from Bray. Her voice held the conviction of 1,000 testaments. Alpha Riley knew. She let her words sink in before continuing. He knew the entire time. He welcomed Samuel into our pack and wouldn't have anyone else be at his side. He didn't care. Bray suddenly moved forward, knocking Goldie off balance. She gained it back without hesitation, but Peyton was already on the move. He stalked towards Samuel, his expression growing deadlier with each step. It was supposed to be me. Before you showed up, it was my place. He was standing in front of Samuel now, breathing heavily. Now, in taking it back, Samuel narrowed his eyes. Are you challenging me? Bray, there's nothing to challenge. Chapter 63. To the death, the fight erupted without a moment's notice. Samuel and Bray were at each other's throats faster than they could even shift. They met mid-air in a tangle of arms and shifting limbs. As their wolves took control, blood spread and the crowd thinned. Some women screamed. Some men ran for the comfort of the forest. Others stayed in the clearing but backed away just enough so they could watch the challenge unfold. At the head of those who stayed was Goldie. She spread her arms and pushed back those who remained behind, keeping them away from the snarling and out-of-control wolves. Her face was set in a firm grimace, as though she expected disaster. My heart reached and battled with Samuel. Bray had a ferocity that was hard to be matched. With every wound Samuel inflicted, Bray would cause another. With every howl of pain Bray would cry. Achidi make sure Samuel felt it. Tenfold. But Samuel was not a quitter, and he was going to be beaten. The wolves circled each other, lunging and withdrawing. Bray had Samuel backed up against the forest. Both of their fur was standing on edge, rippling with anticipation. Blood stained Samuel's coat to the point that the blonde was nearly invisible. He was limping heavily on one leg and a chunk of his ear was missing. Bray was none the worse. He tried to hide it, but his back leg was nearly gone. The battle raged and raged. Minutes passed by quicker than seconds. With each one, the wolves became more wounded, but this didn't slow them down. They tumbled over one another, tore with teeth, pounced with vigor. This was the end of the line for them both, and neither was content to let the fight end quickly. Bray lunged. As soon as he did, he realized his mistake. Samuel whirled, dodging as he dove to the side and leapt off a tree, then rounded to pounce on Peyton's back. He tore into his neck and Bray's black wolf crumbled. The struggle continued for a few minutes more as Peyton tried everything to get Samuel off his back. But Samuel was relentless. His wolf was beyond anything he'd ever seen. At moment, I think Samuel could have taken over the world. When Peyton ceased his struggles, Samuel shifted back to his skin. He still held Bray pinned to the ground, and soon enough, he shifted back as well. The clearing was in absolute silence, and the only thing to break it was the sound of the men's heavy breathing. "Submit," Samuel commanded, digging his elbow into Bray's neck. "You'll never be fit," Peyton panted. He gasped for air as Samuel dug deeper into his airway. "You're not even a real wolf," Samuel roared. He drew back a fist and sent it flying at Peyton. Blood splattered and blended with grass and skin. "They won't accept you," Bray shouted. "I've already told the chiefs. You'll never be alpha. Nobody wants you. It's over, Bray. You've lost," Samuel shouted. Their faces were inches apart. "Submit." There was a pause stiller than silence. Then, Bray laughed. "To the death." Samuel, without warning, he shifted back to his wolf and lunged. His teeth went for Samuel's torso, but before they could end his life, Samuel turned and grabbed the wolf's neck. He jumped on Bray's back and fell. The echo of a sickening crack went on for what felt like hours. Samuel laid motionless on Bray's wolf's back. Bray was no longer breathing. Samuel looked lifeless as well. No one else dared to move. The first to break this trance was Goldie. She rushed forward and knelt by Samuel and began running her hands along his back. They came back coated in blood. My eyes narrowed and I realized that though the fight was over, Samuel was far from all right. Blood was continuously pouring from countless wounds across his body. Goldie wasted no time in grabbing pieces of shredded clothing and covering the gashes. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," she cried, searching the clearing. My gaze whipped down to him. His hands were flying across Will's body, but he kept glancing at Samuel. With the little amount of strength I had left, I pushed him off of Will. "Samuel needs you." My voice broke. I couldn't tear my gaze from Samuel. I tried moving toward him, but my legs refused to work. They didn't respond to my commands. I knew I was kin beneath Will, and for the time being, I blamed my inability to move on that. With another desperate lurching of my heart, I pushed at Marshall as tears spilled from my eyes. "Go to Samuel," Please. Will be all right. Samuel. Marshall looked at me for half a second before he sprang up and sprinted across the clearing. He and Goldie acted together, barking orders at those who remained to watch the fight. Black spots danced in my vision as I watched them work. I tried to keep my attention on Will. I could see the unsteady rise and fall of his chest, which meant he was alive. He was unconscious and his head was still in my lap, preventing me from moving. Not that I wanted to. Now that I had nothing to distract me, my own pain was growing. With every passing moment, another part of my body exploded in agony. My mind was screaming at me to stay awake, to focus on Will and Samuel, but my body wouldn't cooperate. A small part of my mind begged for sleep and reminded me that Will and Samuel were in good hands. Marshall had tended to Will and now he and Goldie were going to fix Samuel. They didn't need me. They would be okay. But then, I would catch sight of the bloody rags being piled onto Samuel's body. Without my permission, my heart would stutter and send a wave of anxiety through my veins. My mind and body were at war and I was sure who was winning. My vision was letting in more darkness than light. My eyes were fluttering. I thought I heard someone calling my name. My mind responded, but my mouth didn't. When my world finally went dark, I was still fighting against the reprieve of rest. My consciousness shifted to nightmares of dead bodies and bloody figures. Though my body slept, it was far from resting. I knew I woke up several times, but each time I did was more confusing than the last. Sometimes there was light. Sometimes there were voices. After a while, I didn't know what was real and what wasn't. I didn't care. Then, I heard his voice. It started off as a distant hum in the back corners of my mind and grew as a torrential wave threatening to break the shore. I held onto it like a drunken sailor searching for land. And eventually, I found the light. When I awoke, it was too more darkness. But this kind was different than before. There was a soft glow from beside me and an ache in my chest. There was an ache all over my body. I groaned and tried to sit up, my eyes adjusting to my new world. I was in a bed with wires all over my body. They strangled my hands as I pulled at them, dazed and confused. A monitor beeped behind me. Something stirred beside my bed. I turned and found the all too familiar sight of Samuel, sitting in a hospital chair pulled to comfort. He was leaning on my bed, cradling my hand in his own. His head was bowed and resting on folded arms. His shoulders rose and fell in a steady and comforting rhythm. That rhythm broke as I involuntarily groaned, pain shooting up my legs and into my chest. I sucked in a deep breath and tried to remain quiet. But Samuel was already waking up. He lifted his head as if it held the weight of the world. His eyes blinked several times as he searched the room. Finally, his gaze landed on me. He went still. His gaze darted across my eyes, down my body, to the machines behind me, and finally back to my eyes. His mouth was left hanging open as he struggled to speak. I laughed once, and the spell of stillness was broken. Samuel jumped from his chair and grabbed my hands, holding them tight within his own. He dipped his head into my shoulder and stayed there, shoulders shaking. "Samantha," his whispered words sent chills across my skin. "You're really awake?" I nodded my head and held Samuel on my shoulder. The world was flooding back to me. The last time I saw him, he was covered in blood and barely alive. To see him beside me was more than a miracle. I brought both my hands to cradle his head. Pulling it away from my shoulder, I stared at him, evaluating his face as much as I could in the dimmed light. He seemed tired, worn down, and there were scabs littering his skin. But he was alive, and he was here. I shook my head, a smile creeping onto my face. "Samuel," he laughed once. "At your service." My voice cracked, barely a whisper. "How are you okay? It's nice to know you have so much faith in me." We both laughed and I dropped his face. He sat back down in his chair, pulling it closer to my bed and not letting go of my hands. He turned to the side and brought me a glass of water, which I gulped down. When he turned back, I caught sight of the side of his face. The light illuminated it just right so that I could see the chunk of skin missing from the side of his head where his ear used to be. My eyes widened. Samuel, your ear. I know. I grabbed his head and turned it to the side so I could examine the 2 folds of skin where his ear used to be. I ran my fingers over the surrounding skin, but he groaned and took my hands gently away, shaking his head. Still a bit sore. Samantha. I dropped my hands, horrified. I'm so. I'm okay. He cut me off. Then, his gaze flickered to my neck and down my body. Are you? How are you feeling? I'm fine, I automatically answered. I was in a hell of a lot of pain. My body felt hot, uncomfortable, and heavy. But I didn't want pain medicine to put me to sleep. Again. How long was I out? Only a day or so. How are you okay? Samuel cocked his head and smirked. I'm a fast here. Remember? Right. I laughed once. The motion sent a wave of pain through me. I tried not to wince, but Cal didn't keep it from leaking onto my face. Samuel's brow furrowed. Before he could say anything about it, I broke in. What did I miss? How is Will? What happened? He gave me a look, then dropped his gaze and sighed. Will is recovering all right. Marshall was able to help him a lot in the clearing so there won't be any lasting damage. A weight was lifted off my chest. Thank goodness. Samuel kept his gaze down. There's something else you should know. What is it? Is it with the pack? What happened after Bray? He rubbed his neck and gazed at me for a moment. That's been put on hold until you woke up. The chiefs are here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They saw everything. What? How they came early. Heard everything in the clearing and watched it happen. Wait. I brought my fingers to my temples, massaging a headache. I think I remember seeing wolves. Before you got there, Samuel didn't look surprised. They saw almost everything. Well, then what's the problem? Why do they need me? They need statements and things. Well, do you know what's going to happen? He sighed and took a long pause. No, not after Bray announced I was human. Just like that. The weight fell back on my heart. I struggled to speak for a moment. Samuel. You don't have to say it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm so sorry. You trusted me and I told Raven and she told Bray and it's just made everything more complicated for you and I'm so sorry and I never meant for any of this to happen and now. Samuel silenced me with a hand on my lips. He was smiling, but it didn't reach his eyes. Samantha, you didn't know this would happen. I lowered his hand and held it in my own. But I should have. Tears pricked at my eyes. He tilted his head and wiped the side of my eye with his other hand. Don't tell yourself that. You can't change what happened. You trusted Raven. We all did. I'm not upset and neither should you be. I took a shaky breath. But I am. It makes sense though. You know, how we left your apartment so easily that night. How she never got hurt. I shook my head, stealing a glance at Samuel. I should have seen it coming. I trusted her. Till he squeezed my hand. Images from the other night flew through my mind. Is she all right? Samuel let out a short breath. I don't know. No one can find her. She's gone. Samuel nodded. It's probably for the best. I took a breath and traced one of Samuel's knuckles. I thought maybe Will killed her. We would have found her body. Somehow. That didn't make me feel any better. We sat in silence for a few moments. The beeping of monitors keeping time. Eventually, I sighed and tried lifting myself up. When pain shot down my legs, I winced and cast a sheepish look at Samuel. His eyebrows were scrunched together and his mouth was set in a thin line. You shouldn't be moving. I know. I guess. Can you just help me to the bathroom? For some reason, Samuel's eyes went wide. His mouth was left hanging open as his gaze darted from me to the bathroom door. After a moment, I laughed, if only to ease the awkward silence. It's all right if you don't want to. I can just ask a nurse. No. He refused to look at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I drew out the word. What do you expect me to do? To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel rubbed the back of his neck, shooting me hesitant glances every few seconds. He opened and closed his mouth several times. His knee bounced and even I was beginning to feel his apprehension. Samuel, there's something you should know. When he was silent again. Well, are you going to tell me? He looked down my body, his gaze slowly traveling back up to my face. Marshall and other doctors worked really hard on you. James and Bray did a lot of damage. It was James. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Breathlessly, Achius dead. Right. Samuel nodded once. He took another breath, then gathered my hands in both of his. Samantha, there was a lot of damage. What do you say? What happened? He looked as if he wanted to look away, but he held my gaze. His eyes shone and his grip was firm. After a moment, he took a large breath and finally told me, they had to amputate your leg. There was a beat. What? The injuries were too much for your body to heal. It was all already infected. I let out a nervous laugh. No, you're wrong. I can still feel pain down there. Samuel glanced down, closing his eyes. Samantha, tears welled up in my eyes. I ripped my hands from him, sitting up and tearing at the sheets that covered my body. Samuel stood and tried to calm me, but the damage was done. The sheets were gone from my bed and I was staring at the empty space where my leg used to be. Chapter 60 for not finding nothing made sense. My world was suspended for what felt like an eternity. I could still feel the pain, but when I looked down, nothing was there. I was missing a piece of me, a piece that still had. Tears poured from my eyes. My body shook with sobs. I was numb to anything else but the sight of the stump that used to be my leg. It broke off just below the knee and was wrapped in layers upon layers of gauze. It didn't look like my body. It made more sense that it belonged to someone else and this was just another nightmare. But I knew it wasn't. In the nightmares, I was always alone. Now I had someone beside me, holding me up when I couldn't do it for myself. Samuel clung to me, and I to him. We were two broken beings trying to keep the other from falling apart. Eventually, I fell asleep. Samuel crawled into the bed next to me, even though he was half hanging off the small mattress. He gathered me in his arms and dried my tears, soothing my sobs and pushing away the nightmare that was now a reality. When I awoke, he hadn't moved. I rubbed my eyes and buried my face into his arm for countless minutes. Sunlight was streaming through the window though, lighting up the room and introducing a new day. The rays peeking through the window hit Samuel directly in the eye. The longer this went on, the more he stirred and his breathing became uneven. After a while, he took a deep breath and paused, and I knew he was awake, but he didn't say anything. I didn't speak to him. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We only listened to the humming outside the hospital room door and a light footfall of countless feet passing by. The silence was almost peaceful. There was much that could be said. There wasn't anything I wanted to discuss, and I had a feeling Samuel felt the same way. But, despite her preference for a respite in a silent room, the world outside continued to spin. The sunlight left Samuel's face, and when it did, he cleared his throat and spoke. I should get the doctor. They'll want to know you're awake. I nodded. Samuel hesitated, then kissed the top of my head before departing. When I had the room to myself, I flipped onto my back and stared at the ceiling. My heart was at war with all my emotions, but I was too tired to fight. All I knew was that Samuel was there to hold me as I fell apart. That was good enough. I didn't care about mates. I didn't care about wolves. And I didn't care about what was waiting for me beyond these hospital doors. Samuel was here, and that was enough until I was ready to face the world. Maybe then, I wouldn't have to do it alone. Samuel returned a few moments later. At his side were Marshall and Drive. Gates. Marshall smiled while Drive. Gates looked over her clipboard. "We're glad to see you awake, Samantha," Marshall said. "Nice to see that Sammy boy hasn't finished you off yet." Samuel shot Marshall a glare as an uncomfortable laugh escaped me. Drive. Gates ignored them both and came to my side, inspecting the machines beside my bed. "How was your pain?" "It's not fine." Samuel stepped forward. Drive. Gates nodded and continued her work with the machines. Marshall came up behind her, stopping at the foot of my bed. He placed his hands on the bed frame and looked at me with crinkling eyes. "We're getting along great." She is awake and recovering. You can see him when we're finished with you." I nodded and smiled. Samuel came up to stand beside me, and Marshall gazed at us with a look of adoration. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but he shook his head and watched Drive. Gates. After a moment, she withdrew from the machines. "Everything is looking well, Samantha. When you're ready, we can discuss further treatment for your leg, or lack thereof." Marshall quit. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Samuel shot him a look of absolute fury. Something pricked my heart, and for a moment I was tempted to do something other than frown. Marshall watched me as my face fought different expressions before he mumbled under his breath and looked at Samuel with a glint in his eyes. Drive. Gates ignored us all and walked around my bed. She hung the clipboard at the base and said, "Well, leave you to your morning. I'm glad you're doing better, Samantha." She began to walk out of the room and Marshall followed suit. He shot me a glance as they left, winking as Samuel lowered himself in the seat next to me. "I'm sorry about him," Samuel said as soon as the door was shut. "Don't worry about it. I know you want to see Will, but the Chiefs want to talk to you before you see anyone else." I nodded. I should have figured as much. You don't have to see them right away. Instead of responding, I looked at Samuel. He was staring at my sheets. Underneath his eyes were dark circles and his hair was beyond repair. The side of his head, where there used to be an ear, was now covered with red and inflamed skin. He wore a long-sleeve shirt, and I was beginning to think it was supposed to cover the rest of his injuries. "How long has it been since a doctor looked at you?" Samuel looked up, confused. "I don't know. I'm good." "No, you're not. Get Marshall back in here." "Anyone but him." I set my mouth in a firm line. Samuel squinted his eyes and looked at me, twisting his lips into a frown. "If I do this, then you have to tell me when you're feeling okay. No exceptions. You feel pain, you tell me or a doctor and we'll take care of it. Then you have to tell me the same thing and let Marshall look at you." Samuel groaned. "How about we just agree to tell each other these things and forget Marshall?" "Absolutely not." Samuel grumbled something and pulled out his phone. He typed away, hopefully texting Marshall, then put it on the desk beside us. Silence stretched for a moment, but I could tell Samuel was uncomfortable. "What is it?" He looked up. "I'm just thinking about you." My voice quieted. "About Laydick and other things. What are you thinking?" "Same. And you?" A ghost of a smile appeared on his lips. "If you'd have known this was all it took to get you to think about me, I would have done it ages ago." I grimaced, but Samuel laughed. "That joke. Horrible." He laughed again, then grew sober. "How are you doing today?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I took a deep breath and tried to keep my voice from shaking. My initial reaction was to laugh off his concern, but at that point, I knew Samuel would never believe me. And realized I didn't want to pretend. Anymore. I'm not fine. Samuel reached for my hands and buried his face within our fingers. That's okay, you. He let out a heavy breath. I'm not fine. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We sat in silence for what felt like hours. I wish I could say I had earth-shattering epiphanies in that time. But my brain was numbed. Everything I ever knew was gone or changed, including pieces of myself. The very person I wanted to stay away from was now the one person I needed and wanted. I was too broken to care about what I once dreamed of. Those dreams were gone and there was no getting them back. I didn't know what the future held. For once, I didn't want to dream about it. The present was enough. It's kind of fitting. I suddenly broke the long silence. In a sick and twisted way, Samuel sat up and looked at me. Care to elaborate? We're both missing pieces of ourselves, and that only happened because we're supposed to complete each other. He glanced down. That's kind of a morbid way of putting it. Samuel paused, then looked back up. Do you think we complete each other? My brow furrowed and I continued staring at the ceiling. I don't really know what to think. I know that since I met you both our lives have gone to hell. I know. None of this would have happened if I didn't find you. I shook my head once, then turned to look at Samuel. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what would have happened. What did happen is horrible and there's a lot that I wish I could change. But I can't change anything and neither can you. So now, we're both left in the aftermath of it all with nothing but each other. Samuel refused to look at me. He was staring holes in my sheets and his shoulders were stiff. I grabbed his hand that was resting next to me and squeezed, willing him to look up. When he didn't, I grabbed his chin and directed his gaze back to me. We're both left in a horrible mess of things with nothing but to keep us sane. But I don't think that's such a bad thing. He was quiet for a moment, searching my eyes. Then, he told me in a soft voice, I don't think so. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What might have been a smile framed my next words. You're not such horrible company. You know. I glanced to the mangled flesh where his ear once was and felt a pang shoot through my heart. I tried to keep my voice light, but I was sure I actually managed it. You might need me now anyway. I doubt you'll be able to hear. And I might need you. I won't be able to walk. And I don't think a three-legged wolf is set up for success. Samuel stiffened and bowed his head, gripping his neck. It shouldn't have happened. You were bitten, and it was your choice. I know. It was more than just your leg. It shouldn't have happened. I know. I ran my hand along my neck and shoulder, before stopping short. There was only minimal bandaging, if you could even call it that. The place I knew James had bitten me was a minor inconvenience compared to how the rest of my body felt. This only added to my fears. When Samuel remained silent, I shook my head and looked to the ceiling. By now, I practically had all the ceiling tiles memorized, each bump, each crevice, each discoloration. They were the only things keeping me sane in moments like this. Finally, I closed my eyes and whispered the thing I'd known since I'd woken up. I'm going to change. Samuel closed both of his hands over my own. Probably, that's why everything is healing faster, yes. I worried my lip, trying to keep the tremble out of my voice. Will I die? Probably not. How much time? We're not going to think about that right now. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel reached to brush away my hair but kept his hand on my cheek. His voice grew deeper as he smoothed his thumb against my skin. This never should have happened. I never wanted you to change. Not if you didn't want to. I know I said some things at the beginning of all this, but I was acting out of anger and I didn't know what else to do. I know that's not an excuse. I know this is insanely messed up. Samuel broke off and fussed out a long sigh. His jaw was stiff and he refused to look anywhere but at the wall. After a moment, he closed his eyes and said, Now the choice was taken away from you completely. I nodded and watched as Samuel crumpled before me. His head was lowered so I couldn't see his face. But that enough spoke volumes. Samuel was always able to put on a mask when he needed to. At least, he was able to until now. He took in a ragged breath. I just wish I was there to stop it. I reached for Samuel's cheek, but he kept his gaze hidden. After a moment I sighed and looked around, trying to form what I wanted to say. I wish. Rubbing my palm. I wish you were there. I realize that now. I never wanted to leave. Not at the end. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've spent so much time running and all it's done is hurt everyone. I'm not going to say that everything is okay because it's not. But for the moment, we're both alive and getting better. Let's just face everything else when it comes. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When Samuel didn't respond, I grabbed his hand and tried to pull him back to the present. Thank you, I told him. For saving me, for fighting Bray, for helping everyone. Samuel slowly looked up at me. Samantha, remember that. I gave him a small smile. I'm going to need you. Now there's no use in fighting it anymore. He mimicked my expression and kissed my hand. As long as you're there with me. Chapter 65 Chiefs. It was almost evening. Samuel and I spent the day together, mostly in silence. Unfortunately, the chiefs were growing impatient. They came to the hospital and there was no more avoiding anything. Samuel stood next to me, holding my hand, as they entered. The door shut behind them with an ominous thud, and the air in the room thickened. The two of them, a man and a woman, stood rod straight, staring at Samuel and me. The woman was taller than the man by several inches. Her skin was as pale as the hospital light and her eyes were tired. She had long black hair pulled into a high ponytail that swished as she walked further into the room. The man stood short but was built like an athlete. He had tan skin and dark hair that was growing thin. His eyes were cold and sunken, but when he spoke, his words were warm. Delighted to meet you, Samantha, he said with a drawn-out accent. My name is N and this is K. N turned to Samuel. Good to see you on your feet. Beta. Samuel nodded his head to both of them. Chief Spears. The woman. K spoke next. We need to ask you several questions before we can proceed. I took a breath. I understand. She turned to Samuel. I hope you understand our need to speak without you here. Samuel stiffened. Then, to my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He bowed his head to each of them again, then turned to me. They'll be right outside. He gave my hand a squeeze and left the room. As soon as he was gone, I felt my chest tighten. Van stared at me with looks I couldn't quite decipher. I tried not to picture them as the all-powerful werewolves they actually were. I tried to ignore the fact they could kill me in less than a second. I tried not to think about what would happen if I told them something they didn't want to hear. N was the first to break the silence. Beta Samuel has told us a lot about you. It is not often a human has a mate. K interjected. My fingers twisted together and I took a deep breath. Yes, that is true. Do you believe yourself to be his mate? K tilted her head and the light inside the room seemed to draw the rest of the color from her face. I furrowed my brow as my stomach twisted. Humans can't have mates. We realize this. N spoke, taking one small step forward. But, what do you believe? I paused for a moment. I don't know. I trust Samuel. K nodded and N smiled. A diplomatic answer. Rubbing a rough hand along his arms. It's the truth. I told them. K looked around the room. Have you always trusted him? Well, no, I said. Trust is earned. N laughed. Abruptly, rocking back on his heels. Perfect answers. K narrowed her eyes and looked down at the man. She spoke to me, but her gaze remained on that N. Tell us of what happened. I took a deep breath. Starting when you first met the beta. Broken the N. I struggled at first. So much had happened in so little time. And I hadn't wanted to leave anything out. I didn't want them thinking I was hiding anything. Or that Samuel had some long and secret plot I was involved in. He deserved to be alpha. It didn't matter if he was once human. He was better than any wolf fidnet. Before, Kai and the N held on to every word I said. They each interjected into my story with certain questions and clarifications, but for the most part, they listened. The longer I spoke, the more Kay narrowed her eyes. The N forgot his previous smile and looked at me with a lifeless expression. I could tell nothing about what either of them was thinking or if I was digging Samuel in me a deeper hole. When I finished my life story since meeting Samuel, the N moved to the window and stared outside. Kay remained in her spot in the middle of the room. Despite their distance, they bounced questions off each other and directed them at me faster than I could think. What happened to the girl you left with? The N asked. I don't know. I thought she was killed. Like I said. Kay didn't hesitate with her question. How did you survive? I don't know. After the fight, I blacked out. When I woke up I was in the hospital with Samuel. It seems awful lucky that you got away, the N said, almost to himself. Kay nodded and glanced at him. Humans don't survive that. I glanced back and forth between them, exasperated with their constant questions, tired of being awakened in their presence, and wishing for nothing but Samuel to be by my side. Again, anger and annoyance pricked my heart and I responded before I could stop myself. I lost a leg and I was bitten by a werewolf. I wouldn't call that lucky. The duo was silent as I bit my tongue and cursed my outburst. Apparently, it still learned nothing in that department. Just at the moment when I thought that N and K were going to erupt, the N laughed and K rolled her eyes. The N turned from the window and walked over to the foot of my bed. That was long overdue. You do well under stress. I think we have adequate information, Kai announced. The N nodded to me, then made his way to K. The two headed for the door without glancing back. Sudden anxiety clenched my heart and just as they were about to open the door. What's going to happen? The N turned and smiled. And it seemed genuine. We need to discuss things. We will alert Samuel when we have reached a decision. Thank you for your time. Kay nodded toward me, then grabbed their N by the arm. Before I could say another word, they both turned and left. They were gone faster than they arrived and I was left more worried than before. Not a moment later though, Samuel was rushing back into the room. He smiled when he saw me, then shut the door and sat at the foot of my bed. I raised my hands helplessly. I told them the truth about everything that happened. I don't know, Samuel. They asked a lot of questions and I couldn't tell what they were thinking and, hush. You did great. I heard the whole thing. I don't know. I shook my head and groaned. Samuel rubbed his hand up and down my leg and looked around the room. The worst they can do is send me away to appoint someone else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The worst they could do is kill all of us. He laughed once. Somehow. I don't think that is going to happen. But what if they do send you away? Then Samuel stood and walked to the head of my bed before cupping my cheeks and glancing between both of my eyes. Will be so heartbroken that I will definitely need an extraordinary amount of kissing and ego boost to ever be okay again. He was fighting back a smile. My expression fell and I stared at him without a hint of amusement. Underneath it all though, I might have cracked a grin. In serious, Samuel, I did pending. Samuel laughed and retreated back to his chair beside me. So am I. But, on top of that, I might also consider leaving and taking a few people with me, if they do want to come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I do still have a family I would like to one day see again. His voice softened at the end of his sentence and all tones of amusement were washed away. If you want company, I know a few people who might come along. Samuel smiled wider than I'd seen him smile in a long time. I reached for his hands, and the expression only grew. Whatever happens, I began, we'll be all right. We've made it this far. Who knows? You could still be Alpha. Maybe this world isn't so bad. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel groaned. It was barely there, but I heard the noise and everything that went along with it. I gave Samuel a questioning look, but he shrugged and glanced away. Let's just see what they have to say. Whatever happens, we'll figure it out. Epilogue. The beach wasn't as peaceful to walk down anymore. But Samuel and I did it, hand in hand. I used him as a crutch and he lifted me over rocks and rushing water. Our pace was slow and we had no specific destination in mind, only the fresh air and sounds of folding waves. Samuel's phone rang. He dropped my hand to hold it up to his good ear, and we both stopped walking. After a moment he paused the call, took my hand, and carried me away from the water to sit on a set of rocks overlooking the sea. As soon as we sat down, I undid my prosthetic and rubbed the tender skin. I was aching almost everywhere. The doctors told me exercise was good, but with the amount of physical therapy they were putting me through, I was ready to topple over at any given minute. Samuel sat next to me and spoke into the phone in a low voice. "Goldie, what's wrong?" Her voice hummed on the other end of the line in a rapid succession of words. Samuel pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. "No, I really don't care that Marshall won't stop calling you Alpha." I laughed silently as Samuel sighed, with no other option than to listen to Goldie's rants. "Yes, your father. He can do whatever he likes." "No, that's not my job." Samuel took my hand as he waited for Goldie to finish speaking. She tended to be quite long-winded. Lately, in all honesty, she still hated the Alpha position. But the chiefs had given it to her. It was either that or let the pack be run by someone on the outside. They told us they believed and trusted Samuel, but in the fragile state the pack was in, they wanted a full-blooded wolf to take the Alpha position. I was furious. It went against everything I knew to be right and everything Samuel had ever told me. Samuel was more capable than anyone to watch over his pack. He deserved it. But what surprised me most out of anything was that Samuel wasn't upset about it. He never wanted any of it. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not in the way it was being given to him. I fully understood this when we were sitting in his apartment as he packed his things and tried to replace his door. Goldie wanted him back in the pack house, and with Will taking on other positions in the pack and my shift coming soon, we decided it wasn't a bad idea. Samuel was kneeling next to the door, picking up pieces of splintered wood. It just delivered a long-winded rant about the tyranny of wolves and the problems of hierarchy. He listened to everything I told him, then wiped his hands and turned to face me. "The world isn't fair, Samantha. The sooner we accept that, the sooner we can influence it." I had thought a lot about his words, especially as of late. I wasn't too keen on the idea of becoming a wolf. It would happen during the next full moon and I felt ill-prepared. Not only because I could potentially die, but also because I still hated certain things about the wolf. Those would take time and effort to work through. It helped that I talked with Samuel more, but these weren't things that were going to change simply because I was forced to become the thing I hated. But, in the end, I realized it was specifically the wolves. There was corruption and selfishness and manipulation everywhere. If I looked enough, every aspect of life would be filled with it. So, I tried to do as Samuel suggested, and understand the world so I could at least try and influence it. If there was anything I knew, it was that I didn't want anyone else going through what my family went through. Things could be better. So instead of dwelling on the hellishness of reality, I poured my efforts into the cracks of light that tried to fill the darkness. Samuel was helping. He showed me a lot about his world. I showed him more of the human side of things. We talked with Goldie, and though a lot of the pack still regarded me as scum, Some were changing their hearts. The pack was changing, mostly because much of Goldie's alpha responsibilities were now dispersed throughout the pack. She ran things a lot differently than Riley had, and only a few people complained. In the end, Samuel got most of the work, but he didn't mind. It was only moments like these, when Goldie forced him to stay on the phone with her, that he wished he could run away. No, I didn't know that. Samuel paused again and shot me a glance. How rude of Will. I covered my mouth and tried not to laugh out loud. Samuel was supposed to be working now, and if Goldie knew he was with me, then neither of us would hear the end of it. I'll have Samantha try to reel him in. He listened for a few more moments, then smiled. Yes, she can. Is there anything else? Then, finally, he sighed and said, I'll see you tonight. Samuel hung up the phone and leaned back, shutting his eyes and groaning. I can't handle her. Samantha. I released my long, suppressed laugh. You're doing just fine. No, really. I think I might quit. You can't quit. I can pretend I can. Come on. You baby. I laughed again and pushed off Samuel to stand. I placed my weight on both my feet, and as soon as that happened, I went plummeting to the ground. Samuel caught me before I was buried in a mound of sand. I laughed and tucked my hair behind my ears as he stood me upright, then picked my prosthetic off the ground, missing something. A leg, I guess. Samuel groaned. You and Marshall are going to kill me. I sat back down and allowed Samuel to refasten my missing limb. You'd have to hear us coming. I can hear just fine. Your phone's ringing again. Samuel jumped and picked his phone up, only to see a blank screen. He looked at me with tired eyes, and I almost apologized. Then, one corner of his mouth turned up and he threw my prosthetic into the sand. Without warning, he lifted me on his shoulders and carried me straight into the ocean. I was laughing and kicking his back, screaming when the cold water reached my toes. When we were deep enough, Samuel dropped me in the water without a second thought. As I surfaced, cursing him loudly, he was bent over laughing, my teeth were chattering as I searched my body for warmth. You better hope I don't get sick. Wolf boy. Samuel splashed more water on me, before picking me up and holding me close. He held me up so that our faces were only inches apart. Then, as he had done 100 times before, Samuel kissed me like there was nothing else in this world that could make him happy. Wouldn't dream of it. Sammy girl.